A nice day of racing coming up, including an early feature today in the third, where excellent timing will look to make it 2 in a row after a 7 1/4 length score last time out. He has the speed in the inside post, but maybe if things heat up, this horse, Rodney, will pick up the pieces late as he gets ready to make his second start off the layoff, a horse that showed quite a bit of talent last year as a 3-year-old. And it's a big weekend coming up in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Today's feature features Princess Dreamsis, looking for her 3rd straight win. Inside speed today in race 8 at Oaklawn Park, and tomorrow in the Oaklawn Handicap. Can charge it, get back to the winner's circle. He's the morning line favorite, and he's adding blinkers on for the first time. The son of Tapit gets back to the 2-turn distance. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Beautiful view of the New York City skyline as we are at New York City's racetrack, the Big A Aqueduct racetrack. The sun is shining, gonna be high 60s today, which we certainly appreciate. Occasionally come on alongside Anthony Stabile as we get ready for this Friday card, Anthony, and some fun races to look forward to, some fun stakes both at Aqueduct and Oaklawn this weekend.
Yeah, looking forward to a fun weekend of racing. Great renewal. I'm really looking forward to that Oaklawn Park Handicap. It's the race of the week over at Naira Bets. We have a full analysis and play. I like a little bit of a price in there. I'm not letting you know here.
Ooh.
You have to go to nairabets.com to take a look at the pick and the play. But I think it's a fun renewal race. A couple of Grade 1 winners rematching from the Big Cap and Proxy and Stiletto Boy. You have, of course, Charge It, who's your morning line favorite. I don't agree with that, by the way. I think Last Samurai and the run he's been on for the coach, Dwayne Lucas, and leading rider Christian Torres should be the morning line favorite. But yeah, fun weekend of racing coming up. A couple of stakes here tomorrow to Woodhaven and the Stallion Series race. Another one on Sunday for the girls. It's a fun weekend coming up.
We'll talk a little bit more about those stakes in a bit, but today's feature at Aqueduct will be race 3, one scratch of the number 3 in here, Kaz's Beach. But excellent timing down to the inside. This horse was absolutely dominant last time out. It's interesting watching that last race back in March. Manny Franco, it just looked like he was cruising with excellent timing the whole way as he was pretty motionless, and you could see how the rest of the field was really working to chase him. Now he does come into open company after that New York bred 2 other than allowance race.
Yeah, it's open company, but his main rival's a fellow New York bred in Rodney, the Mike Lee winner of last year. They figure to hit pretty good up front. There's a lot of speed in the race. So Kaz's Beach, the defection of Kaz's Beach is it's kind of unfortunate if you liked him today, and I was on the fence about him because there was so much speed signed on in here. He didn't take any of it out of you. Bezos has plenty of speed. Dots Dollar has some speed. And here's Rodney winning that, Mike Lee. Rodney is 5 for 8 in his career, Acacia. He has never won without being on the front end. 5 for 5 when he's gotten a clear lead. 0 for 3 when he has not gotten to the lead. I don't know how he gets in front of excellent timing today. There's other speed in there. There's only one horse that doesn't have any speed. That's Pressure. I don't know how he gets to the winner's circle, but if the other 3 or 4 hit in front of him, it almost has to fall into his lap. We'll see. It's an interesting feature. It's early on the card. It's in the early pick 5. It kicks off a middle pick 4. We have a 9-race card here at the Big A today. When we have a 9-race card, there's a middle pick 4. You pick 4 consecutive winners, races 3 through 6. So that kicks it off. Interesting sequence because of all the speed in that race. It's a fun feature because it's an interesting feature.
The feature today at Oaklawn will be race number 8. We're sprinting on the main track for fillies and mares, as this is a restricted allowance optional claiming race. As we take a look at the field here, one scratch of the number 7, Let's Be Clear, and Princess Dreamsis down to the inside has won her last 2 impressively, especially since being claimed for Matt Shearer and then stepping up to face Tougher last time out, who dominant once again. Can she make it 3 in a row?
Yeah, Prince Dreamsis has been really good. A couple of daylight victories in her last 2, one for a tag, the other one for the straight allowance of a lucrative $100,000 plus purse. 2 for 5 now at Oaklawn Park. You know, she got she's caught wet tracks in both of her starts. It's labeled good this afternoon to kick off the action down in Hot Springs, so that helps her cause. She's dealt with an inside post. Last time she was post 2, today she's post 1. She takes a little step up in class, though. She goes from that open allowance, other than to a money allowance in here. So she's facing some fillies in here like Hypersport, who won the same allowance race, a little bit more of a lucrative purse. She won it from off the pace, so if Prince Dreamsist gets a little company on the front end, that would certainly help Hypersport's cause for trainer Ingrid Mason and Gabe Saez, who gave her a very good, clever ride last time out, was able to take advantage of some pace in front of her and swoop the group, if you will.
She has a very versatile running style as well. Hypersport does. Gabe Saez is going to stay aboard, as you mentioned. That's the feature coming up a little bit later on today at Oaklawn Park. As we'll take a look at what else is on tap. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. Here's a look as we'll have races 1 through 9 from the Big A. Fast and firm in New York. Good main track, as Anthony alluded to, at Oaklawn Park. We have races 1 through 9 there as well. All that and more coming up, and you can experience the excitement of the Kentucky Derby. It's coming up. It'll be here before you know it. Do so with Naira Bets. Join now and get a $25 free bet just in time for the Derby. Plus, new members can earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code DERBY25. That's a new promo code, so make sure to take note of that. Bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at nairabets.com for your free $25 bet and a $200 deposit match. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about the stakes coming up this weekend, including the Woodhaven, which will be early in the card on Saturday at the Big A. Inflation Nation making the first start of his 3-year-old season and looking for his first stakes win.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer!
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit nairabets.com to download the Naira Bets app to get started today. Tomorrow at the Big A, we're going to see the Woodhaven. It'll be a mile on the inner turf for the 3-year-olds. And an interesting race is you have the likes of Inflation Nation making the first start of his 3-year-old season, and Neural Network making his first start on turf. And those are the ones who are a little bit shorter in the betting as well. Inflation, or I should say the morning line, Inflation Nation broke his maiden at second asking in Saratoga, and we're taking a look at his maiden score. Would then go on to be beaten just by half a length in a very tough defeat in the Futurity, and third in the Atlantic Beach.
He's never been a distance of ground. He's going to go a mile tomorrow in the Woodhaven. Okay, so he's going to go around 2 turns for the first time. It's been all sprints so far in his career. It's his first start of his sophomore season. when you look at the Woodhaven on paper, 6-horse field, there's no speed in the race. And on paper, it looks like Inflation Nation should be on the lead. This horse, Neural Network, he's another candidate to be on the lead. He comes out of a series of dirt races, and he's one of these horses where he does not have a ton of turf pedigree.
I don't care. I think he's a turf horse. I've written down in all of his races, moves like a turf horse. I'm excited to see him on the grass.
And he, you know, we had this conversation, Greg Wolf and I had this conversation yesterday. Why do some of these horses for Chad Brown that don't have a ton of turf pedigree have so much success on the grass? They're conditioned to. And not all of them run well on the turf. But Chad's program is conditioned for stamina. He is not hard on his horses for speed. They're not trained for speed. They're more trained for stamina. And traditionally, that's how turf horses are trained. So that's why more often than not, they will handle grass more so than other horses that don't have turf pedigree. They don't all do it, but more of them will do it for that reason.
A little bit later in the card, the New York Stallion Series Times Square division will be race number 8, 6.5 furlongs on the main track, not necessarily for New York breds, but for horses by New York Stallions. Quite a few New York breds, of course, in the field, though, including Lifetime of Chance, who will make his first start for Mark Casse. The big question is, Anthony, where did this last race come from with this 16-length maiden score, and can he repeat it?
0 for 5 going into this race. His previous Beyer speed figure high was a 71. 91 here. It was second time Lasix this day. He does not get his Lasix tomorrow. His prior start was abysmal. I don't know where this race came from. Now you say off of a daylight score like this, how do you make a trainer change? DJ Stable has consolidated all of their equine holdings to trainer Hall of Famer Mark Casse now in New York. Mark was not here for the winter. Mark's back now with springtime coming, Belmont opening, Saratoga coming. So Mark's here now. So all the horses with Linda Rice, a couple other trainers there now, all with Mark. I don't know where that race came from.
Getting ready for the opener here at Aqueduct today. We kick things off with a nice maiden special weight, 7 furlongs on the main track. Taking a look at the field, and no surprise, 4 to 5 on D Hopper to the outside, who did actually cross the wire first on debut, only to be disqualified after he was drifting in the stretch and drifting out into his foe. Ended up being disqualified while the runner-up was placed first. He's one of 2 in the field for Chad Brown.
Yeah, I liked his debut. 7/8, wire to wire. I know he was with the track, but I think it was a good effort.
This first-time starter, Majestic Michael, taking a lot of money as Tony Dutrow still looking for that milestone win.
Cost $375,000 as a weanling. Took him a while to get to the races. There's a little bit of a push on this horse. I didn't get it, but there's a push on this horse.
Has been working pretty sharp down at Tampa as he gets ready to make his debut here. Here's the number 2, Alternate Reality.
Started out for a tag, 3 starts back, ran well that day, stretched out a couple of times, mile and 1/8, now back to 7 furlongs.
Blinkers going on, the number 3, Venge.
There was a ton of money taken on his debut, and last time, he didn't run well last time out. Not a lot of moisture on the track. I thought he needed blinkers. He gets them today.
First-time starter, Finn's Moment is next.
Yeah, Dan was 1 for 10. The wind came on the grass. Maybe this is a prep for the lawn for trainer Jimmy Jerkins.
5 to 1 on that one. As you take a look at the 2, Chad Brown charges Phelpsy off the layoff.
First time Lasix. This horse took a little bit of money first time out. Didn't do a ton of running. Did less running last time. First time Lasix for the first start since the middle of September here at Aqueduct.
$1 Million Son of Into Mischief. Here's his stablemate by Kentharos, D Hopper. Speed.
Yeah, crossed the line first, but was DQ'd on debut back in early March. Son of Kentharos, doing the 7/8 again. The runners so far have not shown a lot of speed in this race. Unless one of the 2 firsters has speed, you'd figure he'd be on his own again. 3 to 5. I'll tell you what, Acacia. Majestic Michael, I got 3 tips on this horse when I walked in here today. I would have imagined these 2 would be a lot closer on the tote board. The fact that Chad's runner, D Hopper, is this short on the tote board leads me to believe that Majestic Michael's going to have his work cut out for him this afternoon.
You can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Make sure you check out NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. There's D. Hopper getting a warm-up from Dylan Davis. As we'll take a look at that first race. He did run a 70 buyer speed figure, and yes, he took them every step of the way. Dylan asked him out of the gate. He's being a little bit coltish, or he's actually a gelding. He's being a little bit tricky out on the track there with Dylan. Asked him out of the gate, and he started getting out a little bit on the turn. And then right here, when he switches leads, he's going to steadily start drifting out. And then pretty late in the race, Anthony, he's going to, the stewards ruled impede the track of the runner-up, and that resulted right there in the disqualification.
Yeah, you know, we look at things, horse players look at things a lot differently. I don't think the second place finisher was ever going by him. I think he stopped his momentum once he came out a little bit, and unfortunately, D. Hopper kept coming. He's a little bit of a head case, much like his namesake in some of his movie roles. I mean, if he comes back with that first effort, I think he'll handle these horses. He's
4-5 on the board. Looks like he's settled nicely now in his warm-up. D. Hoppers, we welcome in the third member of our team, champion jockey Richard Migliore. Richie, what are you seeing from the favorite out there?
Well, he looks great, and I love his warm-up. Really framed up nicely with Dylan Davis, galloped off. I agree with Anthony. I really don't think it affected the outcome last time when D. Hopper came out, and definitely thwarted the momentum of Batuta d'Oro. But that being said, I think he kind of re-engaged and took off when he felt the presence of another horse, and that's the art of race riding, right? Meeting a challenge, putting your horse in a position to feel the presence of another horse, not necessarily take their ground or make body contact, and that's why it's subtle. And lately I see a lot of not so subtle moves, and that's not race riding as far as I'm concerned. Listen, D. Hopper won on debut. He gets a great outside draw, has, you know, the only horse that knows how to find the winner's circle. I prefer others in here. I mean, he looks good. He's not a very big son of Cantheros, kind of a stout, stocky kind of horse, but I think there are a couple others in here that are interesting. The first-time starter, Majestic Michael, he looks terrific. Son of Justify, really favors his sire a great deal. Galloped off beautifully under Kendrick Carmouche. You know, inside post, I think, is a bit problematic. With a first-time starter, it's a small field, and the reason I say it could be problematic, young horses tend to run towards empty space. They're like water. They flow to empty space. There's a lot of space inside a horse breaking from post one, and if they're not 100% clued in or focused, they'll have a tendency to either not break as sharp or break towards that empty space. But he looks great. Anthony Dutrow does a terrific job. I was speaking to him about training horses at Tampa Bay Downs during the winter, a track that I think is very kind and puts a lot of foundation in the horses, and he said he really enjoyed training the horses there, and the horses did very well. The 3, Venge, is going to be my top selection. Good looking son of Gun Runner, gets blinkers, gets a fast track for the first time. Javier Castellano gets back aboard, and I just liked everything I'm seeing from this horse. He checked every box, the way he warmed up, the way he framed up, going back up the chute. I'm really, really impressed with what I'm seeing from him, and he's taking meaningful money for a horse that didn't run particularly well in his second start, although he's taken money in all of his starts. And then the first-time starter from the Jimmy Jerkin barn, Finn's Moment. Ontario bred for Chiefswood Stable. Good steady work tab, looked very sharp in the paddock, framed up, head bowed, kind of really striding around. But also, to be honest, I do think he'll be better and tighter with a race under his belt, guys.
Fair enough, Richie. Thank you. 7-1 on Finn's Moment. Uncle Mo Colt, who will debut that Ontario bred for Jimmy Jerkins. Let's go back over momentarily to the field, but first want to remind everybody you can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown, free to enter handicapping contest that follows the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. Taking a look at the number 6 D Hopper, 3-5 on this one right now. No surprise if the 2 for Chad Brown that he's taking most of the money at a very short short price, crossed the wire first on debut. Phelpsy, his stablemate, that $1 million son of Into Mischief. That one with the pedigree on the bottom side, Anthony Phelpsy. The dam is the sister to Giftlist, who is the dam of Dunbar Road, also trained by Chad. But that horse has just done no running as of yet.
None. None at all. And I wonder if turf is ultimately where he's going to wind up.
The dam was a turf horse.
Dan was a turf horse. He's got that, he's a big, lanky thing, you know what I mean? He just looks like a horse. And ultimately, I think what's going to go hand in hand with that is more distance. I think he's going to need to go maybe a real route of ground. So we'll see if that's ultimately his destiny. But I think the 7/8, we already know D. Hopper can handle the 7/8. He did so with a plum in his debut. So I made a 6-3 exactor in here. 5-1 on Venge. Venge and Majestic Michael keep alternating for second choice in here. The exacta's paying, they're both paying $6 for $1. So
Richie liked what he saw from Venge on the racetrack. Some good notes on that son of Gunrunner, as this one will look to get back on track after he did take some money in both of his starts. The blinkers going on today too, and seemed to have a lovely warm-up out on the racetrack. The number 1, Majestic Michael, also 5-1. As Richie touched on, Tony Dutrow kept a string down at Tampa. He debuted quite a few horses down at Tampa too, particularly the turf horses. And it looked like that was kind of a spot that he used to get the first start under their belts. And I'm sure that we'll see a lot of those horses coming back here in New York soon. And looking forward to that, as I got a chance to spend quite a bit of time down at Tampa Bay Downs this winter. And it really is a great track, especially to leg horses up over the winter.
we highlighted some of the racing on this program from Tampa. You spent some time there, like you said. Richie talked about it. You can get a lot of good experience and foundation over the dirt. That turf course is one of the best turf courses in the country. It's been for a very long time. Very long time.
Horsemen love the opportunity to race there, to train there. Majestic Michael was training down at Tampa. Looks like there might have been an idea to debut him there too, as he started training actually last year as a 2-year-old. Did not race as a 2-year-old, went down to Tampa, coming back to start his 3-year-old season, trained there, but opting to come and debut here, as he was being just a little tricky, but gets into the gate now. There goes Alternate Reality, who will cut back in distance. 1-2 on D. Hopper to the outside as we kick off today's early pick 5. Chris Griffin standing by at the call. Race 1 at Aqueduct.
Finn's Moment, 2 out. Phelpsy. Finn's Moment just hesitates. Goes back in. Still working with the 4, Finn's Moment. Phelpsy and D. Hopper. Is in. All set. And they're off. Awkward start for Phelpsy at the back of the field. Finn's Moment has early speed, and at the rail it's Majestic Michael. Majestic Michael takes it right to Finn's Moment. They're head and head as they come out of the chute. Now Finn's Moment, will assert, is up by a half length. Call it a full length with Majestic Michael, who will take back in second. Then comes D. Hopper, who's in third. It's another 2.5 lengths back to Venge, just towards the back end of the field with Alternate Reality. And after the start, Phelpsy is the trailer. They work up the backstretch in the opener. Finn's Moment is all alone. It's Finn's Moment, who went 22-4, is up by 3. Majestic Michael is trying to move forward at 2-5. D. Hopper is stalking right off of that runner, is in the third spot as they start to move closer to this leader. It's another 5. Back to Venge. Alternate Reality is starting a rally from the back of the pack, and Phelpsy is the trailer. Finn's Moment is still in front. Majestic Michael is ready to confront, and D. Hopper is sitting just off of that. It's Majestic Michael who's a neck in front. Here comes a run from D Hopper and Dylan Davis. They move closer, and D Hopper wants the lead. It's D Hopper with a quarter-mile left to go, reaches the top of the stretch, 46.3 for that half-mile time. But here comes Alternate Reality. Alternate Reality's got momentum out in the center of the racetrack, and Alternate Reality is on the grandstand side. It is pushed on by. The favorite has been passed. It's Alternate Reality who kicks clear, is up by 2 lengths now. Down to the inside, it's Majestic Michael trying to come back. A late rally here from Phelpsy. Alternate Reality is 2 lengths clear. Alternate Reality, the longest shot on the board, wins the opener. Alternate Reality gets it over Majestic Michael. Then came Phelpsy and D Hopper in 1 minute, 26 seconds flat.
16-1 on Alternate Reality, cutting back in distance and certainly had plenty of stamina. Nice win for jockey Jackie Davis, as your favorite, Anthony, D Hopper, looked like he was poised to make a run, but just did not have it late in the stretch.
Outrun early by the 2 firsters, Majestic Michael and Finn's Moment. Finn's Moment really blasted out of the gate. 22-4, almost 23, 46-4. Couldn't keep up with the firsters early. Looked like he was perfectly in the offing under Dylan Davis. This horse had nothing off of the far turn. Easily passed by Alternate Reality. A nice re-rally by Majestic Michael. Alternate Reality and Jackie Davis. She's won a few races here this winter, just flying, just coming from well off the pace. And Jackie times the move nicely, gets the job done. Trying to check on my Naira Bets account. 2-5 when all was said and done on D Hopper. No real show jump here. $32,000 place pool, $14,000 a place, $28,000 show pool, $16,000 a show. So no big jumps for D Hopper, even though he was your 2-5 favorite in the win pool.
2-1-5-6, longest shot on the board. 16-1 on Alternate Reality to get the win in the opener at Aqueduct. Will things be just as crazy from the opener at Oaklawn Park? Will the favorite get the job done? There's a look at the favorite, number 5, Landslid, 2-1 right now on the board. First off the claim from Scott Becker. We'll talk more about her and the rest of the field after this.
Want me to tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000, 50, and never gonna 50, $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000, 50, and never gonna 50, 50, and never gonna 50. We're $1,950,000, and $1,950,000, $2 million quickly, $2 million, $2 million, $2 million, $2 million. Hold on, $2 million, $2 million, 50, all through, and I have boom. Thank you both. $2 million. Rogers way. Good luck.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at naira.com/crosscountry.
Talent. Standing at Gainesway. This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Taking a look at Oaklawn Park as we get ready for the opener there. We welcome in Lafitte Pinkai and Paul LaDuca live with us. Guys, we know when the whole team is out at Oaklawn, it means it's a big weekend coming up after we saw that showdown last week in the Apple Blossom.
And that was unbelievable. Acacia, we had such a good time last weekend with axe throwing, Maggie started the show in her hotel room, like in a robe. We got blown off the set moments after the Apple Blossom, Paul. And this is kind of the male equivalent of the Apple Blossom, most prestigious race for older horses at Oaklawn Park. And in this division, room at the top. Flightline retired. Teba disappointing in his first start this year. And Saudi Arabia, a chance for one of these older horses to make a statement tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, it really is, Lafitte. And $1 million on the line, too, as well. So a very good field. Only a field of 7, but I think a very compact field and a very competitive field. You know, when you look at Last Samurai, you could argue, you know, some people might think he could be the leader in the division going in. You know, for Mr. Lucas, he's been very, very good in his 2 starts here at Oaklawn Park. Classic Causeway, trying to throw his hat back in the ring on the dirt, Lafitte. And then I think a lot of people are wondering what's going to happen with Charge It. Is he going to be able to pass that 2-turn test? But this was the last time in the Essex where Classic Causeway had everything, you know, his own way on the front end, but just the long, big strides of Last Samurai were just too much.
Yeah, but much more on Charge It in a moment, who's the actual favorite. America's Best Racing's Race of the Week, Classic Causeway. He runs well. No shame in losing to Last Samurai. For Classic Causeway, though, a stiffer test, stiffer competition. The table was set for him last time, and like you said, Last Samurai runs him down in deep stretch. And Last Samurai now trying to become the first back-to-back winner of the Oaklawn Handicap since back in the 60s, Paul.
Unbelievable. It would be an unbelievable feat. I mean, listen, and let's not talk. Let's talk even more about the trainer here in T. Wayne Lucas at his age, able to just completely just get these horses right and ready. This whole meet, his horse has been running great. Even Secret Oath and the loss in the Apple Blossom was dynamite.
Big part of the story last year when Last Samurai won. His owner was here, Willis Horton. He passed last fall, sorely missed. A feature tomorrow you won't want to miss on Willis Horton on tomorrow's broadcast. So Last Samurai, who is the second choice in the wagering, trying to go back-to-back. Again, long time since any horse has gone back-to-back in the Oaklawn Handicap. But he's not the favorite. That distinction belongs to Charge It, as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale. She's with us trackside. No, not in her hotel room. All right, so working much better this time, Maggie. Charge It coming in, and an equipment change for tomorrow's Oaklawn Handicap.
That's right, Lafitte. Charge It will finally apply blinkers. As his Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher has said, they thought about it after the Florida Derby, but to make a change like that heading into the Kentucky Derby, well, sometimes that's quote-unquote trainer suicide. You don't want to change too much heading in to the biggest test for 3-year-olds, but then he came back and had that blowout and biggest performance of his career in the Dwyer. So they weren't going to change it after that, but after being a bit disappointed in the Gulfstream Park Mile, they've ultimately decided to put the blinkers on. And Todd has said that he is working well with them applied. So we'll see, can he kind of break through and show what we saw from him in that Dwyer, what was almost a year ago as a 3-year-old. But Lafitte, he's not the only one making an equipment change this coming Saturday.
Proxy. Maggie, with the cheek pieces, right? Proxy, who's 4-1. He was second in the Santa Anita Handicap. What are the cheek pieces all about? What is this expected to accomplish?
Yeah, he's one of a Grade 1 winners as well in this field, Lafitte. And Mike Stidham, his trainer, while he has worn blinkers in the past, said that the cheek pieces, which are often used more in Europe, now they're that fleece piece that is applied to kind of the head stall of the bridle, as you're seeing on your screen, and they just act as a cheater blinker, and it's just to keep the focus forward. So horses can't see behind them. Remember, they have much more of a broad peripheral vision than what we do, and so therefore they can't see the horses behind them. They also can't see the rider, and Mike Stidham feels as though this has really brought out a better Proxy, at least what he's shown in the morning. So cheek pieces on for Proxy, blinkers on for Charge It.
Mike Stidham knows what he's doing, shipping to Oaklawn. In the 20 races he has won here, 10 of them have been stakes victories. He says, we've just been lucky. I think it's a little bit more than that. Mike Stidham, very fine trainer. And that's another, you mentioned the depth of the field, going back to that big cap, Stiletto Boy. And Proxy ran 1-2 that day. They're going head-to-head once again tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, it was a tremendous finish in the big cap. Stiletto Boy is just going to get the best of Proxy here late. And the race kind of broke down a little bit, although Stiletto Boy was a little bit more up on the pace. You can see Proxy starting to launch from way out of it. What you can take out of this race? Well, Joel Rosario will be aboard, and he has been aboard this Son of Tappet, being a Proxy. And Stiletto Boy, Kent DeSormo, got aboard last time and pulled off his magic. I think the one thing you look at, Lafitte, is Stiletto Boy has experience here at Oaklawn with 4 races, has not missed the board, where Proxy has not raced here. So maybe that's a little bit of an advantage in Stiletto Boy, but horses from California that come out here usually come out firing.
An exciting race, the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap. You'll see it right here on America's Day at the Races, the America's Best Racings. Race of the Week, $1 million purse, older horses tomorrow evening. Meanwhile, the Friday program, horses on the track moments ago, $20,000 claimer, non-winners to lifetime, all for sale, all won for something. It's like the first after the claim invitational. Maybe the Steve Asmussen record breaker as well. More on that in a moment. There's expensive liaison first after the claim, Carl Broberg.
Yeah, blinkers go on this filly that drops in class.
Abby the Bulldog first after the claim, Tammy Hornsby.
This one goes up in class, 1 for 12 lifetime. Tammy does a really good job off the claim, about 17%.
Otto Strada, Steve Asmussen, 866 career wins at Oaklawn. One more, and he ties Bob Holthus for Oaklawn's all-time record.
Well, it seems like his son Keith gets on a lot of live ones, but this one's got to go way back in some dirt for him.
Alita, 6-1, then the favorite at 2-1, Landslid.
Yeah, this one off the claim for Scott Becker, 1 for 21, though, lifetime.
Santangelo, number 6. You ever play with FP?
Yes, I did. I played with FP at Santangelo, actually with the Dodgers. I think this horse got a big shot on the drop in class.
Mr. Utility.
Yes, he was.
Windy Bay towards the outside. Graduated in her latest by a nose, 3-1.
Can't forget those Montreal Expos. That's who FP got drafted by. And Windy Bay, this is the horse I liked last time. And I'm not lying to you, Lafitte. I don't know how she won that race, but she hung on by a whisper. But she might be controlling speed again today.
Little windy out here this afternoon as they warm up for the opener. Looking at Landslid, her most recent. This was right here, Rebel Weekend in the mud. And you're going to see the gray Landslid here. And up front, Paulie battling, but there's danger eventually lurking on the rail.
Yeah, this is the issue at Landslid, because when you look at her races, she's 1 for 21 lifetime, and she looks like she's home. She's done this a couple times. You look way back, she's had a lead where she's gotten past. I think she just gets lost on the front end. She hits the front, sort of looks around, and the 2's going to sneak up on the rail and just beat her to the wire. Now she starts competing again when she sees that other horse. We call these kind of horses kind of herd animals. They just like to say hi to their friends.
Not necessarily the alpha. Yes. Not going by when it matters most. Who'd you wind up with?
I went with the 6, Santangelo. I just think on the drop in class that this horse will improve, and you get leading rider Christian Torres.
All right, currently it's 3-1, circling back to Otto Strada. And for Steve Asmussen, for all the records, North America's all-time leading trainer, everything he's accomplished here at Oaklawn Park, all the training titles, has earned more money than any other trainer. You see the numbers, it's staggering. It's like earnings, 50 million plus and counting. No trainer has won more stakes than Steve Asmussen, 101. And what a moment that would be for him to do it in this race with Otto Strada, ridden by Keith Asmussen, his son, of course, sitting on yet another milestone. Maggie, at Oaklawn Park is Steve Asmussen. Can he do it here with an outsider?
She is an outsider, Lafitte, because her dirt form leaves little to be desired. Now, looking at her physically, though, I can't say that she's all turf, and neither does her pedigree suggest that. Honestly, though, she was the one that, watching them walk over, watching her in the paddock, that looked the best. Again, as I well know, it's not a beauty contest, but especially with the horse coming back off a layoff, she looks incredibly fit, happy yet focused, just ready to go out there and do her job. Can she do her job well enough on this main track, I think, is the question. But like I said, does not have the proverbial turf hoof, so I'm slightly optimistic with this long shot. Moving on to your favorite, though, at 9-5, Landslid. First off the claim here, she's one that I actually remember from back when she debuted as a 2-year-old, in which that was in New York. She has grown quite nicely now, 2 years later, as a 4-year-old, filled out, done everything that you would hope a horse would do in the time span. She's fine. She can win here. I'm not going to be surprised. The front wraps do stay on for the new connections. But as Paul said, when you're kind of that herd-bound animal that doesn't show dominance, you're not going to rack up that many wins. And while I think Paulie's horse is very likely here, number 6, Santangelo, I thought number 7 made a bit of sense. When you win a maiden 40, you drop. You're ultimately, once you break your maiden and a maiden claimer, you're worth about half of that. And that's exactly what they're doing here with Windy Bay, second off the claim for Sibi Contreras, who is hitting at a higher percentage this year. And I just love this filly's overall presence. She warmed up very sweetly, just kind of bouncing over the racetrack, framed herself up well. I thought she was one that could pose an outside threat. Lafitte?
Now, race shape with Windy Bay, Paul. Maggie's top selection. She wired the field for her first career win. And I mean, in control, dictating with a cushion, front running every step of the way.
Yeah, I liked her that day. She actually went very fast early. I thought Francisco Arrieta did a good job slowing her down in the integral fractions of that race. So he's going to have to do the same, but she might get away from this group, although this is a better group than she faced last time.
On the outside, Windy Bay. Can she go back-to-back? Can Steve Asmussen register an 867th career win at Oaklawn that would tie Bob Holthus? It's post time for the opener. First of 9 from Oaklawn Park.
Windy Bay moves in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Abby the Bulldog slow to get going. Autostrada takes the early lead. Windy Bay to the outside is moving into a contentious second. Then Alita, the very light gray, is racing in third. Back to the inside, Expensive Liaison fourth. Landslid is settling just off the rail, racing in fifth. And then comes Santangelo and a 3.5 length break to Abby the Bulldog. They turn on to the backstretch. Keith Asmussen and Autostrada lead the way by a length to Windy Bay. Alita on the inside. And then comes Expensive Liaison. She's a path or two off the rail, racing in fourth. And farther out comes Landslid, caught a little wide up the backstretch, but in the clear in fifth. And a length and a half clear of Santangelo, who's racing in the pink, and 6 lengths off the lead. And Abby the Bulldog trails as they approach the half-mile marker. And now it's Windy Bay up on the outside to challenge Autostrada. 2 lengths then to Alita, and up outside of her is Expensive Liaison. And then it's a 2.5 length break, and Landslid has been pretty much on hold throughout, and she is still sitting in the 5th spot. Santangelo is yet to make any sort of a bid, and inside of her is Abby the Bulldog as they come to the final quarter mile. Still match racing up front here. Windy Bay on the outside of Autostrada. 2 lengths then to Expensive Liaison. Then Alita still waiting for a rally from Landslid. She is up on the outside. She is now starting to respond for Arrieta. Both Expensive Liaison and Landslid are gaining on Windy Bay. Then Autostrada down on the inside. Final 16th. Landslid has kicked it in now. And Landslid is going to take over. Expensive Liaison winds up 3 parts of a length back in second. Autostrada third. And Windy Bay fourth.
Think she heard us, Paul?
Yeah, right.
It's like, I don't like to do what? I don't like to pass horses, what? Landslid unleashing a furious late rally, 7-5. Francisco Arrieta timing this one just right.
I think that's the key word. This is a mare that just needs it to be timed right. You're right. And Francisco did a perfect job of producing her at the right time. Everybody else was kind of just spinning their wheels. In the 6th, Santangelo was not making up any ground. Expecting Liaison with the blinkers on. I thought ran a bang-up race here at 7-1, but public got it right. It was only a matter of time before Landslid got that second win.
Landslid, 5-1, photo for third. Francisco Arrieta the win. Some live stakes mounts tomorrow afternoon at Oaklawn Park. Meantime, back in New York, Aqueduct. Time for the early pick 4, race number 2. Horses in the paddock. The entry looks tough. 2 for 1. You're getting 3-5 for trainer Chad Brown. That's next on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Glad to have you with us as we're getting right into the post parade for race 2 at Aqueduct. The entry, a short price favorite, kicking things off with Arena, the German bred.
Blinkers come off for the first time since she broke her maiden over in her native Germany. First start in the U.S. was not very good over at Gulfstream Park.
Here's the Irish bred Yukata, who makes her first start stateside.
She was last seen. She was in a French Oak. She gets Lasix for her debut. Manny Franco, along, just about 10-month layoff.
The number 2, Bramble Bay, will break from the rail.
Yeah, she hasn't raced since January down at Gulfstream Park, so just about a 3-month break for her. Her one race at Aqueduct almost resulted in a win, where she got beat just a whisker back in October.
Number 4 is next in the post parade. It looks like Canisi, first start of her 4-year-old season.
She could be in front in here. Javier Castellano's ridden her in all 6 of her starts. Her best race to date for me, anyway, was the gate-to-wire win last time against the Allowance Company in July at Saratoga.
Here's the 5, Wonka.
Wonka could be forward as well. She didn't run very well in her last 2, but she got the job done against Lesser back in January at Gulfstream Park.
And somewhere out there is the number 3, Toned Up.
Where's my girl? For those of you who don't know, not familiar, I am the racing manager for Edgar Bea. I don't know where she is.
I know she's there. We saw her in the paddock.
That's not her.
I don't think she was on the post parade. But anyway, here's the number 4, Canisi.
There's Canisi.
Making the first start of her 4-year-old season. She did wire the field in July when she had that allowance win at Saratoga. After that, facing the risk-averse stakes company, Javier Castellano said after that race that a mile and the tight turns at Saratoga was just not good for her. She's a really big, long striding type of filly, and this was before they added the shadow roll on her too. She's in the front there, and then tried longer in the Jockey Club Oaks. She was wide throughout in the Sands Point, trying to get back on track back this year.
Yeah, there's no speed in here, Acacia. Maybe Wonka goes from the outside draw, maybe Bramble Bay from the rail. I mean, if I'm Javier, I'm just coming at it there aggressively. Now, this is the outer turf here at the Big A.
There's your girl.
There's my girl.
There's Toned Up.
Her face is a carbon copy of her father. It's amazing.
She's got the tonalist markings.
Oh, my God. It's unbelievable.
I always felt bad when tonalist wore the blinkers because he had the coolest markings.
He's unbelievable. Yeah. But there she is. We missed her in the post parade. First time, we claimed her back in February. Ran her once on the dirt. First time turf for Amira Shashakli. We'll see what she can do today. She's affected greatly by no pace in here. Longest shot on the board, and she should be.
Well, coming up on Sunday, we will have the 5th annual Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund Telethon in conjunction with FanDuel TV, Keeneland, Santa Anita, and the New York Racing Association. Hope that you will be part of that. You'll see Hall of Fame riders Sandy Hawley, Chris McCarron, Mike Smith, John Velasquez, and many others raising money for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund presented by Lanes End. A very worthy cause. Richie, as we bring you into this conversation, always so important to look after our riders.
Yeah, and I'm always very proud of the riders that really step up and help their fellow riders that have had life-altering injuries and have daily challenges that most of us fortunately don't have to deal with. And anybody that's a fan of racing and a fan of jockeys, I certainly appreciate all of your help and all of your generous donations to make these people's lives as comfortable as possible. And just being a rider is a dangerous job. It's an acknowledged danger and risk that everybody goes in with their eyes wide open, but fortunately, most of us, myself included, maybe have to retire, but again, not suffering those life-altering type injuries. So again, very proud of the riders that step up for their fellow riders. Let's talk horses here, guys. Obviously, the entry taking all the money for Chad Brown. Arena just looks fantastic. I think she looks very fit. I was talking with Chad about the blinkers off, and he said she came to him, had been running with blinkers, so he didn't feel the need to change anything, but he really didn't feel like she needed them, so he took them off. Wasn't really sure that she handled the Gulfstream Park turf course which is quite a bit different than the turf courses here in New York. We have actually a lot more grass, a lot more, lush kind of ground where they're going to, kind of get a toe on it. Gulfstream, they kind of run over the top of it. It's very loose, a completely different kind of course. I think she's going to rebound. She's going to be my top selection. Yukata, really pretty daughter of Galileo. She was 11-1 in the Prix Diane, which is, the biggest race for fillies and mares, Grade 1 in France. And, Chad said she really kind of picked it up her last couple works, jumping in the bridle, training with enthusiasm. This is a very formidable entry. I have a hard time seeing past them for the win candidate. The 4 Canisi looks very fit coming off the bench for Christophe Coman. And I talked to Christophe. He said he maybe doesn't have her cranked up as much mentally, but physically she's very fit for this, but a good place to get her started. And the 2, Bramble Bay, I think she looks outstanding. To me, from post 1, if I'm Dylan Davis, you got to come catch me. She's shown enough speed to be in the fray, sprinting on the turf. And this course has been playing somewhat glib. At least if I'm on the 2, I'm going to the lead and going to make you run where I've already been.
Fair enough, Richie. Thank you. Bramble Bay does it the inside post with Dylan Davis aboard as this 7-year-old mare. Last time out, she was actually up close and seemed like kind of everybody wanted to be forward in that most recent Gulfstream race. And Tyler Gaffalione rode her that day, kind of took her back and took a hold as a result. And then she had no room to run.
I love Richie, but it's unfair. It's not even fair to ask Richie about a pace scenario because he'd look at this race, he'd look at my mare toned up, and he'd try to put her on the lead in here because there's just no real speed in here.
Yeah.
Even when Canisi went to the lead, they went 50.
Right.
Allowance fillies aren't supposed to go 50 at Saratoga. I mean, really. But that's the way this race kind of shakes out. Now, you could. It's like it's the old adage, right? There's no speed in the race, and then 3 of them are battling for the lead because everybody has the same idea, right? Dylan will have I'm drawn inside, and there's nobody going to go in the lead here. Javier will have the idea on Canisi and say, well, I stole one on the front end up in Saratoga. Why can't I steal this? My first time back against allowance fillies. And then Junior Alvarado on Wonka will say the same thing. Now, the weird thing is this. They're not the 3 most aggressive riders in the world on these fillies either. It's not like Kendrick Carmouche is on one of these fillies saying, come get me, boys.
We'll see how things do shake out. There's Junior Alvarado with Wonka. As it should be mentioned, she and Bramble Bay both ran, or I should say, excuse me, she and Arena, the plain one, both ran in that Traffic Song race. Traffic Song, who was one of 3 wins on the day for Jimmy Toner. She wired the field and was always comfortable on the front end, so they were kind of up against it on that Gulfstream turf course. Wanted to talk about the 1A, Yukata, as Richie touched on, running in the Prix de Diane at Chantilly last time out. She was pretty keen. She was pulling. She never looked comfortable. And to me, watching that race and watching her races in France, Anthony, she looked like the type of filly that might benefit from getting Lasix.
Oh, there you go. I'll take your word on it. And give me that one more time. How do I say that? Chantilly?
Chantilly.
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 The double L plus the Y. Chantilly.
Chantilly. All right. Well, that's how I'm saying it from now on. You're my French expert.
Got a chance to go there.
You're my French expert now.
Got a chance to go there, which was pretty cool. It was cold when I was there. It's not like the Parisian in June. I am always cold, but went with my husband's uncle, Nicolas Clement, trainer in Chantilly. Got a chance to watch some races there.
What about Deauville? How do you say the other one? Deauville?
Deauville.
Deauville.
Because there's an E at the end.
Chantilly and Deauville.
Correct.
All right. Now I got the French in my mouth. There we go.
Canisi, for a French trainer, Christophe Coman, looking for her first start of the year, goes in. There's the other part of the entry, Yukata. Fun second race coming up on the turf. We'll see how it shakes out with that pace. Chris Griffin has the call.
Wonka's in. All set. And they're off. Slow start for Toned Up at the back end of the field. A fast start for Keeneland, who's right out to the front. It's Keeneland who will take him into that first turn and immediately taps on the brakes, tries to slow down the tempo. It's Bramble Bay who moves through at the inside, is going to challenge for the second spot, but Wonka's holding that position, and in between horses there was Yukata, got shuffled back a touch, is back and forth. Then comes Arena, who's in the 5th position, another 2.5 lengths back to the slow starting Toned Up, who's the trailer. It's an easy lead for Keeneland, and Keeneland will take him to the back stretches up by 3/4 of a length. Right to the outside is Wonka, who's stalking from second, 24, and 3 was the opening quarter mile. At the rail, it's saving ground, it's Bramble Bay. Yukata is out in the center of the course. Tight hold there for Manny Franco is in the 4th position, is followed by Arena down to the inside, who's in 5th. Now 2 back to the trailer. Toned Up as they work up the backstretch. Keeneland at 5-2 is clear. It's Keeneland up by a full length. Wonka is still right there from second, and at the rail is Bramble Bay just waiting for room. 49-4 for that easy half-mile time. Keeneland is in charge. It's Keeneland who will move into the far turn. Wonka starts to move closer, so does Bramble Bay. Yukata is just doing it on her own, is traveling out here 4 wide, is coming after the leaders, and following that move is going to be Arena from 5th. At the back gets Toned Up. Keeneland is the leader, approaching a quarter mile left to go. In between horses, Wonka is called upon, and Yukata is now 3 wide, coming after the leader as well. Bramble Bay is in 4th, and Arena is trying to get rolling from the back with Toned Up. It's Wonka who's in front. Wonka has now taken the lead. Keeneland is trying to come back to the inside. Yukata is trying to run them both down. A furlong left to go. 3 across the course, and Yukata comes calling for the front. Down to the inside, it's Keeneland. Loose late here. Bramble Bay and Arena with a late charge. It is Yukata who's in front. It's Yukata up by a full length. Yukata gets the victory. Tight photo here between Keeneland to the inside of an oncoming Arena. Further back came Bramble Bay and Wonka in 1 minute, 43 seconds flat.
Yukata was ready for her first start in the U.S. and off the layoff after trying the Prix de Diane last time out. She got the right kind of trip today under Manny Franco.
Yeah, she came over from Europe, and you kind of figured that she found the right bunch of horses, that this was going to be a little bit of a stepping stone to bigger and better. And she probably didn't get the job done as impressively as you would have liked, but they're going to pay you the same money for how she won. Entry winds up 1-2, I believe. I think Arena got Keeneland on the money. I don't know.
Think so?
They're going to pay off 1-4 either way.
Right.
But I'm pretty sure she won the photo. I could be wrong.
That was very close for second. No doubt about the winner, the 1A Yukata. Manny Franco did, Javier Castellano did everything right with the 4 Keeneland, sending her right to the lead. And you could see he was intent right at the beginning to get to the front, which is what you had to do. And
he, I'm sorry to cut you off. He
right.
did what he did in Saratoga. He went 24 and 450. I mean, 24.78, 49.94.
She probably wasn't 100% cranked up today. And I remember him telling me, he's like, I really think she's a Belmont filly.
Bigger
she
turns.
loves Belmont Park.
Of course.
Yeah.
Makes
this
sense.
is a stepping stone for her as well.
Yeah.
Yukata, though, well, maybe she didn't pull away and win by daylight, but she hasn't raced since June. And Keeneland did actually just hold on for second, 1A4, 1-2. It looked like Wonka was going to make a run at some point, and then she ended up just fading after that. But Yukata hadn't raced since June, making her first start stateside. There were some things against her here, and like you said, I think for both her and Keeneland, this race is a stepping stone on to the next.
Yeah, on to the next. Good effort from both of them.
1A4, 1-2 in the second at Aqueduct on the turf. We'll bring you prices in a bit and some more live racing to come after this on America's Day at the Races.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile.
Essential Quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential Quality has
Well
won the Belmont Stakes.
named.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes. Won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. In race 2, our first turf race of the day in New York, was a good one. The 1A, I always want to say the number 1A. Yukata making her U.S. debut, gets the job done. First start since June as well, with a nice effort.
Yeah, useful effort, first start in quite a while, and wide, three wide basically throughout occasion, and just probably wants a little bit more ground at some point. Obviously a jumping off point for both her and Canisi. Arena actually ran okay too, coming up getting the third place money in here. But yeah, on to bigger and better, I would imagine, for the first and second place fillies at the very least.
Yukata, who we saw try the Prix de Diane in her most recent start in France. She comes over to the U.S. and moves to the Chad Brown barn. Her half-sibling, Kuramata, who also was in Chad Brown's barn, was a stakes winner, so we know in the family they have success. This one a homebred for Peter Brandt's White Birch Farm, $3.50 winner as the entry runs 1-3. We turn our attention over to race 3, allowance feature on the day from the Big A, 6 furlongs on the main track. Quite a bit of speed signed on here, 8-5 on excellent timing on Dot's Dollar as well. And the big question here, Anthony, is how's the pace going to shake out?
Quickly, I would imagine. There's a lot of speed signed on in here. There's the 1 excellent timing's the need to lead type. The 6 Rotney's the need to lead type. Bezos flies on the front end. He's got an aluminum pad on again, but he has a ton of speed. Yeah, Acacia, there's a lot of speed in here. Dot's Dollar does his best work when he's forward on the lead. Something has to give at some point. And I wonder what that is exactly. The speed. This is one of those races where the speed of the speed is probably going to win this race. Now you have to find out who that is.
We'll talk more about it in a moment, but when I touch on the sequence for a wager that I know a lot of people love, the cross-country pick 5 on Saturday. Always a really fun wager, 50-cent minimum. Begins around 4:44. It is an all-stakes sequence too, which is one of the most fun things and entertaining things about it, beginning with race 8 at Keeneland on Saturday in the Grade 2 Elkhorn. You've got some tried and true veterans in this race going 1.5 miles on the turf. The 9-year-old Channel Maker, the elder statesman. But we'll take a look at value engineering first. The 7-year-old who won the McDermott last time out at a bit of a price as well. Seems like he's found a home going long on the turf in the Mike Maker barn.
Yeah, Mike Maker, there's an old Chad Brown runner. Mike Maker has value engineering now. He's been a model of consistency. You saw the old boy Channel Maker, the multiple Grade 1 winner. John Velasquez, the Hall of Famer, is going to climb aboard him for fellow Hall of Famer Bill Mott. There's a very interesting name on that field sheet, Acacia, and it's House Street. For Georgie Abreu, and he is lightly raced, and he has nowhere near the accomplishments of his rivals, but he is one I am absolutely keeping an eye on. We'll have a ticket up at Naira Bets for that cross-country pick 5. I can guarantee you he will be on that ticket.
Taking a look at the W.L. McKnight at Gulfstream Park as well. This race, usually on Pegasus World Cup Day, was won by Red Knight. Value Engineering was second in that race as well. A couple forces coming out of there, Shoddy, too, but Red Knight also now with Mike Maker, on a horse we know all along has loved going long on the turf.
Yeah, he was an old Bill Mott runner. And you see now, like Value Engineering and Red Knight and Channel Maker kind of handing the baton off to the shorties of the world. You see all these geldings, they kind of just, they hang around for 4 or 5 years.
That's what I love about those distance turf horses, though.
Yeah, I love you get familiar with it, like your old friends. Right? It's like the old New York bred stakes days. And now they're all escaping me now. Carafa and King Creesa and Lubash, these horses do the same thing. And to see Channel Maker still banging around at the age of 8. It's
9 now.
9 now, rather. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Race 9 at Keeneland is the Ben Ali, and that's a mile and 3/16 on the main track at grade 3 as we take a look at the field here. 7-5 on Skippy Longstocking. I got a chance to see him down at Tampa last time out in the Challenger, where he got back on track to win after a disappointing effort in the Pegasus World Cup. But this is a horse who has a lot of talent and is best when he can be a little bit more forwardly placed.
Mile and 3/16, is this new? This was always 9 furlongs, right? They stretched it out now. Yeah, interesting making this a mile and 3/16 now. Yeah, you know, Skippy Longstocking, he's always been a real useful kind of horse. He had a good 3-year-old season.
Hard knocking type.
Hard knocking type, absolutely. Radocchis Jr. going to pick up the mount here, and yeah, he's he's facing a Happy American had a pretty good winter down at the fairgrounds, and now you see Pioneer of Medina, who also had a nice winter at the fairgrounds for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Tyler Gaffleone climbing aboard here. And this was the mine shaft. Yeah. We're going to see what he's going to do. I thought he would be on the lead in the mine shaft. He didn't. He came from off the pace. And from the rail draw, going the mile and 3/16. So I wonder what Tyler does with him. He shows the versatility coming from off the pace in the mine shaft. I wonder if he has to switch tactics a little bit and maybe go to the lead from that rail draw in that Ben Ali tomorrow.
He was second behind Skippy Longstocking in the Harlan's Holiday back in December. We saw him win that mine shaft. He does have some early speed, and we'll see how things play out as he was 6th last time out in the New Orleans Classic behind the Inform West Will Power. Those are some of the exciting races, part of that cross-country Pick 5 sequence, which will kick off tomorrow. Hope you'll be playing. It's a lot of great races together with that all-stakes sequence. As we turn our attention back over today at Oaklawn Park, race 2. It's a maiden claiming for 12,500, 5.5 furlongs on the main track. A couple of horses at 2-1. The number 2, Sweet and Salty, will kick things off, though, in the post parade with Blue Cowgirl.
Yeah, it cuts back from a couple of 2-turn races to the sprints. One of the sprints was okay. This horse just seems overmatched right now.
Currently highlighted as your favorite is the 2, Sweet and Salty. Blinkers on.
Yeah, first off the claim for a barn that hasn't claimed a horse in a couple of years. The blinkers go on. This horse showed speed first time out. Currently a favorite.
Co-favorites, Happy Sita.
Yeah, it drops all the way down from 40 down to the 12.5. Your other 2-1 choice in here. Keith Asmussen climbs aboard for Dad.
She's the big game. Here's the 5.
First off the claim for Tim Dixon. 0 for 20 first off the claim. I don't think this is going to change that stat.
Here's the 6 first off the claim as well, Lunch Lady.
Pair of blinkers go on, drop off the claim, not a good sign.
And there was a jockey change there. Gabriel Saez will be aboard Lunch Lady. Here's the 7, My Moonlight Lady.
Blinkers on, drop in class. I don't think that's a good sign.
Number 8, Canary Nation. Doug Anderson has the call on this one.
Yet to hit the board in 5 starts. Going to need a big-time form reversal.
And second-time starter, Court Costs.
Yeah, this horse didn't take a lot of money first time out. Didn't run particularly well. Gets a rider change to Mitchell Murrell.
That's the field for race 2 as we check in with Paulie.
Okay, so sometimes when you look at these lower
Evan, there were 2 jockey changes
run races, 12,500. You kind of look to the horses that maybe have been in front before, and that's why I landed on the 2 in here, Sweet and Salty, a horse that puts the blinkers on, did show some speed, and had the lead for a little while, was battling most way around the racetrack and just gave way. I thought it was a good effort. Felipe Suiza, like Anthony said, we haven't seen his name on a page in a long time, but he's claimed a couple horses here. He this one run 3rd off a claim, but he had one of his own run a good 2nd, and I think this horse is live. The 4, Tapacita, obviously on the drop. This is a horse, a filly for maiden 40, showed some speed and just gave way and ran 7 at 8. So you would think her speed would be enhanced on the drop. I'm a little bit worried that she drops so quickly. She's actually a nice little bred Calumet farm filly by Mucho Macho Man, excuse me. So, you know, you could take your choices between the 2 and the 4. I think the 4 and the Asmussens are going to take a lot of money, knowing that he's going for the record. So maybe this horse is taking a little bit more money than it looks, at least on paper to me. The 7, My Moonlight Lady, another horse. There's 3 horses in this race that are putting blinkers on. You know, tough draw first time out. You draw a line through that. I thought the last effort at least showed a little bit on the drop. Now it gets the outside draw. Arkansas bred against Open. Sometimes tough to endorse at 5-1. But I'm going to land on Sweet and Salty Acacia. I think this is the horse to beat in here. I think this is the horse to catch in here. And sometimes when you look at these races, I kind of look at who's actually been in front in the race. And the 2 has been in the front in only 1 race. So I'm figuring in her second race, she's going to improve.
I like it, Paul. Thank you. Sweet and Salty. Blinkers going on as well. And I'm a Sweet and Salty fan.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know. You like to put the candy in the popcorn at the movies?
Oh, yeah.
I can't do it.
Yeah.
Can't do it. And I'm a fat guy at heart, and I can't do it.
I love
I'm a fat guy in actuality, but I can't do it. Really.
Like a salted caramel thing?
No, I can't do
Oh,
it.
that's great. I love it that you have like the big chunks of sea salt on top.
Like the whole maple bacon thing? No.
I don't
Give me
eat bacon,
Give me my
but-
bacon. I know you don't.
Yeah.
Give me my bacon. I don't need maple on my bacon. I need bacon.
You're not a chicken and waffles fan then, I gather?
So give me my waffle. I'll have my chicken at night. Give me my waffles in the morning.
Sweet and Salty, though, is 2-1. And she makes sense. Like Paul said, she was in front. Maybe she's just a little bit quicker earlier, and she can run away from this field, especially when you have lower-level horses. That's often a big benefit.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 of the 4 is supposed to win this race. I just think that Sweet and Salty is probably a little vulnerable. A horse like Lunch Lady with the blinkers on, I'm going to take a shot with, I'm going to side with Tapacita, the Asmussen boys.
Tapacita, as Steve Asmussen, his son Keith Asmussen, riding. They've teamed up for quite a few wins together, which has been really fun to watch throughout the winter at Oaklawn Park. Loading in for race 2 at Oaklawn, Jim Byers has the call.
Nation. And the last in is Court Costs. Race 2. They're in the gate. Standing by here. Second at Oaklawn. Looks like Court Costs might be dancing around a little. They're off. Lunch Lady and Sweet and Salty on the inside. Court Costs is racing in third. Tapacita moves to position from the inside in the black and yellow. She's the Big Game is 5th. My Moonlight Lady is 6th. And then comes Blue Cowgirl, struggling a bit toward the back. She was steadied at the inside, and then it's a long way back to Canary Nation around the turn. And it's Lunch Lady with the lead here. Tapacita is right alongside her. It's Lunch Lady and Gabe Saez by ahead. Tapacita is right alongside. Gap of 3 then, and Blue Cowgirl has made up progress from the back. She seems to like it much better toward the outside there as they come for home. Sweet and Salty is 4th right on the inside as they straighten away. Tapacita takes over with 3/16 to go. Tapacita and Keith Asmussen draw clear by 3.5. Blue Cowgirl's running determinedly, but is a distant second. And then comes Lunch Lady, final 16th. This will tie the Oaklawn Training wins record. Steve Asmussen wins 867 as Tapacita takes this one to Blue Cowgirl, Lunch Lady, and Sweet and Salty.
If they have a record, Steve Asmussen will break it. He ties the record for most wins at Oaklawn with Tapacita, and I'm sure very special that he gets to do so with his son Keith in the irons. Terrific ride on this filly from Keith, Anthony.
Yeah, he really gave her a good ride. And you have to. This is why you have to worry about these fillies that have speed and these inexperienced maiden races. So Sweet and Salty came out of there running. And Lunch Lady put the pressure on like you figured she would with the blinker. She was very keen today, and they duked it out very briefly. Keith gave Tapacita a good ride because he was aggressive. He saw that Sweet and Salty backed out of there early. He didn't let Lunch Lady alone. He went and hounded her right away, and he didn't mess around with it. He put it on her, opened up on her, and that was all she wrote.
North America's all-time winningest trainer now ties for the most wins at Oaklawn Park. Steve Asmussen with Tapacita winning race 2. Up next, we have the allowance feature at Aqueduct. Excellent timing. Ran a huge race last time out. He looks to make it 2 in a row. It's going to be a quick pace coming up in race number 3. How will it play out? We'll find out after this.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Our program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Allowance feature coming up at the Big A. Race number 3, 6 furlongs on the main track, and this open first level allowance for 3-year-olds and upward. Excellent timing, 7-5 right now as horses make their way onto the track, and he will kick off the post parade, Anthony.
Career best effort last time when he was able to shake loose in the first quarter mile and gallop away to a 7 1/4 length win. We'll see if he can shake free here. I do not see it happening, Acacia.
Could be a quick pace, a horse that will be from off the pace, if anything. Here's the 2, Pressure.
Is he the one that benefits in here? Second time off the trainer change to Rudy Rodriguez. He didn't do much running last time out, but maybe he inherits this fast pace.
Here's the 4, Bezos.
Aluminum pad on again. He goes to the lead and stops. His last couple of efforts have been not good. He got beat just 3 lengths in the Gravesend, though, back in December.
Dots Dollar also with a big win last time out.
Haven't seen him since October. He was okay last summer, but he's another one. He's a need-to-lead type, and he's just not as fast as some of the other speed in here.
And he does have the tendency to drift a little bit, too. Here's number 6, Rodney.
He's 5 for 8 in his career. All 5 wins have come in gate-to-wire fashion. All 3 losses when he has not gotten to the lead. He was first-time Lasix in the mud last time. Maybe, from the outside draw, he can show a new dimension in rating today. You really want to find out at 2-1.
I actually thought he rated okay last time. It looked to me like he just really needed that race off the layoff. And
I don't disagree.
Maybe it was an experiment to see if they could get him to settle early.
And the other thing is, in the 3 starts he rated 2 of them were on wet tracks, and 1 was on the all-weather at Turfway Park. So you don't know for sure if it's, does he need the lead, or was it circumstance of track condition or surface in the other 2. He's probably not going to have a choice today, because not only is Excellent Timing faster than him, I think for the first 3/8 of a mile, Bezos is faster than him too.
Bezos is a bit of a runoff too.
He's, for that reason, right. He's not naturally faster, but he's just a bit of a runoff. So they're both, in all likelihood, faster than him. He might not have any choice but to rate today.
Here's Excellent Timing's last race, as he did get that 94 Beyer speed figure. Big effort in this performance as he kicks away from the rest of the field. Now he does step up to an open company allowance here after running against restricted New York bred company. As you pointed out earlier, Rotney is kind of in the same boat. Last time was his first time in a long while trying open company as well, both New York breds, and we'll see if Excellent Timing can repeat this last effort.
Yeah, they're Excellent Time. I believe they're both looking. Yeah, they're both looking for their first wins outside of state bred competition.
Taking a look at Rotney, a multiple New York bred stakes winner, as well as we'll take a look at his last, or I should say, his last win at Belmont, which was in the Mike Lee back in May. We also saw him win a New York bred stake up at the Finger Lakes after that too. He hadn't run since June, came back in March last time out. It was his first start against Older. There were a lot of things that you could, I think, be a little forgiving of his most recent effort.
And I don't disagree with you. Definitely needed his last race. Despite this effort at 7 furlongs, he's probably at his best going 6.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot to like.
3-2 now on Rotney. For more on this field, let's check in with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Akesh. You know, it's always interesting when you look at races on paper and you identify who you think the 2 best horses is, and that wasn't hard to do here with the 1 Excellent Timing and the 6 Rotney. And then when you look at them in the paddock, you're hoping that your kind of opinion gets swayed one way or the other. The 2 best looking horses in the race as well. I like the 6 Rotney. If I was going to be riding one horse in this race, that's who I'd want to ride. There's a big solid son of Run Happy, and I do think he's a kind of horse that will always be better for an effort. So he's had a race, kind of get to optimum fitness level, shake off that ring rust. He's well posted. I think Excellent Timing is going to be under pressure, potentially from Bezos, and maybe even Dot Stoller. And of course, listen, Rotney's fast, but it gives Jose Ortiz the opportunity to allow this horse to run up into his hands, run up into the race the right way. He's not forced into anything, and I just think it gives him an opportunity to get more comfortable. He's naturally fast. He's not going to be far away, but he kind of gets run of the race from the outside, and the Butlers breed a good horse, consistently having these New York breds that are competitive and run well. I like Rotney a lot. Looks fantastic on the racetrack, well posted, and I think he gets the run of the race.
All right, Richie, thank you. Rotney, a homebred for Buck Butler, son of Run Happy, looking to get back to the winner's circle. I want to remind everybody you can earn a $15 bonus today by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $75 each at Aqueduct and Keeneland today, and you can get a $15 bonus, win or lose. All you have to do is opt in. We know you're playing anyway, so you might as well get something back with this Naira Bets promo. Visit nairabets.com to opt in today. We'll kick off the pick 4 here, as you touched on, Anthony, a middle pick 4.
Yeah.
On a 9-race card. We love that.
We do.
Even money on Excellent Timing with that big effort last time out. Let's touch quickly on Dot's Dollar. This horse has a lot of speed as well, but we haven't seen him since October. He's first off the claim for Linda Rice. I'm sure, given that he's a dirt sprinter, Linda didn't claim him in October with the intention of not running him again until April.
No, missed a lot of good racing in that time. Eligible for all the allowance races. Yeah, she missed some opportunities this winter, that's for sure. But she'll try and make up for some lost time now. And she finds herself in some spot. You know, this horse is fast.
I know.
This horse is really fast. This horse is really fast, and he's probably the 3rd or 4th speed in here. he finds some spot to come back in.
Not an easy place to return.
For somebody that scratches a lot of horses, too, I would have to imagine that she looked at this field when it came out and said, oof, I'd like to get out of this one if I can, but she stayed in, to her credit. 4 to 5. 4 to 5 now, an excellent timing.
Yeah, very short price.
Very surprised by that.
Did you expect it to be a little bit closer with Rodney? How did you expect things to shake out with the price?
I didn't think anybody would be the way the race shakes out on paper. It's kind of hard to. I think it's kind of hard to gravitate towards anyone here that heavily. I mean, like Richie said, it looks like a 2-horse race, just because they're a little faster on paper and figs wise, but man, 4 to 5. Well, for a horse that, quite frankly, historically, has had a tough time closing the door.
Yeah. I mean, we saw that big win last time out, but that was his first win since March of 2021. It was a year almost to the day. It was March 14th, 2021. 2 years. I'm so sorry. 2 years, because he had that big layoff. It was March of 2021, March 14th, when he won the Damon Runyon. And we didn't see him win again until March 12th, 2023. Excellent timing.
Yeah. Long time between drinks. And that Damon Runyon was at 7 furlongs. It was a long time. And he had so many opportunities. There were so many times where it looked like he had the run of the race, and he did have the run of the race, and he just got run down. The woohoo that's me day was kind of the day where he got separation off the far turn, and hoo-hoo that's me came and got him. And I was very happy that day. I made a good bet on hoo-hoo that's me. But even I couldn't believe it that day. I said to him, I resigned myself at the 3/16 fall. I was like, well, he finally did it. He finally got it. He's going to do it at the hands of my money. But hoo-hoo that's me just kept coming at him.
Let's see how it plays out today. Excellent timing. Maybe that race was a step in the right direction. Maybe that race was a bit of the outlier in his form. Let's see, a 94 Beyer speed figure in his most recent effort. Excellent timing. The New York bred, another New York bred, Rodney, major player to the outside as he makes the second start of his 4-year-old season. Allowance feature coming up at Aqueduct. Pick 4 kicking off here as well. It's going to be a quick one. Chris Griffin has the call.
Bezos has gone in. Here's Dots Dollar. Bezos. Not in quite yet. Bezos still in behind the gate. Rodney to the outside. Is in. All set. And they're off. Good speed to the outside from Dots Dollar. Excellent timing is in the early mix. They're all lining up here. Bezos in between horses, and Rodney is going to be 4 wide. The one taken off the pace is Pressure. It's behind a battling quartet as they work up the backstretch, and they fly early. It's excellent timing at 4 to 5. Is up by a head, and here comes the Pressure from Rodney out in the center of the racetrack. They're now 1-2. Taking off the pace is Dots Dollar. Bezos from off the pace this afternoon is under a drive from 4th, and far back is the trailer Pressure. 21-4 for a pumped up opening quarter mile. It's Rodney with a head in front. Excellent timing is trying to come back to the inside. Right in behind them, Dots Dollar is looming there. It's Dots Dollar in the purple silks is looking for a seam as Rodney is the leader. Dots Dollar is coming right after Rodney as they approach a quarter mile left to go, and excellent timing is going to hug the rail, is back in it for more. It is Rodney at the top of the stretch, 45.48 for that half-mile time. Dots Dollar with the challenge on the grandstand side, and here comes Dylan Davis and Dots Dollar. It's Dots Dollar who's now up by a full length. Rodney is a clear second, far back to excellent timing inside the final 16th. Dots Dollar took off that pace duel, and Dots Dollar gets the victory. It's Dots Dollar over Rodney. Then came excellent timing, Pressure, and Bezos in 1 minute 11.38 seconds.
Dots Dollar with the win, and Linda Rice gets him to the winner's circle. First start since October, and now we know for sure why he stayed in here.
I almost talked myself into an audible in here. I said that when I talked it out loud. People look at me when I talk to myself out loud sometimes, Acacia. But you were here with me, and so were all the fine folks at home. Why didn't Linda, when she saw all of the speed, missing all of the time, with this horse as fast as he is, scratch this horse, and this horse was going to have to rate today at some point. He did so very successfully. They flew early, and he just was not fast enough, but it didn't matter. He was fast enough late. That's when it counted. A 4-length win, drawing away from the rest of them. Nice effort here off the layoff.
And it looked like at the beginning of his career when Tom Morley had him, he'd figured out the key with this horse, and that putting him on the lead seemed to get the job done.
That's
and
the problem.
now it's like the exact opposite. Interesting to see how he rated pretty nicely. There was some speed early as anticipated, but Dots Dollar pulling away from Rodney, who seemed to be traveling pretty comfortably throughout the race. 5-6, 1-2 in race 3 at Aqueduct. Dots Dollar, his first start since October, and it's a winning one, pulling away under Dylan Davis. Will bring you prices and more live racing after this on America's Day of the Races.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, now making his mark as a sire. With Grade 1 winner Rattle and Roll in his first crop, along with Grade 3 winner Hidden Connection, and stakes winners The Alice Look, and Implicated in his second. With a full book bred last year, there is more quality in the pipeline. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere. Surprise Boss, look at this effort.
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit WarDancerStud.com to book your mayor today.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5. Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we see Dots Dollar and Dylan Davis going into the winner's circle in race 3. Our allowance feature on the day. Dots Dollar, first start off the layoff, a winning one, $9.80 winner.
That's a lot of D's. Dots Dollar, Dylan Davis, down to Richie. A lot of
That
D's.
could have been your hunch bet. Dots Dollar and Dylan Davis. Dylan standing by with Richie.
Dots Dollar, DD, Dylan Davis, DD. Here we go. Dylan, your horse showed good speed, good gate speed, and then things heated up and you kind of eased back out of the duel. I mean, did you feel pretty confident that would work out?
I was just really seeing how the pace would play out. Linda gave me a couple options, whether to just help him out of the gate. If he's there, he's there, but you just don't want to get caught up in too much of a speed duel coming off that layoff. So she gave me, it was great that she gave me some options, but he jumped sharp out of that gate. Almost put me in the backseat for a second, but he was in between, and he was very, very aggressive on the bit hard. And I was able to just sit with him, and then he finally accepted. He was able to come back. He switched off once he sat behind their third. And then Linda had him ready. He was moving well in turning for home, and then he got the job done. Nice.
You know, it seems like the track has been playing a little bit kinder to outside runners, too, so you had to feel pretty good when you got that outside path.
Of course, yeah, going off the first couple races, closing outside. I was happy to make that same trip.
How difficult is it, Dylan, when you're riding a horse for the first time like Dots Dollar? You know, and other than looking at film, you don't have any familiarity to feel comfortable with a horse like that.
Sure, yeah. So I haven't never sat on him in the morning or even in the races. So just going off of film, seeing how Lascano, he likes the lead, but it was a different scenario today because there was a lot more speed that could hurt him. Coming off the layoff, I was happy that Linda told me that I was able to have some options, and that it planned out great. Just doing my best with what I have with the post parade and how he's warming up. He's very aggressive, and just trying to do my best to be the best pilot for him.
Well, he's making all the right moves, and it's nice when your confidence level's high. You can call audibles in the middle of the race, and it worked out well. Nice professional ride from Dylan.
A nice ride indeed, and it paid off. Richie, Dots Dollar, and Dylan Davis get the win in race number 3. As he mentioned, that's all part of it. Sometimes you are not familiar with a horse before the first race, Anthony, and he talked about the post parade and the warm-up, watching, doing his homework prior. That's how you figure out how you're going to react to whatever the horse does.
Yeah, sometimes there's no opportunity to come by in the morning, gallop, workout, whatever the case may be, and all you have to go on is the PPs and film. And, you know, Dylan, you find out maybe you could talk to a former rider, in this instance, Jose Lascano, still out with the broken bone in his right hand. So, you know, maybe you give Jose a call and try and figure things out. But he gave this horse a flawless ride today.
Nice performance from Dots Dollar in race number 3. We turn our attention on to race 4. It's a maiden claiming here at Aqueduct, going a mile on the main track, 3-year-olds and upward. Taking a look at the field, Magical Ways, the number 4 on the drop in class for Bill Mott, is currently your favorite. No surprise there as Junior Alvarado climbs aboard for the first time. Of course, we know there's graded stakes action coming up at Oaklawn this weekend, but there's also the Bathhouse Row on Saturday. A win and you're in for the Preakness Stakes. We'll see if Red Route 1 can punch his route over to Baltimore, Maryland. We'll talk more about his chances and the rest of the field after this.
Anybody going? 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Route 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us. Our program brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anytime, anywhere. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Are you wondering what the Bathhouse Row Stakes is named after? Wonder no more. We got a little hot springs tour the other week from Maggie Wolfendale, and there's plenty to do around there, including check out the bathhouses.
Yeah. They got some bathhouses down in the Rockaways as well, down on the boardwalk. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Very nice.
So I'm familiar. I've seen this blah, pitch and putt down there, so I've seen them as well. A little different down in Oaklawn, though. Those are, they're better kept.
They look very nice.
They do.
Yeah. The Bathhouse Row stake for 3-year-olds. Again, a win and you're into the Preakness Stakes, the second leg of the Triple Crown. Red Route 1 for Steve Asmussen was last seen braking slowly and coming from far off of it in the Arkansas Derby. We're taking a look at his second place finish in the Rebel.
Look at him just all grabbed up in here, nowhere to go here as well. These horses, Acacia, these deep one-run closers, all they do is find trouble for themselves. They get themselves in nothing but trouble. If I was a racehorse, I'd be a deep one-run closer because all I do is find trouble for myself.
Hanging on his left lead.
Pace dependent. I hang on my left lead. I do everything wrong. Just ask everyone. Victory formation, however. The Smarty Jones wins. This was New Year's Day. He was all loosey-goosey on the front end, just galloping along.
Tried to chase the pace from an outer post last time in the Risen Derby and Angel of Empire, but his first 3 races were very good.
And I like the regroup. We're not going to the Derby, right?
I respect that.
Let's figure it out. Let's get him to one of the other classics. Let's get him to the Preakness. This is a nice way to do it. A little bit of a confidence build. I like this horse a lot tomorrow. I like victory formation. I'm not saying he has to win, but I think he has a real good chance to. I like him a lot more than Red Route 1 tomorrow, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, the good thing is when you're Brad Cox, you have plenty of other horses going to the Kentucky Derby. So you can pinpoint the Preakness for a horse like Victory Formation. Back to today at Oaklawn Park. First we'll take a look at the stake schedule this weekend on Saturday, kicking things off with the Valley of the Vapors. So a little bit earlier, of course, the Oaklawn Handicap. The highlight is Lafitte and Paul mentioned, kind of the male equivalent of what we saw with the Apple Blossom last week, and of course the back.
feel like I need to go to the Valley of the Vapors to like get some of my energy back, some of my, just try to like rise like the Phoenix for the Valley of the Vapors.
I like that.
Right?
It's a very intense stake name.
It is, just like try to like and just try and come back.
Let's go to race 3 at Oaklawn. One more laugh went by is your tepid favorite. More on him in a moment. Here's the 2-star pose.
Yeah, got the job done back from maiden 20 at the beginning of the meet. Tried this level last time out, first off the claim.
Midsummer Soiree is next.
Yeah, chips in from the fairgrounds after breaking the maiden 4, maiden 50. This is what you're supposed to do, cut just about in half.
Here's Ship It, a horse that was a reclaim for Steve Asmussen.
Trying to break the record here. Reclaim, Keith aboard. First off a 2.5-month break, just about.
Bit of Honey is the 5.
Also one trying to break it for Steve. Isaac Castillo rides this one. A little bit of moisture in the ground last time. Same kind of racetrack today.
Number 6, Biogenic Babe gets a drop in class.
Yeah, got the job done for the 50. Tried the optional claimer starter allowance last time to no avail. Cuts in half. Back with Christian Torres this time.
Here is Candy Caramel, voided claim last out.
For this level. Lasix the last 3 starts. Front bandages for the last 2. See what happens off the voided claim last time.
And feeling a little fresh on the track, there's Desert Glow.
Back in for a tag for the first time since breaking the maiden back at Canterbury in June on the grass. Haven't seen this horse since September. In fact, this is her first dirt start in 362 days.
That's the field for the 3rd at Oaklawn Park, as we'll check in with Paul LaDuca. Paulie, kind of tepid favorite at 3-1 right now.
Yeah, I thought this was a difficult race because there's so many horses here that want to go to the front end, and I would think the quick of the quick is going to be the inside runner near the filly. One More Laugh from Miguel Silva off the claim for this horse coming in from Fairgrounds, and this horse got some tremendous speed. Now the 4 Ship It, Steve Asmussen won the last race, obviously with his son Keith. I think he's got another big shot here with Ship It, the 4, because when you look at this race, you do have the 1, like I mentioned. One More Laugh. The 3 Midsummer Soiree has some speed. You have the 6 that does have a little bit of speed. Biogenic Babe, who sort of ran a clunker last time. Bit of Honey won off the screen, show him a little bit of speed. So I'm looking for the 4 Ship It to come from a little bit off the pace. And if you look at this mare, she's had a couple races on the form where she sprinted and she ran a nice 3rd, and off the comeback, she ran a nice 2nd. So her 4 races basically, or her last 2 races at least sprinting, she's come from way off the pace. But I think there's going to be a lot of pace to run into. I do think the 1 is the speed of the speed. The other horse in here, Acacia, I thought the 2 could land a nice trip. The worry with the 2, she's a 3-year-old filly, so she gets a little bit of weight on some of her older foes in here. She's got to get out of the gate. She's had gate issues her last 3 times. If she can break sharply, she can land in a pretty nice trip in here, and she does have a little bit of finish. Not in love, as you can see right there on the screen. She has an extended blinker on her right side. Sometimes she'll lug out here and there, but I think maybe being on the rail, maybe David Cabrera could put her in a good spot. So I do think the 2 is great value, but I'm going to go with the Asmussens again for back-to-back wins.
All right, Paul, thank you. Steve Asmussen looking to break the record now for most wins at Oaklawn Park by a trainer. He's got 2 chances in this spot as well. As we're taking a look at the number 7, Candy Caramel, as this one will rematch with Biogenic Babe. They met both, this was 2 starts back for Candy Caramel back in February when this filly broke her maiden. Biogenic Babe would go on to break her maiden in March after that effort.
Yeah, Candy Caramel got the job done nicely here under Ricardo Santana Jr., who, in my opinion, is the best sprint rider in the country. I don't ordinarily buy into that, but this guy just knows how to ride sprint races, man. Unbelievably. The voided claim, obviously, is a baller last time out. Because you also see this horse has had a month or so between races, and you see these bottom-level maiden horses, these maiden claimers. Yeah, the time between bothers me. I tell you what, though, good price. Biogenic Babe's a good price. They're both they're square prices, and they're going to get plenty of pace to run out in here. Acacia, the 5 Bit of Honey, the 1 More Laugh, 3 Midsummer Soiree. A lot of gas in here early on.
Could be a pretty quick pace. 1 More Laugh, your Tepe favorite at 3-1. She broke her maiden last time out. She comes back at the same level with a little bit of a freshening since February when she broke her maiden at Fairgrounds. She comes in here now making her first start at Oaklawn, and as Paul mentioned, breaking from the rail. She's got a lot of early speed, could have some pressure from a couple of others in here. And it seems like just defaulting to her with that big win last time out. Now, she did run her most recent efforts, both at Horseshoe Indy and at the Fairgrounds and all of her dirt races. She's run good by her speed figures, especially compared to what she meets in here, but she is facing winners for the first time.
Winners for the first time, and she has 2 other horses in here that are, I mean, you would think they're equally as fast, and almost have to put some pressure on her.
Paul touched on the number 4, Ship It, who cuts back in distance. First of all, she's a reclaim for Steve Asmussen, which I always pay attention to. And he has 2 runners in here that have complementary running styles. I always find that interesting for a barn as well. You've got Bit of Honey, who has plenty of early speed. And then you have Ship It, who's a come-from-behind closing type of horse, as Steve looks to break the record for most wins by a trainer at Oaklawn.
Are we so sure she wants to sprint Ship It, who just went to co-favoritism at 7-2? That's the problem. That's the problem in here.
She was 10-1 on the morning line. Wow.
Yeah, but people see he's going for the record, keeps riding the horse. That's what that's a little bit of the default here, I think.
The last time she sprinted was in October of 2021 at Keeneland. She finished second that day, distant second, in a non-winners of 2 race. So that was a fine performance. Her only other sprint was on debut, and then immediately every other race in her 12-race career has been going long. So we'll see what she wants to do today, but she will get some pace to run at.
No, she sprinted 2 starts back, Ship It.
Oh, sprinted.
Yeah.
You're right. Yes, you're right. I missed that one.
Yeah, she was okay. But I just don't know how successful she is
I agree.
at it.
I agree. Her lone win came on synthetic in December of 2020. We'll see if Steve Asmussen can break the record. We'll find out here in race 3. Jim Byers has the call.
Ship It is in. Desert Glow being led forward. They're in the gate. And they're off. Off to an excellent start. Good start for One More Laugh on the inside, and Bit of Honey on the extreme outside, and splitting those two is Midsummer Soiree. Midsummer Soiree to the lead, and One More Laugh is going to test her every step on the inside. Bit of Honey is racing in third, followed by Biogenic Babe and Desert Glow. Ship It, placed on the inside with a half mile to go, is only about 3 lengths off the lead. Then a length and a half to Candy Caramel, and Star Pose is trailing the field. They circle that far turn. Midsummer Soiree and One More Laugh, they are head and head, and Bit of Honey sits just outside of them. 3 wide and a big factor. Candy Caramel is lurking. She'll be 4 wide into the stretch. Biogenic Babe and Ship It both need racing room. Star Pose is going to angle out. They straighten away in the upper stretch, and Candy Caramel has gone by them all and begun to draw clear. Nick Juarez not thinking about using the whip at this point. Candy Caramel draws off by some 4 lengths. Biogenic Babe running on well for second, then Ship It. Candy Caramel eased up at the wire. Handy winner here. Over Biogenic Babe, Ship It, and Star Pose.
Candy Caramel, Anthony touched on the fact that she was a square price, and she gets the job done today under Nick Juarez. Much the best in this group, in fact.
Yeah, that voided claim meant nothing last time. She came back ready to roll today. And you know what? One of the reasons the Oaklawn product is so popular is you could look at a race and say, you know what, I think there's going to be a fast pace and there's going to be a speed duel, and it develops. It's amazing. The 1, 3, and 5 all had speed. The 1, 3, and 5 all went to the lead. It's phenomenal. Yeah, Nick was he gave us a fantastic ride. He did a great job, but he was nearly a pilot today. They just went and they went fast in front and pace incinerated, and he just did what he was supposed to do, kept her off the pace and in the clear.
Pulled away from this field. When we come back, we'll turn our attention to race 4 at Aqueduct. There's the heavy favorite, even money on Magical Ways right now as he takes a drop in class, first time in maiden claiming company for Bill Mott. We'll talk more about the 4th from the Big A after this on America's Day at the Races.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey. McKinsey Preservation is Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front.
McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2.
It's McKinsey in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we are back here at Aqueduct, getting ready for race number 4. It's a mile on the main track, a maiden claiming for 3-year-olds and upward. No surprise, Magical Ways is the heavy favorite. We'll meet the rest of the field, though, Anthony. We'll start number 15, be the lucky one for Golden Purchase.
Just one board placing. It was back in January. She finished third. He finished third, beaten 14 lengths. Double-digit defeats on the card, except for one race.
Global Image dropping in class for the first time.
Yeah, 4-horse field, beat just one home. That was on a sloppy seal track. It's fast ground and an extra quarter of a mile today.
First-time starter Peja Du being a little bit green on the racetrack.
Yeah, debuts at a mile. Have to include Betty and Gagetown, a couple of stakes winners.
Actually, a nice pedigree on that one. There's your favorite, Magical Ways.
Yeah, this horse is taking an awful lot of money in here, 6-5. Did very little running in his last 2 starts.
Here's the number 5, Financial Strength.
Yeah, debuted on the turf, dropped in for the 40 on the dirt last time, and did not run 2 steps.
Number 6, Steady Progress, back to the dirt.
Tried the turf last time, just 6 days ago, right back onto the main track where he finished third, 2 starts back.
And Succeed, start number 17 for this one.
Norm Cash brings this one in from the Mid-Atlantic, Mahoning Valley. Have Van will travel for this 4-year-old gelded son of violence. Another flag shot.
That's nice.
It's like the 7th one today, Mitch.
Well, Mitch Levitas is in the truck, so of course. No, he's not? Wow, Danny Klovach now he's taking on the flag shots.
Contagious, I guess.
It's contagious, the flag shots. We love it. 6-5 on Magical Ways, dropping in class for Bill Mott. And this is my racehorse horse as well, it should be noted. Got a good stat, though, on Bill Mott with this kind of drop on the Nairo circuit, maiden special weight to maiden claiming on the dirt. And again, those horses owned by My Racehorse, and we very much appreciate this. The members participating at the betting windows as well, but they often do tend to take a lot of money, maybe even shorter than one might anticipate.
Yeah, I don't like this horse. I'm not a fan of this horse.
Well, it should be noted, too, that he was 4th behind D. Hopper, who ran in the first race. Ran disappointing.
Not good at all.
Not good at all. And, yes, that was a maiden special weight race. This is a maiden 40, but it's worth noting as well. The number 2, Global Image, this horse kind of reared up a bit at the start and hit the gate. Very awkward early on in the race. And this is a horse, as we'll take a look at it.
Can I tell you something, Acacia?
Yes.
I don't like this horse either.
No, I'm with you. He's got a lot to prove as well. You see, and I encourage you to watch the head-on if you can as well. He really kind of leapt up, and he just he didn't seem like he loved the kickback, but he's going to stretch out in distance today. Looks like he's a little bit of still a green colt.
One start, sloppy sealed track, throws his head at the brake. There's no equipment change. There's no gelding. There's no surface switch. Right in for the 40.
Yeah. Let's see what he does today. He's 3-1. Let's check in trackside with Richie for more.
Guys, so I'm going to talk about some of the contenders, and I think there's question marks with all of them. We'll start with the 2, Global Image, who I do think ran, decent enough first time. He's by Liam's map, and I hadn't seen him before. And I came to the paddock. I actually expected to see a taller, kind of scopier, rangier type of horse. He's small. He doesn't have a lot of size to him, not a lot of scope to him. I won't be surprised if he wins, but he's not a typical Liam's map. The 4, Magical Ways, taking a meaningful drop in class, a horse that's certainly run more than fast enough to win. He is by McLean's Music. I'm not convinced a mile is going to be his best friend. The 5, Financial Strength, looks good. Hasn't run very well, but he looks good. And he's a Chad Brown horse, so you would expect him to be well turned out. And that'll bring me to the horse that I'm going to pick, which is the 6, Steady Progress. I think this horse has shown steady progress and improved. His last race was on the turf. I think he's back to the dirt. He wants the mile. And I'm just going to go on what I see from a physical perspective. he kept drawing my attention. And at a big price, I don't have to be right often, but if I'm right, at least I'm going to get paid. And I think there's question marks on all the favorites. Won't be, or the more fancied horses, I should say. Won't be surprised when any of them win, but I'm swinging for the fences with the 6, Steady Progress.
Richie, I like it. Second longest shot on the board, 14-1 with Steady Progress. And this is a horse that does go back to the dirt. Ran a decent race, 2 starts back at a big price. Does come back in just 6 days, but didn't do much running at all in that turf race back on April 15th.
No, he did not. I like the first in here. I like the number 3. Déjà Deux.
There he is. He's not a fan of the pony, I see. Still hasn't linked back up with a pony.
That's fine.
We're taking a quick pause to welcome in our regional network. Stay with us. Race 4 coming up on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Valley Sports Southern California, we're glad to have you with us. Moments away from race 4 at Aqueduct. Acacia Clement and Anthony Stabile here with you in New York. Richie Migliori down reporting with us as well. And we've got the Oaklawn team in play too. Lafitte Finkai, Paula Duca, and Maggie Wolfendale with a big weekend coming up, Anthony. But first things first, race 4 up next at Aqueduct. Magical Ways is the big favorite, taking that drop in class. Your hesitations with this favorite?
Yes. Magical Ways, Global Image as well, the number 2. I am going to try and beat both of them with a first-time starter, a horse that's never run before, the number 3, Déjà Deux, who's a half-brother to a couple of stakes winners, include Betty and Gagetown.
Actually a really nice pedigree on this horse.
Yeah. Always Dreamings are starting to really pick up. 2017 Kentucky Derby winner.
The dam has been quite a good producer. 8 out of her 10 foals to race have been winners, including those 2 stakes winners, as you mentioned. In fact, include Betty, multiple graded stakes winner. She was better going long on the dirt too, which bodes well for this one starting at a mile. Looks like he's walking alongside the pony now. Does debut with blinkers on, was very green when he first stepped onto the racetrack, first time starter. But it's one thing I think that's important to note as well. Early on, it seemed like Rob Atras didn't necessarily have his horses cranked up ready to roll first time out. We've seen him be quite successful, especially recently with first time starters.
Yes. And with maiden claimers, and with horses that debut past a mile, which are things that you wouldn't ordinarily associate with a barn like Rob's. That's, you know, mostly claiming trainer. I think this horse is going to be ready. I think Kendrick being aboard first time out is going to help too. The blinkers, I think this horse is going to be on the front end. How about that?
He had good energy on the racetrack as well. Loading in for race 4, there's your favorite Magical Ways. Pick 6 kicking off here at Aqueduct. Chris Griffin is standing by.
Steady Progress and Succeed. Succeed goes in. All set. And they're off. Good break to the inside here from Global Image is going to be in the early mix, and it's the gray. Global Image in front. Out wider is going to be Steady Progress. Succeed is right there. In between horses, there is Magical Ways. As they get set to come out of the chute, Financial Strength is taken off the pace, is now in the 5th spot. Déjà Deux wants to work to the outside, is way up on the far outside of the racetrack in the trailer. Golden Purchase, pretty tightly bunched there, as the leader is Magical Ways. The favorite is in front. It's Magical Ways, who's up by a neck, way out in the center of the racetrack there with Steady Progress and Succeed. They're going to be 3 and 4 wide. At the rail is Global Image. That's the gray down to the inside, 23 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Financial Strength, Dylan Davis watching this pace up front, is right in behind the leaders. Up on the far outside, here comes the run from Déjà Deux, who's now within 2.5 of the lead. And the trailer, Golden Purchase. They approach, a half mile left to go, 48 and 1 for that half mile time. It's Magical Ways still in front. Magical Ways is doing it nicely so far. Steady Progress is under a drive here from second, starts to inch closer. Succeed is going to be up on the outside. Déjà Deux is following that move with Financial Strength as Global Image starts to back out of it. Golden Purchase has trailed throughout. They're approaching a quarter-mile left to go. Magical Ways is still in front and still in hand. Reaches the top of the stretch, and now Magical Ways gets the cue and kicks for home. It's Magical Ways who's quickly up by 2 lengths. Steady Progress continues to chase from second. Outwider is Succeed in Financial Strength, but Magical Ways is striding clear right now. Succeed is trying to move closer. Magical Ways, Succeed down to these two for a final 16th. It's Magical Ways down towards the inside. Succeed up on the far outside. Magical Ways, Succeed. Magical Ways takes them almost all the way. Magical Ways gets it done over Succeed, Steady Progress, and Financial Strength in 1 minute 40.49 seconds.
Magical Ways and Junior Alvarado put right on the front end, able to take them every step of the way and win as your favorite.
Yeah, gets the job done here in a slowish maiden claiming race. First time in for the tag. 4 to 5. Wow. 4 to 5 when all was said and done. That's a insanely low price on Magical Ways, who gets out of the maiden ranks and start number 5.
Gets the win. Succeed, number 7, closing on the outside. 2 horses that had quite a few chances behind him, but it was Magical Ways who was able to take them every step of the way. The first-time starter, Peja Du, looks like he is not the easiest horse to handle.
No, he was all his head case all over the place.
4, 7, 6, 5 in race 4. Number 4, Magical Ways with the win at Aqueduct. Coming up tomorrow, though, it's a big day at Oaklawn with 3 stakes in the card, including the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap, which is our America's Best Racing Race of the Week. You have a classy group of older horses assembled as we'll take a look at the field here. 8 to 5 on the morning line is the number 7, Charge It. A couple things of note for him. He's obviously a horse that has quite a bit of talent, and he will get a chance to be back at the 2-turn distance, also adding the blinkers for the first time in his career.
Yeah, adding blinkers for $1 million race.
But it is something, Maggie Wolfendale touched on this at the beginning of the show, it's something that Todd Pletcher has toyed with for a while. This is a horse that I remember actually seeing in his first couple of races down at Gulfstream, and I was wondering when they were going to add the blinkers. You see him even here in this allowance back in February. He drifts a little bit. He can be a little bit distracted. He's a great habit. It kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah, not surprising, right? That he's a little bit of a head case, if you will.
A little quirky.
Even when he won the Dwyer, right? Remember he had that little incident going down the backstretch?
Yep.
So
he's displaying it perfectly for us. They're walking along, and he's like, wow, what's going on over there?
Oh, look, another horse.
Yes.
There's hundreds of them back there, buddy. So, yes, we'll see how he reacts to the blinkers. He's the 8 to 5 morning line favorite. As a gamble at that price, that's not a good gamble tomorrow. He's facing a couple of Grade 1 winners.
Nice horses, yeah.
And a horse in Last Samurai who's having a fantastic winter down at Oaklawn Park. He had a pretty good year last year, too, down there, since he's the defending champion of the Oaklawn Handicap. He did it last year for Dallas Stewart. He'll do it this year now for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, and he rides a 2-race win streak into this year's Oaklawn Handicap.
Just shy of $2 million in earnings. The 5-year-old Last Samurai, graduate of OBS sales, as of course the OBS April 2-year-old sale coming up soon. Last Samurai has been really kind of waving the banner and has had longevity on the racetrack too. Back-to-back graded stakes wins, including over Classic Causeway, who set the pace getting back to the dirt in the first start of his year, but Last Samurai able to run him down under Christian Torres.
Yeah, he's been really good this winter. Since getting back to Oaklawn Park, second in the tinsel, he ran well on the Pegasus World Cup Invitational at Gulfstream Park, beating just 7 lengths.
He's a cool horse.
He really is. He really is. And Wayne Lucas has done a great job with him. Christian Torres, and it's perfect 2 for 2 since climbing aboard. He's the meet's leading rider down at Oaklawn Park, and the 3 of them have had a really nice winter. You mentioned Acacia, just shy of $2 million in earnings now for him, and he's really burst onto the scene, onto the older horse, onto the handicap division scene, and we'll see if he can, grab that division by the horns. The first and second place finishers from the Santa Anita Handicap, a Grade 1, Proxy, and the horse that beat him, Stiletto Boy, going to be the 2 Grade 1 winners in that race tomorrow afternoon. So it should be a fun race. It's the ABR race of the week. It's also the race of the week over at Naira Bets. We have a full analysis, a selection, and a play as well.
Classy group of older horses coming up in the Oaklawn Handicap. Looking forward to that race. Will be race number 10 on Saturday in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Back to today. Race 4 is in the books at Aqueduct. It was your favorite, Magical Ways, put on the front end by Junior Alvarado, and that was the right move. This horse, he found his friends today to get to the winner's circle.
He did. Yeah, he absolutely found his friends today, dropping in for the 40,000 and able to kind of boss them around on the front end. When you have a horse that's 0 for 16, I believe that's what Succeed was coming into this, right? 0 for 16 running at you. You have to kind of feel some confidence, and I'm sure that's what Junior Alvarado did when he took a peek back, able to hold sway. Like I said, not the fastest maiden claimer we're going to find at the meet. Source able to get the job done by about a length and a half as your 4 to 5, all of 4 to 5 at 390.
Magical Ways at 4 to 5 over Succeed in Steady Progress. I think Richie was correct, shortening up a little bit the wire, maybe the mile, stretching him a little bit, but so comfortable in the front end. The right ride for Junior Alvarado. When we come back, we'll be back over at Oaklawn Park. Race 4 coming up. Trainer Steve Asmussen sending out, speaking of the devil, who will look to propel Steve on to surpass that record for most wins by a trainer at Oaklawn Park.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Gorgeous scenics from Claiborne here in Hot Springs. Lafitte Pinkai alongside Maggie Wolfendale. Have you called hair and makeup yet? Because this wind isn't like working for either of us.
I asked Mother Nature if she could actually flip the fan around so it's blowing in my face instead of like this.
If anybody could make it work.
I mean, yours is getting some help too. I mean, you got a lot of fluff going on.
That doesn't work for anyone.
Yeah,
that doesn't work.
I like it.
You're better off in the hotel room like you were last week.
Can you send me back there? Producers, please.
We literally blown off the set last week right after the apple blossom. We'll see about the weather tomorrow. No rain in the forecast. That's the best news. But the Oaklawn Handicap, and we'll have riders up in a moment for this upcoming 4th race on the eve of the Oaklawn Handicap. Good maiden race, 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and older. Current favorite, Patton's War. I didn't think we were going to get that 9-2 on the morning line, Maggie.
No. Well, we also saw a scratch of a horse that was going to take a lot of money in number 7, Runaway Jack, who's consistently running high 80 buyer speed figures and would have taken a lot of money, though he was running second in 4 of his 4 starts. So we'll see. Though there's a sentimental horse in here.
There is. My Uncle Leon, number 8, who you saw, as we touched on at the top of the show. It's one of the bigger stories surrounding tomorrow's Oaklawn Handicap. The defending champ is back. Last Samurai, who was owned by Arkansas native Willis Horton, who sadly passed away last fall. And that colt, my Uncle Leon, was named for Willis's brother Leon by Willis's son Kevin, who you'll get to know more on tomorrow's broadcast. Maggie, if there's like a sentimental favorite running anywhere in the country today, it's my Uncle Leon.
It is, and for the Hall of Famer, Dwayne Lucas, as you mentioned, that team will bring Last Samurai, looking for 3 for 3 and back-to-back Oaklawn handicaps. There are those colors, black and white. I feel like the first time we actually worked together, Will Take Charge.
Will Take Charge.
Won the Pennsylvania Derby.
Good memory.
Yeah.
A champion, that Eclipse Award speech from Willis Horton, epic. We'll revisit all of it tomorrow. There's a feature you don't want to miss. Willis Horton and spinning it forward, the future of Horton Racing LLC. His son Kevin, and a chance for Last Samurai to become just the 3rd 2-time Oaklawn Handicap winner. Meantime, post-parade, there's a Shoulda Bought the Bar. I wonder what the story is behind his name.
Instead of the horse. I get it. Because Shoulda Bought the Bar, the horse hasn't made much money yet.
Patents War 2-1.
This one ran so game first time out, looked fantastic for Brad Cox. Question the overall quality of field, though.
More than easy, first time starter, and more than ready.
Yeah, this one, a multiple stakes winner, though, sprinting on the turf. Is this the right surface for this son of More Than Ready?
Macho Striker, Arkansas bred, debut in gelding.
Probably in the wrong condition, needs to find fellow Arky breds.
Hey, Eugene. Second in his debut, with room for improvement. Little green.
Right. So when he was asked with the right-handed crop, he's going to be last year because he's last here because he's a bit of a bad actor with
So
feet.
we'll see him eventually. You saw, speaking of the devil, as the Asmussen watch continues.
I just thought he needed the race last time. He was a little more keyed up in that effort back on April 1st, a lot more relaxed today, which I think is a good sign.
Victory 8-6-7, and Asmussen would be Oaklawn's all-time leading trainer. On the outside, there he is, my Uncle Leon.
Yeah, speaking of Steve Asmussen, Rivet looks to be a promising runner who won that race with a 90 Beyer speed figure in his next. I thought my Uncle Leon might want more ground, though. Blinkers will go on this time.
Try again. Hey, Eugene.
Hey. Like I said, he was acting up in the paddock. They saddled him outside, opted to bring him out last. And like you mentioned, was a bad actor in that first race. Reacted to Isaac Castillo's right-handed crop, lugged in, was able to straighten out, and I think ran well to the wire in earnest behind Rivet.
Field for the 4th. Post time 4 minutes. Another look at my Uncle Leon, David Cabrera in those Horton white colors. Tomorrow it'll be Christian Torres on Last Samurai. And there he is, Willis Horton, brother Leon, the brothers. Again, the influence of my Uncle Leon. Sadly, Willis Horton having passed away last fall. Such a big part of Arkansas racing, and Arkansas native in that Oaklawn Handicap. To see him smiling in the winner's circle, should Last Samurai win tomorrow. Of course, it'll be very sweet for everyone involved, but bittersweet because of the absence.
Yes, he was such a fixture here at the track. You know, even when they weren't in the big races, he was down here getting his picture taken, smiling. I don't think I've ever met somebody that just enjoyed it so much, throughout his life, as much as Willis Horton did. He knew how to just take every moment and every good moment and just really embrace it. And you can't ask for a better owner than what he has been.
And Wayne Lucas, who just lights up when he talks about Willis Horton. Again, you don't want to miss that feature tomorrow before the Oaklawn Handicap. And Kevin Horton, Willis's son, as Horton Racing, the legacy moves forward. We'll see what Last Samurai does, trying to defend his title in the Oaklawn Handicap. Warming up for this 4th, 3 minutes out, maiden 6 furlong dash. And another look at the favorite here, Maggie. And hey, Eugene, 9-5, 3 minutes out.
like I said, I really liked this horse's first effort. He broke well. He sat in a good position. He was sent up to challenge around the turn behind Rivet, who was a gate-to-wire winner that day, and did show greenness in the stretch, but still showed ability as well. Now, I don't love the fact that he was a little bit cantankerous when he walked into the paddock, in the paddock, getting the tack on. He looks as though he's settled down quite nicely for Ricardo Santana today, who is in the irons. I think this horse shows a bit of speed again, and he should be very dangerous because Mike Maker's horses always have the appearance and statistically speaking that they benefit from a start. So he looks ultra fit in his second outing.
As for Steve Asmussen, there's Mike McCarty's More Than Easy, the first-time starter, currently 8-1. Asmussen with a pair in here, also number 6, speaking of the devil. Casey just turned the show on. Steve Asmussen earlier, victory number 866 here at Oaklawn Park, tying Bob Holthus, one more. And for everything else he's achieved in North America, North America's all-time leading trainer, everything he's accomplished here at Oaklawn Park, money won, stakes wins, a zillion training titles, one more win at Oaklawn, and Steve Asmussen will be officially recognized as the all-time leading trainer here at Oaklawn Park.
Is there anything that he's not the all-time leading of?
It's getting to a point where it's difficult to find at certain tracks records that he doesn't hold. And yet watching him celebrate Clariere's Apple Blossom win last Saturday, like watching him win a first-graded stakes win. That was so much fun to watch. As good as the horse race was, to me the lasting image was Asmussen reacting to Clairiere and the bravery she showed in those final 110 yards.
Can I say that that was one of the more challenging assignments that I have had?
How so?
Because they asked, and our very capable cameraman, Chado, to get Steve on camera.
He can be elusive.
Elusive. I mean, it's like America's Most Wanted list when you're trying to find him before a race. So luckily, I'm like, all right, Chado, we got to head down the apron. Luckily, I found Julie and Eric Asmussen, and I said, guys, we got to stalk Steve a little bit. Where is he? And Eric pointed to him. He was sitting on the stairs up at about the 8th pole. Then I get to talking to them, and Chado's shooting something else, and he disappears. I'm like, Eric, where'd he go? He's like, he's up over by the steps there, going down to the tunnel. I thank goodness Eric and Julie were standing there because we would have lost him. But
wonder if Steve knows it was Eric who sold him out.
Sorry, Eric.
If he didn't, then he knows now.
Eric also owning horses too, but it's so refreshing to see a trainer who obviously has won as much as he had still be that excited and proud of a horse, and rightfully so, like Clairiere. And look, he gets excited too for the claiming races as well.
He was walking a horse over a couple of weeks ago, and it wasn't a stakes race. It wasn't necessarily a big race. An incredible horseman. The Asmussen family on the brink of getting another achievement, another milestone, another record, having tied it earlier this afternoon. And as far as, speaking of legendary trainers, for D. Wayne Lucas, we touched on the reasons, a sentimental favorite here in My Uncle Leon there. Another look at David Cabrera in the colors there of Willis Horton Racing, LLC. That heartbreaking, gut-wrenching defeat for Wayne Lucas last week with Secret Oath, and a chance at a 5th Oaklawn Handicap tomorrow afternoon with Last Samurai.
Yes, it would just be, I mean, he is just the legend that never goes away, D. Wayne Lucas. He's having this kind of renaissance too this year. And Last Samurai, he's leading the charge, and Secret Oath as well. What an amazing career he has had, and the fact that he's still relevant, he's still winning these major races, and again, D. Wayne Lucas, the gift that keeps on giving.
4-time winner of the Oaklawn Handicap. Remember, it was Dallas Stewart who was training Last Samurai when Last Samurai won a season ago. You have to go back to the 60s to find the last horse to go back-to-back in the Oaklawn Handicap. We'll have live coverage right here on America's Day at the Races, the Oaklawn Handicap, most prestigious race for older horses at Oaklawn in a division where there's some room at the top. Maggie with Flightline retired, with Taba disappointing overseas in the Saudi Cup earlier this season. Perhaps an opportunity for one of these older horses to take a step forward, make a real statement in the Oaklawn Handicap.
Now, while he might be the second or third choice going into tomorrow's Oaklawn Handicap, there's an argument that why isn't Last Samurai one of the leading horses in the handicap division?
There's room at the top.
There is room at the top, and that's what we're going to see this year. I feel like it's, you know, like an NFL team that just won the Super Bowl. They get the last round draft picks. They're kind of, you know, they lost their star quarterback. You're rebuilding. You're rebuilding this division with such a once-in-a-lifetime or once-in-a-generation horse like Flightline being retired. Then, yeah, you're going to have not a disappointing year, but it's just not going to live up to 2022 with the handicap horses. Lafitte, really quick.
Shoot.
I like Patton's War in here. I know we'll probably have some company up front, and I do question that overall quality of field he comes out of. There's no doubt that Hey Eugene arguably comes out of the better race, but I just love the appearance of Patton's War. He just spoke to me.
2-1 for Steve Asmussen. Numbers 3 and 6 more than easy. And speaking of the devil, victory number 867. Should he strike here, Asmussen would become Oaklawn's all-time leading trainer. Post time for the 4th. All set. Jim Byer standing by.
Stable. And Dwayne Lucas's My Uncle Leon for Horton Racing wrap up the loading. All in line. And they're off. Slow start for Macho Striker. Quick start from between runners for the speedy Patton's War. Hey Eugene is right outside of him. Speaking of the devil in the yellow is racing into third. My Uncle Leon is outside of him. Should have bought the bar is 5th on the inside. Length and a half then to Macho Striker. And More Than Easy is trailing the field. They're at the half-mile marker. And it's Patton's War and Christian Torres with the lead by a neck. And Hey Eugene and Ricardo Santana are right alongside, and then it's a length. And speaking of the devil, in close attendance to the outside for Isaac Castillo, is racing in third, followed 2 back by My Uncle Leon, who's blinkers on today, and then back to the inside. It's Macho Striker. Well back to the other 2 as they swing off the turn. Speaking of the devil, goes to the lead here. Past Hey Eugene and Patton's War on the inside. My Uncle Leon might have a say in it on the outside. Speaking of the devil, has the lead as they come to the final 16th. Hey Eugene digging in on the inside, and Hey Eugene is back up to take over. Hey Eugene impressively here in start number 2. Speaking of the devil, a length and 3/4 back in second. My Uncle Leon was third, Patton's War 4th.
Ricardo Santana says, not yet, Mr. Asmussen, not yet. Speaking of the devil for Asmussen, strikes the front. Isaac Castillo going to work. My Uncle Leon on the outside, but watch Hey Eugene dig in towards the inside and widen at the wire.
Lafitte, this is one of those rare occasions where you say he won the battle, but he also won the war. Usually they're losing the war because he was in a speed duel with Patton's War the entire way around there. He was passed by Speaking of the Devil, like you said, and boom, he comes back and delivers. And Ricardo Santana not getting on as many mounts, but quietly having a very good meet here.
Santana, 8-time Oaklawn riding champ, won the 21 Oaklawn Handicap Silver State. We'll revisit later in the show. Hey Eugene, 3 Diamonds Farm for trainer Mike Maker. Results in just a moment. 9 to 5 at post time. 5-6-8-2 Oaklawn. Heading back to Aqueduct. Race number 5, Acacia, getting closer to post time with this field of 7.
And a nice one at that. Lafitte, 1 1/8 on the main track for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. The number 5, Spiked. No surprise, currently your favorite. But Anthony will meet the rest of the field, kicking things off with the 1 Suspended Campaign.
Goggle comes off Suspended Campaign. She got beat a long way behind Dancing Sophia. She's going to stretch back out to the 2-turn 1 1/8. She's 0 for 4 at this 9-furlong distance.
Last time she tried the distance, she finished 3rd, elevated to 2nd behind Spiked, who we'll get to in a minute. Here's Liam's Kiss stretching out.
Yeah, she's 0 for her last 3, but her 2 starts around 2 turns last winter at Gulfstream Park resulted in a maiden win and a 2nd place finish behind stakes winner Nostalgic.
Know It All Audrey coming out of New York Red Stakes.
I wonder how far she wants to go. I think she's also on going a little backwards as far as the speed figures go.
And Anatolian making her first start this year.
Interesting to see her dirt debut as well. She's been all weather and turf in her career.
Spiked, your favorite?
Yeah, we'll see with her getting back to the 9 furlongs. Mama's got to run one the grade 3 distaff, going 7 furlongs off that effort.
Into Happiness, it went by. Here's a 7 Vegas weekend.
Into Happiness, back to the dirt after a failed turf experiment 13 days ago. Vegas weekend, first off the Kanemachi claim, bumping back up in class.
That's the field for the 5th. We're going 9 furlongs at the Big A. We'll talk more about it after this break. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Whatever you use to predict future stallion success, breathe slowly and gaze at the desert's first great championship race. Curlin won it. So did Street Cry, Arrogate, and now, in a time even faster than Arrogate's, Mystic Guide. The cold hard fact is, after this, he was rated the best horse in the world. Mystic Guide. New to Darley.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
These are the trainers and teachers, the cooks, carpenters, and clockers, grooms and gardeners. These are the hardworking people who show up every day to keep horse racing running across the state. Good-paying jobs that support New York families, along with the thousands of local businesses that depend on Belmont Park. Modernizing Belmont Park would generate $1 billion in economic activity and protect and create thousands of jobs. Albany, create New York jobs. Modernize Belmont Park.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Getting ready for the 5th race on the card, a mile and an 1/8. Pick 5 kicking off here. Favoritism is shifted over to Know-It-All Audrey coming out of those New York bred stakes. For more on this field, though, let's check in trackside with Richie Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And we'll start with the one Suspended Campaign. Gets a good inside draw, very short run to that first turn. Doesn't have to worry about finding position. Is going to be in a ground-saving position. And in a race where only one horse is officially won at the mile and a furlong distance, Suspended Campaign has run some very good races. You have, Spike taking a lot of money, Suspended Campaign a bigger price. And you could make the case 3 back that Suspended Campaign ran as good a race, if maybe not better than Spike when she was impeded late by that rival. But Suspended Campaign looks terrific from a physical perspective and gets a good inside draw with Hall of Famer Javier Castellano. The 3 Know-It-All Audrey is my top selection. Oscar Barrera has been doing great work. He's winning it better than 19% on the year. His horses look good. They're performing well. Now, she's another one that's never even tried this mile and a furlong distance, but looking at her from a physical perspective, she's got the range. She's got the size, the scope. You get Dylan Davis, who's riding well. I think Know-It-All Audrey makes a lot of sense, as the public does too, as she is your favorite. So maybe I'm not giving you any earth-shattering information. The 7 Vegas weekend is the only horse that's officially won going the mile and a furlong. Obviously Spike did, but was disqualified. Vegas weekend is a claim back by the Cantermasis, and she looks terrific. She's got to overcome an outside draw now, and people say, well, post 7, it's not that many horses. Still not a lot of run to that first turn. Figure about 7 seconds until they get into that first turn to find your position and not be caught wide. I'm always of the belief you can't be wide on 2 turns unless you're much the best, and I just don't think anybody in this field is that much the best.
All right, Richie, thank you. We'll see how things do play out. 2-1 now on Know It All Audrey. At the number 5, though, Anthony spiked as she did cross the wire first, going the mile in an eighth. 2 starts back, only to be disqualified. But that being said, she showed she could handle the distance.
Yeah, and I think she's going to get a nice target in the form of Know It All Audrey in here. Maybe even Liam's Kiss. I think she gets a better trip than she's had in the past, and hoping that works to her benefit, just being able to sit off the pace under Manny Franco, get the target, and get like a little bit more of an honest pace to close into today from maybe the sitting second or third.
Your favorite, though, Know It All Audrey, forwardly placed, should be as Dylan Davis looks for another win on the card. I wonder what kind of speed we'll see from Liam's Kiss, too, just so we're inside.
Yeah, she looks a little washy. Know It All Audrey.
Getting a little warm. It is nice and sunny now, too. We'll see if that does show something about Know It All Audrey. There is Spiked, Philly by Unified. Those two at 2-1. Liam's Kiss, though, she was really, I thought, had a very odd trip last time out at Aqueduct, going the mile. She had an outside post. She was wide early. She never got to tuck in. Never really got any cover. Interestingly enough with her, the Dam is the sister to Grade 1 winner Come Dancing. But I think that this filly, though she's not that big, wants to go a little bit longer.
We're going to find out in a couple of minutes. She's going to have 9 furlongs to prove you're right.
Yeah, we'll see how she does. Loading in for race 5 at the Big A, a mile and an eighth on the main track. Chris Griffin has the call.
Vegas weekend.
1 out.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Spiked in between horses. There's Liam's Kiss in the early mix. It's going to be Liam's Kiss. And now Know It All Audrey will take him into that first turn. They are 5 across the racetrack, though. Spiked is in there with Into Happiness. 4 wide, 5 wide is Vegas Weekend. The 2 towards the back, Anatolian, and the trailer, Suspended Campaign. Now alone up front, it's Know It All Audrey. Had to work to get there, but Know It All Audrey is up by 3/4 of a length. In the 3 path, here comes Into Happiness, who's ready to challenge with the red cap. That's Vegas Weekend. Now 3 across the racetrack as they work to the back stretch. Taking off that pace was Liam's Kiss, who's at the rail, is in the 4 spot, is followed by Spiked in the center of the racetrack from 5th. They're 2.5 lengths clear. Now 3 from Anatolian, who's being encouraged to move forward, and Suspended Campaign is at the back. 24 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Know It All Audrey is in front, is back up by 3/4 of a length. Now call it a full length. Back to second is Into Happiness, and at the inside, here comes Liam's Kiss with a rally. Vegas Weekend, still patiently ridden out in the center of the racetrack, is in 4th. Spiked is in behind that, still 5th. Towards the back, it's Anatolian, who starts to move closer, and Suspended Campaign still 6 off the lead with less than a half mile to go. Know It All Audrey slowed things down up front. 50 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Spiked is now in gear, and Spiked is challenging to the inside of Liam's Kiss, but Know It All Audrey carving out those slow fractions, and Know It All Audrey went 1:15 and 1 for 3/4 of a mile. Spiked is now alone in second, moves through to the inside of Liam's Kiss, who's trying to re-rally there from 3rd. Out wider Into Happiness from the back. Suspended Campaign is trying to run on from 5th as they reach the top of the stretch. Know It All Audrey hasn't put it away yet. It's Know It All Audrey. Spiked is making up ground. Here comes Suspended Campaign. It's down towards the inside with Anatolian, who's in for the fight as well. Know It All Audrey is approaching the 16th pole. Strides are shortening. It's Know It All Audrey. Spiked on the grandstand side. Here comes Spiked, who's ready to challenge. Know It All Audrey's trying to gut it out to the inside. Spiked, Know It All Audrey. Spiked. Spiked gets up in time over Know It All Audrey, then Suspended Campaign, and Anatolian in 1 minute 55.37 seconds.
She had to work for it, but she got the job done. Spiked had already shown a proficiency for the distance, and she did it once again, able to run down the pace setter, Know It All Audrey.
Took her every single step of the 9 furlongs, but Know It All Audrey proved me wrong today. She was able to handle the 9 furlongs. Well, just almost the 9 furlongs.
Almost.
Spiked
she ran
was
well.
able to, she really did. Spiked was able to get her very, very late in the game. A perseverant Manny Franco, relentless Manny Franco. Good job by Dylan Davis doling out the speed of Know It All Audrey. 25, 50, almost identical fractions, 115. Literally just kept throwing 25 quarters at them. She was just not able to seal the deal. Spiked gets the job done. She was a little further back than I thought she would be as well.
5.314 in race 5 at Aqueduct. The 1 1/8 miles, a taxing distance sometimes. Spiked had already shown that she could handle it and was able to run down that pace setter. Know-it-all Audrey. Put on the front end by Dylan Davis, did everything right with that runner-up, but just nabbed at the wire. Manny Franco and Spiked to get the win. As that will do it for us up here on the desk, Anthony, and we'll be back tomorrow to do the early show together as well.
Yes, we will. Can't wait.
Looking forward to it. Stay tuned. Andy Serling and Rick Schosberg coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. Rick's first show this year with us here on America's Day at the Races. We've got a lot of more fun things coming up. Stay with us. Our show continues on the other side of this break.
Hello. Yeah, I saw his second first crop leading sire. He's second crop leading sire now. We might have sold him a little early.
Here's Long Range Toddy.
Hello. Yeah, I know he's third crop leading sire. I'm glad we got that clause to buy him back. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see what I can do. Kenny, we've got to take Charge Indy back.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies. and they're doing the blocking and tackling, right, that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
And I don't have a rundown.
Change up here on the set. Andy Serling hosting. Being joined by my good friend Rick Schosberg. Rick, I haven't seen, you haven't been, have you been up here in 2023? I feel like we had you towards the end of the year.
Yeah, no, I think late November, maybe in December, and no, we took the winter off, and here
Not that you're really retired, you probably are working harder than you ever work. But how is not having to get up early in the morning and go to the barns every day?
Yeah, no, it's great. It's exhausting, let me tell you. No, there's a lot going on in the industry that we've taken on with HISA and the TAA and horse retirement and all the stuff that I was doing before. But yeah, I get to sleep a little bit later. But we do have. I'm still out riding in the morning about 3 or 4 times a week on some safety committees and stuff like that.
Sleeping a little later. I'm going to guess that means about 5:30.
Exactly. Yeah, not 3:30.
I got up at 7 today and misbehaved most of the morning because I was grumpy about it. But anyway, we're glad to be here with you guys. We've still got the late pick 4 to come. Got a lot of action at Oaklawn. We've got our team down at Oaklawn as well. Maggie Wolfendale, she's basically moved into Hot Springs this winter. She spent more time there than I think she has at the Big A, but having a good time with the crew down there. Our 8th race today, Stone Creator. She does feel like the controlling speed in this race. Any concern? Now, I don't think speed is bad, but she's got to stay away from the rail.
Yeah, no, we were discussing it before. The rail seems to be very dead here, and there could be a bias. And if you want to stay, in the 3 or 4 path, you might be in a lot better shape. You just got to be careful about getting bogged down inside.
And the good thing about a rider like Kendrick Carmouche, not only because he's a very talented rider, but and I'm not looking, I mean this is a positive because he spends so much time down at parks. He is acutely aware of track biases, especially dead rails. And he even was talking about it, I think, with Maggie earlier in the, last week, and talking about the rail was bad last Friday and staying away from it. So she's supposed to be in front, and it's not a situation where she's supposed to have company outside of her, so she should be able to stay off the rail.
I agree. My only concern with her a little bit is that she does have tremendous amount of speed, going longer. Again, this is 6.5 furlongs, and maybe she's going to have a little more company than you might think.
Katie Davis may be on the outside.
I
We're
agree,
thinking it over.
100%. That's what I was thinking.
I do believe she's the horse to beat. I picked her second. When she's run well, though, she's had everything go her own way. And horses like that always scare me a little bit.
Yeah.
Because you worry. Because so often in racing, it might look good on paper, but then the monkey wrench gets thrown in during the race. I know that never happened to you as a trainer, but it's happened to others.
It's
Everything always went
more
according
often
to plan,
than not,
right?
let me tell you.
Anyhow, we've got a lot more going on. We also have Oaklawn Park, and we'll transition down to Oaklawn Park for the field for today's 5th race, actually. In the 5th race, a claiming race, there was a scratch of the horse on the rail. The one, Adele's Bling, who I think was going to be a bit of a price, came out there. The favorite, 8-5 in the morning line, Victory March, currently a little bit higher. Won't be surprised when that horse comes down. Victory March does appear to be the horse to beat. And I thought this was a race that could feature a fairly fast pace.
Yeah, I know.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
For a time, as many as 350 Major League players converged in Hot Springs, Arkansas each spring to prepare for the upcoming season.
Ownership felt they needed to boil out the alcoholic microbes. Hot Springs was known as a place that had therapeutic waters, and they came for that reason. And then the ball players turned out to love it because they really not only did get in shape, but they had a great time.
By the 1930s, nearly half of all Major League teams had, at some point, used Hot Springs as their spring training base. Plus, about half of all prominent ball players visited Hot Springs individually. Babe Ruth used to visit Hot Springs to work his way into shape, a place to prepare for spring training. In fact, the Babe even used the hot healing waters to recover from influenza. This wall at the Gangsters Museum of America in Hot Springs represents the long list of Hall of Fame baseball greats who trained here.
The winter storm of 2021 is a reminder of why baseball eventually migrated away from Hot Springs. The rain proved to be a disruption, and sometimes even the cold and snow wiped out valuable practice time. Although by the 1930s most teams moved to Florida and Arizona, Hot Springs would continue to be a destination for players to work out before joining their major league squads for decades to come.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Horses on the track for race number 5 at Oaklawn. They're going 6 furlongs. The 1, Adele's Bling, is a scratch. The number 2, Major Contender, is not being played exactly by a major contender, though trained by Steve Asmussen. You look at Steve's number, he had sort of started off a little slowly at the meet. That has changed. Keith Asmussen, his son, has the mount.
Yep, going long to short, has some speed. Definitely a contender here at a price.
Race the number 3, Afraid of the Bunny, is coming up. Martin Villafranco and Isaac Castillo.
Yeah, this horse is taking a significant drop. Doesn't have a lot of speed, but definitely with regards to class, he definitely have a chance.
Could get some pace. The 4, Owls Romeo, not taking much money for Stuart Shea and Walter Dela Cruz.
Yeah, broke his maiden for a cheap maiden 15, ran back in the 2 lifetime for 40, dropping into 20.
My favorite name of the day, Harmon Killer Brew, went by. The 6 is Commander Carl, John Ortiz and Gabriel Saez.
Yeah, the horse has a little bit of speed, dropping down in class again. Not without a chance, but long shot for sure.
Smooth Cat going out for Cody Rosen, who's been on a tear. He goes by. Let's go to Ia, a horse we've seen in New York. This one goes out for Carl Broberg.
Yeah, and the horse has tremendous amount of early speed, off the claim, dropping down. Definitely a contender here.
The 9 Pistoler Shotgun goes out for Kenny Smith and Kelsey Harr.
Yeah, coming off a second race off the claim, ran well last time out, dropping down.
Favored Victory March, Nora McKnight, Nick Juarez.
And deserving of the favorite, was avoided claim last time for 30, but drops down to the 20 in this race.
And finally, the 11 is Ottoman Empire. This one goes out for Keith Asmussen, but Ricardo Santana riding.
Yeah, this one, I have this horse picked second to the favorite.
All right, well, our good friend Paul LaDuca is hanging out. You know, I've had very little chance to make throws to Paul LaDuca. Paul, take it away.
Well, thanks, Andy, and thanks, Rick, back there in New York. Yeah, this is a wide-open group of horses here. The 10 Victory March taking all the money. Now, we've seen a horse a little bit earlier that was voided claim come back to win. And, Rick will tell you, as being a trainer, that you know, the voided claim could be a myriad of things. So I think a lot of times people look into the voided claim and they see it as a negative, but you really don't know what really happened. So Nick Juarez gets back aboard, and he was back aboard the voided claim a little bit earlier in the card, and that horse won easily. So I do think the 10 is the horse to beat in here. I thought the 8 was very interesting. Iya, you know, has obviously tremendous speed, a little bit on the drop here from the David Jacobson barn to the Carl Broberg barn. Carl puts in a very, very fast work, 47. So I would think, obviously, this horse is going to get to the front end. How much staying power Iya has will he have? Christian Torres in the irons. He's really good at rationing out speed. So I would think the 8 goes to the front end. You had mentioned the 2 in here, Major Contender, the Asmussens. You know, this horse cuts back in distance. You go back and you look at some of the other races. Sprinting, there are 2 races where the horse sort of ran evenly around the racetrack, had the 1 hole. I don't see those races being that bad. He lost to Zozos. So I thought the 2, no pun intended, could be a major contender in this spot. So I think the 10's the horse to beat. The 8's the horse to catch. And maybe the 2 horse is the horse to bet in here, Andy.
You know, it's funny, and I know that Paulie feels the same way. One of the things, and I realize that you've been busy and haven't paid the kind of attention to Oaklawn that we have, watching Keith Asmussen at this meet and how much he has progressed. When he started out this meet, he struggled, no doubt about it. He has really turned things around. He's not just winning for his dad, he's riding extremely well. And it's a nice thing to see, and I'm sure it's incredibly satisfying for Steve.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just look at the pedigree there. You know, I mean, it's not going to take him long.
There's some good riders in that family. Yeah, you and I are old. We remember Cash.
Yeah, a few good horsemen in that family, no doubt about that. But, you know, it's natural for him, you know, and it's natural to struggle a little bit early on, you know, and you're under a lot of pressure. You're under the microscope a little bit, but now he's settled in. I'm sure they have talks about different horses and different routes and different races.
The best riders, the ones that you see struggling, and then they figure it out and they turn it around. Remember Luis Saez when he first came to New York?
Absolutely.
How quickly he turned it around. Jim Beyer, he's got the call for race number 5 at Oaklawn.
Minnesota bred, named after the Baseball Hall of Famer. Now Commander Carl will head forward, and last in is Ottoman Empire. Ottoman moves forward. All in line. And they're off. Major Contender out well on the inside, along with the very quick E-Yaw. Smooth Scat moving up to challenge E-Yaw. Commander Carl now 3rd, Afraid of the Bunny 4th. Smooth Scat 5th on the outside. Back to the inside, it's Major Contender. He's settling in 6th after a sharp break. Victory March in the red and white stripes is outside of him and relatively prominent mid-pack. Then a gap of 2 to Pistol or Shotgun, and it's far back to Ottoman Empire and Harmon Killerbrew as they round the turn here. E-Yaw displaying that high speed, leads at Al's Romeo, is racing in 2nd. Al's Romeo in the gold sleeves is 2nd, Commander Carl 3rd, and then comes Smooth Scat. He's racing in 4th, coming to the head of the stretch. And then to the inside comes Afraid of the Bunny, and up to the outside Victory March. He hasn't done much. He is still laboring mid-pack. E-Yaw has the lead. Now Victory March starting to gain in. Al's Romeo still 2nd right on the inside, and Al's Romeo is coming on the inside, and Al's going to take the lead. Walter de la Cruz and Al's Romeo leading the way to E-Yaw, and Victory March in a photo for 3rd. Big late move up the inside for Ottoman Empire. May have gotten into 3rd photo there.
I believe the term is big balloons as a long shot. Al's Romeo, an excellent ride by Walter de la Cruz. He challenged Eon just enough, who was cruising on the front end. And Eon actually ran better than normal, but he never seems to be able to finish the deal. And Al's Romeo, a long shot, improved dramatically under an excellent ride from Walter de la Cruz.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And when you're turning for home and you have When you have EI in your sights and nobody else, chances are you might get there.
Yep, and he did. And EI, I was a little afraid. I did not consider EI, and he did run a respectable second. But a nice race. A horse who broke his maiden first time out impressively at 5.5 furlongs. Took a step going long, but cut back in distance today. And a very good aggressive ride by Walter de la Cruz to put this horse into contention. Looked like he might be fading. He was not. He was rating. And Al's Romeo gets the job done at, I think, a pretty big price at Oaklawn Park in race number 5. They're on the track for race number 6 at Aqueduct, so we'll turn our attention to that race. I thought this was a very, very tricky maiden race. There's a firster for trainer Jimmy Jerkins, who I just read something about him going to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
I saw that in
he's going to
DRF.
move his tack.
Yeah, well, we wish Jimmy the best. I'll miss seeing him, but maybe he'll be back. Where are we here? The one is Battle of Lexington, going out for Kelsey Danner, off since October.
Yeah. Kelsey hasn't run too many horses up here in New York, but she's a fantastic trainer and a really, really good horsewoman.
Thought this horse was dangerous at a big price. Unaffected, another one dangerous at a big price. Goes out a second-time star, Katie Davis.
Yeah, going from Jackie Davis to Katie Davis, keeping it in the family.
I have been so impressed with Katie this winter. The 3 I'm Just is the one I took on top for Christophe Clement. Ran into a buzzsaw first time out.
Yeah, ran well first time out, and I'd love to see this. I love the folks at Mary Legs Farm, and they do a wonderful job. Known them a long time, and hopefully I have this horse picked second.
$1 million for another Artemis Agriterra. This one into mischief. Needs to improve off the debut against Open at Park Fairgrounds.
Was off quite a bit slowly first time out. This is another OBS $1 million horse. It's at the sale that's coming up soon.
10 a fifth at that sale. Meteorite. He's being bet like he is going to fly for Jimmy Jerkins and Kendrick.
This is Jimmy Jerkins' first-time starter. Jimmy's such a great trainer and a great guy. We always root for him.
I want to ask you a question of the post-braid. The 6 is Inspector. Comes off a layoff for Steve Asmussen and Jose Ortiz. A new gelding.
A new gelding, first-time Lasix, blinkers on. If Toby Sheets could have thought of anything else, he would have.
Well, we probably thought of a few other things. Juana Winna is coming off a distant second-place finish for Michelle Nevin.
Yeah, Michelle's had a little bit of a soft meet this year, but you know she's a great horsewoman, and this horse has a really good shot.
One of the best, I agree. Refua is a bit of a money burner, but 4-1, given his overall talent, is a very inviting price.
It's inviting, but the horse has been second 7 times out of 12, and those horses just seem to find a way to get beat. It's not like he's getting beat in nose either. He's getting beat 2, 8, 3, 9.
Quick question. We do want to get to Richie, so keep it short.
Yep.
You won with a lot of first-time stars in your day.
Yeah.
How often did you do it starting out at a mile first time?
Hardly ever. Hardly ever.
Tough to do, right?
It's very hard. Matter of fact, we ran a horse here first time long on the turf, a Sharp Azteca here back in the fall. Last time, probably the last turf race of the year, and he ran way better than I thought he would. He got beat 3 lengths. He didn't have an idea what he was doing. It takes a special talent to be able to do that. Mr. Skiffington, who I worked for, was very, very adept at that. I wasn't.
And Richie, who's the best horse you ever won going long with first time out?
Remember, I get hit in the head a lot. I will say this, though. I don't think there's anybody better at preparing a horse to go a mile or more first time out than Jimmy Jerkins. And if you look at this horse's work tab meter, right, the 5 going back to January, I mean, he's got the foundation. He's got the miles in him. And I will say there's outstanding looking individual. I mean, just absolutely well turned out, a beautiful horse. And Jimmy's a terrific horseman. Let's talk towards the inside, though. The 2 unaffected, kind of a big, thick son of Practical Joke, showed some speed first time. I think he'll step forward. I think this is a horse that needs to kind of race into condition at a big price. I do think he'll improve today. Might need another run or 2 to find his optimum fitness. The 3, I'm Just, chased Lifetime of Chance around there. Lifetime of Chance absolutely freaked last time. I think he'll improve in his second start as well. 5, Meteorite will be my top selection. Best looking horse in the race. Turned out. Jimmy Jerkins checks all the boxes for me. The 6, Inspector. This horse is interesting, coming back as a gelding, first time Lasix, blinkers on, kind of gets a complete makeover. He was the second best turned out horse from a physical perspective here. Toby Sheets for trainer Steve Asmussen here in New York. I thought he looked outstanding on the racetrack as well. And the 8, Refua. I mean, he comes off a second to Olympic dreams, but he has had 12 tries with 7 seconds, and sometimes you start wondering if a horse is, content to be with the herd as opposed to imposing their will, if you will. But Refua certainly makes a lot of sense with a good outside draw, but I'm going with the Jimmy Jerkins firster, who is outstanding on the racetrack.
It's an interesting thing with Jimmy Jerkins' Firster Meteorite. And obviously, he's worked well. He's taking a lot of money. There's clearly a big tip on this horse. Yeah. This horse sold the OBS sale last March, and I thought his workout was awful. He worked 21 3/5. He was under a drive the whole way. He's a big, gangly thing. And I don't, those workouts don't matter a year later. I'm not sure if they matter 3 months later so much. Depends. Sometimes they do, obviously. Yep. But I think what that workout says is it's not surprising it's taken him a year to get the racetrack because he obviously was very immature.
Yeah, and it's not surprising that he's running long first time out either, because he probably just can't move his feet too fast, and that's what happens at those sales sometimes. And a work like that will get lost if you don't, you got to look into the pedigree, get a look at the horse. Maybe he was 16-1 and maybe his knees were wide open, and that's why it's taken him so long. And that being said, he's taking an awful lot of money.
No, he's getting that. I don't bet on horses like this. Doesn't mean they don't win. And for people wondering, he was entered a few weeks ago. I think it was a paper snafu. I don't think it was a physical thing. I think there was some papers that weren't correct to get him to race.
I see.
He's a half to Danzig Moon, who's a very talented runner for Todd Pletcher. There's been turf horses, dirt horses, synthetic horses, 4 good ones, 4 bad ones. Hopefully for them, this is a good one. But let's talk about some others. The 4 Rule Breaker, a horse who cost $1 million after working 10 1/5 down at the OBS sale last year. He got left a little last time. He didn't do much running, but you know what? In not doing much running, he ran as fast a buyer figure as basically anybody in here has run.
Exactly, and he's coming from Fairgrounds. He's running at Aqueduct. He's with his own kind. He's with the New York breds. And listen, they saw something for $1 million. They saw something there, and it's one of the Broman breds. And all they do is go out there and run.
Artemis Agritera had the good one. Had one for Peter Brandt that was just okay. Is she the dam of the $2 million horse that the Broman stayed in with West Point?
Yeah.
Chestertown. Yeah, she's Chestertown. We'll see. I mean, listen, I won't be surprised when it runs well. I thought I'm Just as a horse that would benefit from his debut. Didn't take much money first time and ran into a buzzsaw.
Yeah, it didn't run bad. I mean, broke badly from the way outside, stayed wide, chased, improved incrementally, and you certainly will expect to see some improvement there off Christoph second time. Dylan Davis gets the mount here back again, and yeah, I think this horse is going to be awfully good on the stretch out. I had this horse picked third.
What do you do with a horse like the 8 Refua, who's 0 for 12, has clearly run buyer figures faster than these horses, didn't break but still ran well? Lost to a horse last time that came back and ran 10 buyer points better in victory. And this is unusual for him. He is not a horse that's had issues at the gate. He jumped up at the start, will show a little bit of the head on as well. And I think breaking from the outside post likely mitigates the chances of it happening again.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, what he might do from the outside post is maybe bear out just a little bit. A lot of horses have a tendency to do that. But you can see when he breaks there and the other horses, really, when they break and he's not there, they're going to converge on him. So he really had no chance. So he did get a limited head start and ran good last time, but he's still got 7 seconds.
That's the problem. He's got 7 seconds, and this field is full of unknowns. Not just Jimmy's first, who continues to get bet, but a second timer for Brad Cox that cost $1 million, a second timer for Clement, and I think the inside two are very dangerous at somewhat outrageous prices right now. So I think there's a lot going on in this race, and even Inspector. He ran well enough that with routine improvement, he could be competitive.
Yeah, and first time gelding, first time Lasix, blinkers on. Like I said, this horse is looking for a change.
But Centennial Farm and Jimmy Jerkins are hoping they have the goods in race number 6. Kicks off the late pick 4. We'll go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Refua's in. All set. And they're off. Good break from Meteorite. In between horses is right on the early kick, and there's Refua towards the outside in the early mix with Inspector just in between horses as well. They are well out into the far outside of the racetrack as they get set to come out of the chute. Rule Breaker, Manny Franco, they start to move forward. They're in third, and behind that, that's a tight hold on the purple cap of I'm Just, who's in the 5th spot to the outside of Unaffected in 6th. Towards the back end of the field, Battle of Lexington with the trailer. Wanna Winna Meteorite is in the center of the racetrack and is up by a neck. It's Meteorite. There's Refua tracking from second. Inspector is worked towards the outside for Jose Ortiz. And at the rail, that's Rule Breaker. That's the leading four. Just behind them, that's I'm Just. Wanna Winna starts to pick up some placings as Unaffected second to last. And the trailer is Battle of Lexington. They approach a half-mile left to go. Meteorite's got company to the inside. Here comes Rule Breaker, and Rule Breaker is ready to challenge Meteorite. These two into the far turn. 47 and 2 for that half-mile time. Just off of them, 3 wide. That's Refua. Inspector is called upon from fourth, losing some ground there. Dropping back just a touch, that's I'm Just, followed by I Wanna Winna, then Battle of Lexington, and the trailer, Unaffected. 3 across the racetrack, Refua is ready to challenge as they approach a quarter-mile left to go. Meteorite in between horses, down to the inside is Rule Breaker. It's Rule Breaker and now Refua. Refua is kicked on, is up by a full length. Trying to come back to the inside and doing that is Rule Breaker, and Inspector on the grandstand side is making up late ground. It is Refua in front, but here comes Inspector with Jose Ortiz. Refua for a final 16th, a half length in front. Inspector is trying to inch closer. Refua, Inspector, Refua, Inspector, Refua across the line first. Then came Inspector. Meteorite drifted out and finished third in a photo with Battle of Lexington in 1 minute 40.38 seconds.
Refua's to lose. He broke well today, and he got that coveted outside position in there. It made his job easier. The first Meteorite ran a little interesting, staying in for third despite sort of falling back. And I love Manny Franco, but Manny's got to stop going towards the inside on the main track right now.
He definitely got bogged down on the turn. I have a feeling that Refua may have found another way to lose.
You think he came out enough?
He came out right there. So it's possible. It's possible. I haven't seen the head-on just yet, but it's possible that he may have found another way to be second.
And we probably will see an inquiry, and hopefully we'll look at the head-on. If we do, and we'll take a look at our guys in the truck. They are so good. It's unbelievable. Refua is in the middle. On the outside is the 6 Inspector. Refua right now keeping a straight pass under a right-handed
He goes
crop.
left-handed
Now he goes left and comes out.
I think it's later.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he found another way.
He's got a problem.
I think
he's got a problem.
Houston, we have a problem.
You know, it's interesting. Jose's brother, that was Trevor McCarthy, actually.
Trevor's
not a big, I was thinking it was Jose on the second horse. Jose is not a rider that herds.
No.
Irad is.
Oh,
Jose is not a rider that herds.
No.
And Trevor, you don't see him do it a lot either.
No, I don't think he expected that. Even though the horse did it early on, I don't think he expected that second reaction as drastic.
Let's hear from a man who's ridden a few horses in his day, Richard Migliore.
Yeah, there's no doubt that Trevor came out with Refua. The first time wasn't bad. The second time was significantly more dramatic. I also think at that point that horse was not getting by him, but they took a number down yesterday that we've seen at times they've left up. Romero Mirage on mandatory, who honestly, I thought it was the right call. But the thing about these calls is being consistent with the application of the rules. Personally, I don't think the second place finisher would have gotten by. But that being said, it being Inspector, by the letter of the law, the 8-horse Refua is supposed to come down.
Do you think that we're seeing a change in the booth where they are getting tougher about herding? And we've seen some horses come down, at least in my opinion, and I think you agree, recently that might not have come down in the past.
I agree wholeheartedly that it seems like the way they're adjudicating these type of incidents is becoming stricter, and I applaud that. I think that they've allowed too much to go on for too long, and they've created too much of a gray area, and the more gray area you have, the more dangerous race riding becomes. I think if riders know where the lines are and they're clear and defined, it makes for a safer racing product as well as a fairer racing product.
Well, you were a rider, Richie, and your job was to win for the owners, the bettors, the trainers, everyone that's involved. And if you felt you could get away with something, you have to do what you can to win. And I think we've encouraged some riding that at times may have crossed a line.
Human nature. If you give me an inch, I'm going to take 2. If you give me a foot, I'm going to take 2. If you give me a yard, I'm going to take 2. It's just a matter of knowing where the line is and how far you can press something. And if I think I can get away with something, I am going to take every advantage because my rivals are going to do the same thing. I think if the stewards are clear and concise about what's acceptable and what's not, the riders will conform.
You know, Trevor McCarthy, in my opinion, not a rider. We see do this a lot. I think the horse got away from him a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he expected that drastic of a reaction at the end there. But I mean, in my opinion, I think I think the horse has to come down. Whether the horse was going to win the race or not, I can't say, and none of us can.
And
but
he can't know he wasn't because he was right there when he came out, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they were right on top of each other, and you know, there's no doubt about it that horse got interfered with on the outside.
Yeah, I feel as though, you know, a lot of times people say he was never going by. I don't believe you can say that.
You can't.
I don't think that's fair to say that. I understand the sentiment.
And if you watch here, I mean, here's the head-on. They're rubbing on each other right there, you know. And
it was the second one. It's the one right in there.
Right there. I mean, he pushed him out two paths.
And I think he intimidated to begin with, and then he pushed him out. And this notion he was never going by, well, you just don't know that.
Yeah.
And there's Toby Sheets.
There's
with
Toby.
those ARTs.
He'll be smiling, I think.
Really? Toby smiling?
Yeah, I see it once in a while.
Yeah,
it depends.
It's a rarity. It's a rarity. Good guy.
He is.
Trainer who will never really get the credit that he deserves. And I guess that's part of the job of being an assistant trainer.
Let me tell you, he's a heck of a rider, too. He can cowboy up as good as anybody. If there's a horse that's rough in that barn to deal with, he's the one that gets on it. Let me tell you, he's a really good horseman.
I got a
and
feeling
a good friend
that
of mine,
man
too.
there is going to be a little frustrated, Trevor McCarthy. And I get it, because I think in this situation, there is a disqualification. We've just announced the number 8 Refuel will be taken down. Place second, and Inspector we put on top. Inspector off the layoff. New gelding, Lasix through the kitchen sink at this one, Rick. That doesn't usually work.
No, yeah, no. You know, sometimes, you know, when you see all the changes and first-time Lasix, first-time gelding, first-time blinkers, you're just throwing stuff at it. But and Toby will probably be the first one to say, I was frustrated with this horse. We just tried everything. And you know, at one point it didn't look like he was going to go by him, and maybe all that didn't work. But, you know, he had a little help from his friend next door, and he's going to get his picture taken.
I got to tell you, I feel a little bad for Refua. He finally hits the wire first. And as you said, he found another way to lose. It's a tough game, but it's a happy crowd in the winner's circle for Inspector, who gets it done. A lot more to come on America's Day at the Races.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races and, of course, our friends at Claiborne Farm. America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Aqueduct 6 now official and put up by DQ, the number 6. And we hope you had this one at a nice price. You'll see that head on, and as predicted by all of us up here, Inspector was put up, and I think a lot of you at home saw it as well. Gets the job done. My racehorse in Bloom Racing Stable, that's why the winner's circle was so crowded, and poor Refua got the winner's circle first the first time in 13 starts. I don't blame Trevor McCarthy for this. I believe the horse got away from him, but Steve Asmussen and assistant trainer Toby Sheets getting the money with Inspector. Yep. Jose Ortiz. Yep. Nice to see Jose back, actually.
Oh, he's riding so well and working really hard. He's out there every single morning. I think he's working 10 horses a morning.
Jose, one of the real good guys.
Yeah.
He's a very thoughtful guy, you know, a good guy to talk to about the races.
Absolutely.
One of my favorite guys because he's not afraid, if he disagrees with something I say, to get in my face about it, but not in a bad way. You know, and argue with me. And I think I learn a lot. I've learned an enormous amount from Richard Migliore throughout my life, different things. And I appreciate if a rider says, you're wrong about this is why, and talks to me about it, because there are things, I'm wrong about, but they understand that I don't.
Right.
So I appreciate that, and I appreciate that about Jose. The Oaklawn Handicap is tomorrow. It's hard to believe we're still talking about some big races at Oaklawn Park, but the Oaklawn Handicap tomorrow, and it's not going to be as easy as it has been recently for a horse that is having a sensational meet in Last Samurai, because there are some new players coming to town. But you got to love this horse.
Yeah, he's the returning champion of the Oaklawn Handicap. He's coming off of 2 huge races, actually 3 out of 4 huge races at Oaklawn Park. And the last 2 races have just been fantastic.
He's really coming into his own as a 5-year-old for Wayne Lucas. You know, he's shown some promise. Been with Dallas Stewart for a while, but he's blossoming. And his last race, I know it got a 101 buyer after the 105 the time before it, but I'm going to say he may have run a little better because he had a wide trip. He had to put himself in the game. There wasn't as much pace as there was in the Razorback, and I thought he won very professionally.
Oh, I agree 100%. If you look at the replay here, he's just well within himself, and the jock knows this horse intimately, and this is another OBS sales graduate too. This horse is $175,000 OBS mark.
A bargain. He's made just under $2 million, and even with a third-place finish here, he'll get over $2 million, and he has to be considered a player, but obviously the water got a lot deeper. Be interested to see how the winner and the second-place finisher, Stiletto Boy and Proxy, do. They're coming out of the Santa Anita Handicap, and of course, Charge It is here as well. And Charge It, is it me, or is every race he run feel like an important race? Because he obviously has enormous talent, but he's also disappointed at times.
Well, like that last race we were talking about, the horse that just won here at Aqueduct, blinkers on. They want to change it up. They want to try and get something. They think this horse is not reaching his full potential, and I'm sure that Louis and Todd have talked about it a lot, and they said, hey, it's time. Let's get the blinkers on this horse. He's just not focused.
Okay, Todd Pletcher, blinkers on in a graded, first-time blinkers in a graded stake. 1 for 14 with a 51-cent ROI. The problem I feel like, and listen, Todd Pletcher needs no introduction, one of the great trainers, not just in the game, but of all time. I worry it's a little bit of desperation.
Well, again, and sometimes desperation is what's needed. When you have a horse that's frustrating you and just not getting the job done, you got to try something else. And I'm sure they went through jumped through kinds of hoops to see what kind of blinkers and whether it was going to work and work with the jock. But it seems to me like it's crunch time. There's a lot of seconds under that.
I agree. He should be aggressive in here. We'll see what happens. A lot more to talk about and a lot more to happen at Oaklawn Park. And we'll be heading down there shortly for our crew, our illustrious crew at Oaklawn Park. A lot more to come on America's Day at the Races.
Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back on this windy Friday afternoon. You're watching America's Day at the Races on the eve of the Oaklawn Handicap. A couple minutes out to the 6th race on the Friday program. We've touched on some of the heavy hitters, the favorites, the logical horses in tomorrow's Oaklawn Handicap. There's another Grade 1 winner in the field, a Grade 1 winner on grass in Classic Causeway. Looked like a Derby candidate leading up to last year's Kentucky Derby. The wheels kind of fell off in the bluegrass. So now here he is as a 4-year-old. Looked good in the Essex, the local prep, a second place finish. Good news, he has that race under his belt, Maggie. The bad news, competition gets tougher tomorrow afternoon.
And also, does he get company up front from the California invader, Stiletto Boy? As we often say, California speed is unlike anything else anywhere around the country. It's typically quicker, and trainer Ed Mosier said that they will be aggressive while inside of Classic Causeway. If Stiletto Boy's not in front, then the horse in front of him is going too fast, is what he said. And Classic Causeway, it was a promising return to the races. Look, his first triple-digit Beyer speed figure. He was valiant in defeat behind Last Samurai, but it did feel as though he got to do things his own way. And I just don't feel he's getting the 24-48-1 to the half. I feel as though it's going to be a bit quicker, and will he be able to sustain that?
Again, he now has a race under his belt, but I felt like if he was going to beat Last Samurai, it would have been last time.
Doing
the table
his own
was
thing.
set for Classic Causeway, and just too much Last Samurai in at the end. Oaklawn's premier race for older horses, $1 million purse. You'll see it right here tomorrow on America's Day at the Races. The 6th race, Oaklawn, not $1 million purse, $34,000 purse. Good allowance race, mile and a 16th, circling about 8 of them here. And the current favorite, number 4, Poulterer. Checking to make sure. 5-2, number 4 is the favorite. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, Poulterer. Where has this form reversal come from?
Right.
It's not like he was on a layoff and he's come back as a 5-year-old. I mean, he had, a December, January race coming into those 2 big back-to-back blowout wins. Now, the argument could have been made, well, he is a horse that just needs the lead, and that's what we thought 2 back. And then last time against Tougher, he's able to be wide into the first turn and sit off the pace and just destroy that field of starter allowance horses. He has really turned into a different horse, and today it does feel as though his job is on the easier side because he's drawn inside and he looks to be the main speed.
Sharp gelding, seeking a 3rd straight. There is Fort Peck. We have time to look at Fort Peck's last win?
I would love to if we can, but if not,
we have
then
time
don't
to sneak
worry
it in.
about
Yes, no, maybe?
Because I like Fort Peck. It doesn't look as though
they're at the gate. Well, the point is, I mean, it was at the Preakness distance, and he was in charge. He was in command. Looked good that day. And his last, he was favored. It was brutal. Maybe the wet track. I don't know.
That's what I was thinking. Lafitte, for what it's worth, he looked best in the paddock. He's a cool old class horse. And while I respect Poulterer, I was hoping that Fort Peck be able to reverse things a bit.
And now, flat-out winner emerging as the choice. Blowout winner facing similar last month. We're all set. Post time for the 6th of 9 from Oaklawn on the eve of the Oaklawn Handicap.
Chapel Barn. 8 of them. They're in the gate. And they're off. Chapel Barn from the outside, driving to the lead, and Poulterer is going to try to stay with him early. Fort Peck is third, to the inside Colosi fourth. Driven One is fifth toward the outside, then way out there is Mulberry Street. Inside of him is Gold Buckle in the white, who splits horses there. And trailing the field is the closer Flat Out Winner. He's 8th and last, and about 8 lengths from the lead as Chapel Barn shows the way onto the backstretch here and has it by 1.25 lengths to Fort Peck, who's second by a head, and Poulterer in the pink on the inside. And now it's about a neck margin from Fort Peck to Poulterer, and 1 length farther back to Driven One, Gold Buckle in between, and Colosi toward the inside. That clump is about 2.5 lengths from the lead, and the back pair are Flat Out Winner, and up outside of him is Mulberry Street as they advance into the far turn. Up front here, it's Chapel Barn. Chapel Barn with the lead by a neck. Fort Peck is right alongside. Driven One is racing in third. And then back to the inside, it's Poulterer. He still awaits clear sailing. He's in behind that trio. Poulterer and jockey Francisco Arrieta here making a key decision as they come for home. The decision is to stay toward the inside. They straighten away. Still no room for Poulterer, as right from the inside now, Chapel Barn tries to hold on. Poulterer has room. Fort Peck in the red and black in between horses, and here comes Poulterer, seeking a third straight win, and he's drawing clear. Covered up in the upper stretch, but drawing clear late. Bang-up race for second. Chapel Barn ended up out-nodding Fort Peck, and a good effort for Chapel Barn. Finishing fourth was Flat Out Winner.
Man, he's locked in. Poulterer, razor sharp, 3 straight, strikes it 2-1 with Francisco Arrieta.
I'm going to say, and it's easy to be an armchair jockey, that Poulterer won despite Francisco Arrieta, because it was a very passive ride where he was in a jackpot approaching the 8th pole, and luckily he found a seam. The 6th horse in here, Driven One, was fading, and he was able to produce him. And Poulterer is just, as you said, has his mind on run. Like, that's all he does. 3 in a row now.
And he's not just winning. It's conviction, it's authority, it's going away and by daylight.
I know. This son of Ghost Zapper is just really, like I said, I don't know where it's come from, but boom, light bulb is really on. It's like fluorescent and blinding how good this horse has become.
For trainer Greg, straight out of Compton, Francisco Arrieta, Poulterer in the 6th at Oaklawn. Results forthcoming. And post-parade, yes, Andy, at Aqueduct?
Look at Lafitte with those LA references just gliding off his tongue. It's really kind of impressive. More impressed than the Dodgers lately.
That horse looked a lot like Henny Hughes, who's the dam sire that won that race.
Yeah,
a lot like
Henny Hughes.
Yep.
Not as proficient in 2-turn races, but he was one heck of a racehorse.
Heck of a racehorse.
Getting ready on the track. Now, this is a race where there was an enormous scratch in here, with the number 9 coming out of the race for trainer Mike Maker. Don't mess with Tess. She might just have been better for the field, and I think her scratch opens the race up quite a bit.
You know, I don't disagree at all. I had that horse picked on top. My only question was, would she get parked too wide, and maybe that's the reason they scratched, maybe not.
Richie, I like a horse in here, the 8 Lady of Thornton. Hopefully you've got something nice to say about her coming off a layoff.
Well, unfortunately, Andy, she wasn't on my radar, but I still have time to do a trackside and watch her move on the racetrack. The 3 that caught my eye here in the paddock was starting with the 1, Union Dolly. I like, her having post 1, 2-turn races. Give me inside posts on the turf. You're going to save ground. You get your position. She's, quick enough to secure position, if not even make the running. Union Dolly looks great from a physical perspective for Ray Handel. The 3 horse, From Hello, kind of an interesting horse here. Bruce Brown claimed this horse on debut when she won for $25,000 for Rob Atras. A lot of turf pedigree on the female side of this family. And from a physical perspective, This looks more like a turf horse. Really flat, wide foot, a platypus foot on her. Longer, slacker pasterns, and she is well turned out. Dappled out, coats resplendent, very hydrated look to her. I'm seeing a turf horse, and she won on debut on the dirt. She could take a big step forward. And the 4-horse up her sleeve, Jay Provenzano, Flying Peace Stable, Bruce Savine, coming off some good races at Tampa, albeit cheaper, but I can't get past how good she looks physically, and she's a consistent sort. She's been showing up and running decent races there. I'm taking a look right now at your 8-horse, and I'm going to include her now because you like her, and as a professional courtesy to you, Andy, because I'm that kind of guy. She looks good. I'm not overwhelmed with her, but off the layoff, she looks fit. She certainly looks like she's ready to run well off the bench. But what kind of trip are you projecting for her, Andy? I'm just curious because the outside posts without a lot of speed. What are you thinking?
Well, I think with game theory in here in the 6 Brisky Frolic, I actually think we'll see an honest pace in this race. What I'm hoping, Richie, is that Katie Davis can kind of put her to sleep. She's a horse that gets really rank if you take her back, and I'm hoping she just is quiet on her and she can get her to relax the same way Jose Lezcano did when she ran a very good third at Saratoga on July 29th. That was a race with the pace completely held together, and she was really the only horse to make up ground. I thought if she ran a race like that, she could be competitive, and I'll tell you something. I think Richie made great points by the 3 From Hello. Union Dolly can certainly win. I picked her second. I scratched her for second. Ray Handel's been on fire.
Yeah.
But her turf races are just okay.
Yeah, I mean, I scratched into the 1, and the 1 and the 4. I didn't use the 3, but I scratched into the 1. But she has had opportunities, no doubt about it, coming up from Gulfstream. She's probably going to have to show some speed to hold her position coming out of that little chute. And not get shuffled back because she wants to be more of a free-running horse. To your point with Lady of Thornton, I mean, if she can just ease back and get covered up, you know, and not fight the rider a little bit, and not use unnecessary energy fighting the rider, then I see a fast-closing horse. If you look 2 back, she got beat a length and a half, 2 back, coming from like 11, 12 lengths off the base.
She needs a rider that's quiet on her, that just gets her to relax early, and I think she'll make her kick. If she fights the rider, and listen, she's a horse that makes riders look bad. I'm not always blaming the rider. And I think From Hello is a horse that Bruce Brown claimed, hoping to get to turf, won first time out. And here's Union Dolly, the current favorite, Ray Handel and Dylan Davis.
And she does look good, Richie. She definitely has great flesh on her, and Dylan's been riding fantastic.
Feels like the speed getting back on the turf. Dame Theory ran 2 turf races, and they were bad.
Yeah. So it's hard to like this horse. Just shows some speed,
but she can be a factor in the race because of her early speed. From Hello, I think Bruce Brown hopes she lost her debut so he can go to maiden claimer. She didn't run fast in the dirt, but she can improve a lot on the turf.
Yeah, certainly with that kind of pedigree, you're going to look for a move forward on the grass.
The number 4 upper sleeve, another player in here, comes back to Bruce Levine for Flying P.
Yeah, stalking position. Javier Castellano, what can you say? Hall of Fame rider on her. Definitely a player here.
Our girl Faith tries the turf again. She would have to improve up her turf efforts.
Yeah, significantly. She had a couple of decent races at Monmouth last year, but again, she would have to improve quite a bit.
Brisky Frolic feels like she'll be forwardly placed for Mike Maker and Jose Gomez.
Yeah, and you have to go far back to look at her turf races. Her last turf race was really not that good, but she does have early speed.
And she is first time in the grass for Mike Maker. Bella Principessa, another who's run okay on the turf, but probably needs to improve a little off her better efforts.
Yeah, she'll close a bit. She has one race where she was up close and then she faded a little bit. She did better closing from off the pace.
And the husband and wife team are next to each other with Trevor McCarthy riding Bella Principessa and Lady of Thornton and Katie Davis on the outside for Chris Englehart.
Yep, and like you said, I mean, I like her race 2 back. Where she ran in October, and she really closed a ton of ground. She came from 10 lengths off the pace to get beat a length with Eric on her, and now, you know, maybe if she relaxes a little bit more and she can find her way through that traffic, she might get herself a shot here at a price.
We didn't see a lot of Katie Davis in New York because she rode mostly in Maryland.
Yep.
And when she rode here last year, because of the situation where the state was making her coupled with Trevor McCarthy's horses, I think trainers didn't want to ride her.
Yeah.
Because if they liked their horse, they'd get a worse first price, and they didn't want to do it. And I don't blame them for it, and it hurt her business. Fortunately, they worked hard, and that rule changed, and we appreciate the state changing that rule. The rule was that a husband and wife can't ride together unless they're coupled, yet somebody who's the boyfriend or girlfriend could ride together, and it was a wrong rule, but they changed it. So they changed it.
It was progress.
And
no
I
doubt
have
about
been
it.
extremely impressed with how she's ridden this winter.
Well, and I got to tell you, being out there, 5 or 6 days a week in the morning, she works every single set in the morning.
Yeah.
She and Jackie, they're on every single set from 6 o'clock in the morning until 10.
What do you think, Richie?
I'm agreeing with everything you guys are saying, and one thing that all of the Davis children have is their dad's work ethic. Robbie was a terrific rider who worked hard, had a lot of success on some of Rick's best horses, and he passed it on. I mean, they have ability and they work hard, and Katie does have quiet hands. Every rider has strengths and weaknesses. You do some things better than other things, and some things you're always constantly working on. And with Katie, one of the things that comes very natural to her is horses running up into her hands. She's quiet. She doesn't get into fights with them. They find a good rhythm with her. I think that's critical in turf racing. And I, too, have been very impressed with the poise she shows for somebody who hasn't ridden a tremendous amount of horses this winter. She has shown up and delivered one good ride after another. And it's just a very hard thing to do when you're not riding a lot of horses on a consistent basis. But absolutely. Horses kind of melt into those hands, and I have really gotten a lot of pleasure watching her from the time when she first started till now and how much she has developed, guys.
No, I agree. It's very clear that Katie's somebody who takes her craft very seriously, not that other riders don't. But, I mean, she's a smart rider.
She's a smart rider. She's surrounded by smart riders. Her husband's a fantastic rider. Her sisters, brothers, her father. Her mother, Marguerite, never stops working. I saw her. I was at a seminar with her today on biomechanics that she was at, and that family, they just love it. They have their truck, their trailer, their horses, their farm, and it's just a pleasure to see how successful they've been. And Richie, it's interesting because you've talked about before, and it's a visual that I always go back to, having a horse run into your hands instead of making a horse grab you, right? Could you explain that again? I mean, it really makes such a difference to the people who have ridden.
Can you also define biomechanics for both Richie and I?
Well, one thing for sure, though, guys, if you just look at the position of a rider's body and their hands, and the tension, the amount of tension through the reins to the bit in the horse's mouth, right? The reins are an extension of that bit in their mouth, and obviously up to your hands. You don't want your hands up off their neck. You don't want them leaning back too far. That's when a rider's getting into a fight with a horse, and every horse has a certain amount of pressure. There's a point where it's the breaking point where they're going to toss their head or get into a fight with you. The idea is, for me, and the simplest way I could put it is 5 pounds of pressure. Not 0 pounds of pressure where the reins are flapping, not 10 pounds of pressure where you're opening their mouth, not 15 where you're in an out-and-out war with them. 5 pounds of pressure, quiet, let them get into a good rhythm. Don't inhibit their stride. Keep them balanced, let them frame up and stride evenly up underneath you. And when you see it, it's just pretty. It looks like the way it's supposed to look.
Great analogy.
No, listen, I mean, as I've said it before, and I don't just say it because we work together in the show, Richie is a very thoughtful rider, and we've learned so much. And I think you think about things that people say, and we all say our share of dumb things, but Richie's notion of getting your position going forward, it's such a simple concept. But I think it's a great way to put things. In other words, get that position. Doesn't mean you're in front, right? But it means you're not taking your horse out of his element. You're getting that position. Because I don't know about you, Rick, I think the most important part of any horse race is the start, because it sets the table for the whole race. And a bad start will put you in a tenuous position, and a good start can give you an advantage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And you can use unnecessary energy if something happens and you panic and have to get yourself into a certain position instead of just letting your horse drop into your hands, like Richie says, and getting into a position that puts you into position to win. One of the races that come to mind is with Robbie, when
they're tightening the saddle.
They're tightening the girth on that horse. Yeah, I think she's going to be fine. But we had a horse named As Indicated who had tremendous amount of speed. And when we ran in the Pimlico Special against Devil Is Due, he broke terribly. And he'd always been in front, let horses chase after him. And Robbie just sat and waited and stalked, let him get in position, tipped out, and won our first Grade 1 stakes.
I get the feeling, talking to you, that As Indicated might have been your favorite horse.
He was pretty cool, and he was great after his career too. We did some hunt trials with him. He did some therapy work. Actually, he did some therapy work with Jimmy Jerkin's wife Shirley down in Kentucky when he was retired. So yeah, he was a special animal. He really was.
Do we think Saudi Arabia is ready for Shirley?
I'm not sure, but I know it's. I'm not going to find out. I'll let her tell me.
We wish them the best of luck going. I hope Jimmy sticks around a little while, but we wish him the best of luck whatever he does. But I think we'll all miss seeing him around here too.
Yeah, Jimmy's good people. They really
Absolutely.
are. They both are.
And of course, from a legendary racing family, I think one of the things great about racing, the people you meet over the years, and I think you'll agree that Alan Jerkins is one of those people that made you feel like you did something right getting involved in thoroughbred racing.
Yeah, he and I had some really long talks, but he wouldn't talk to me for 2 weeks after we beat Devil Is Due.
Really?
No.
Not surprising. Chris Griffin with the call of race number 7.
Lady of Thornton goes in. All set. Just breaking through the front of the gate there was Our Girl Faith as they were getting ready to go. Our Girl Faith through the front of the gate. We'll walk back around. The 5, Our Girl Faith. Luis Castro will be reloaded here and goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking outward was Lady of Thornton, and down at the rail, that's Union Dolly and Game Theory with early speed. Just off of them is going to be Our Girl Faith, and Our Girl Faith is in the 3 path as they get set to cross the wire here for the first time. There's Brisky Frolic, who's going to want to press on, and Brisky Frolic is trying to get over Jose Gomez. And Brisky Frolic, they want the front. Going to get tight there. Now tipping to the outside is Our Girl Faith. It's Brisky Frolic, and Our Girl Faith 1-2 into the turn. Union Dolly takes off of them as in 3rd. Game Theory is taken off the pace now in 4th. In between horses, it's Up Her Sleeve, and out there wider, that's Bella Principessa. Towards the tail end of the field is From Hello, and the trailer, Lady of Thornton, is 6 off the lead as they work to the backstretch. Brisky Frolic is in front. It's Brisky Frolic with 23 and 1 for that opening quarter mile. Our Girl Faith at a big number is right there from 2nd. There's Union Dolly at the rail in 3rd. Progressing is Bella Principessa out in the center of the course. Nowhere to go for Game Theory, who moves to the inside here of Up Her Sleeve, who's still in between horses in 6th. From Hello is 2nd to last, and the trailer, Lady of Thornton, less than a half mile to go, 49 seconds flat. Brisky Frolic is still clear. It's Brisky Frolic who will take him into the far turn. Chasing his Union Dolly at 4-5 is now into the 2 path, and Union Dolly is making a move. Following that one is come Up Her Sleeve, and Up Her Sleeve is saving ground. Game Theory has found a seam as well. They start to stack up in behind the leader as they reach the top of the lane. Union Dolly is ready to get the cue, and Union Dolly is kicked on. It's Union Dolly who's up by a quick length, now a length and a half, and Union Dolly is sprinting away. Union Dolly just opening up right now. Up on the outside, Up Her Sleeve has got some late momentum. Towards the far outside there is From Hello and Lady of Thornton. Union Dolly got that clear running room and was gone. Union Dolly wins it impressively. Up for 2nd there was From Hello over Up Her Sleeve. Finishing 4th was Lady of Thornton in 1 minute 44.34 seconds.
All right, well, we had a...
Well, the pace duel never developed whatsoever. They crawled to the front end, and obviously the 6 not really a factor. And Union Dolly and Dylan Davis for the white-hot Ray Handel continues and gets the job done easily.
Yeah. He rode a very good race. You know, he was always in contention there with the slow pace. And once he got to clear out of there, he was all long gone, and it was just a battle for 2nd. And
the interesting long shot that Richie and I were talking about from Hello got a nice ride to get up for second.
Yeah.
And, you know, Lady of Thornton, not Katie's fault, broke out badly, no pace, made a big wide run from last. I actually thought she ran very well in here in a more contentious pace a little bit at Belmont. And, you know, this is the kind of horse, a one-turn mile on the Widener, you know, where closers do well. I think that she can get the money next time out.
Yeah, I mean, she lost a lot of ground on the break, but didn't panic and eased the horse back in there, and then she made it a late run, and at that point, you know, she kind of middle moved down the lane, and then just got outfooted the last part. But there's Ray Handel, a happy man. He's had a fantastic meet. He's had a fantastic year, and he deserves it. His whole crew does a fantastic job out there in the morning. You'll see 7 or 8 of those Handel horses on the little track, the big track, the pony track. And they just do a great job over there.
No, I'm a big fan of Ray's, and Ray and I have gotten friendly over the years. He's got a good sense of humor about things. He knows how tough the game is, and I tell you what, I'd love to see him go to Kentucky. And we joke about it. He says, I can't win anywhere else. I'd love to see that filly of his give a good account of herself at the Kentucky Oaks, and I think he's on the cusp of starting to maybe take that next step forward as to, you know, get the opportunity with better horses, and he's showing what he can do. So congrats to Ray and his team as well. A lot more to go here on America's Day at the Races. Rick and I and the team at Oaklawn will be back in just a moment.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's improbable to win the Whitney.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Maggie was there last week. Bathhouse Row, in case you were wondering about the influence of tomorrow's 3-year-old stakes race. Healing properties, Paul, all about healing properties here in Hot Springs. Field for the Bathhouse Row. This is interesting. 3-year-olds running a mile and an eighth to the winner in invite to the Preakness Stakes, 4 Triple Crown nominated horses. Numbers 1, 5, and 8 are the only 3-year-olds not nominated. So a significant race, and the favorite is number 4, Red Route 1, 2-1 on the morning line. Powerhouse Connections, Asmussen, Rosario. Paul, let's start with the positive. 2 starts back in the Rebel, unleashing this furious rally to finish second from far back.
Yeah, and I think the key for Red Route 1 is that he needs pace in front of him. He usually brings that honest closing kick. He runs his races upside down. He's an interesting Steve Asmussen horse. You know, Steve very rarely has deep closers, and this is a horse that I think enjoys the wet, obviously, over the dry track. But I thought ran well this day. Then, didn't live up to expectations. Got a tough draw in the last race, but you're going to see that closing kick.
I guess that's do we see the Rebel version of Red Route 1? I was expecting much more in the Arkansas Derby.
Well, Steve had put blinkers on Red Route 1, but they were really shortcut blinkers. It's really going to be interesting what's going to happen if he's going to cut them back a little bit more or just take them back off. We'll see what happens. But he always seems to bring his game, and he seems like he always comes running, except last time. So we'll see what happens if he can turn it around.
He is the favorite. And then you have Victory Formation with Luis Saez to ride. He'll also pilot Charge It, 8-5 favorite in the Oaklawn Handicap. Victory Formation, we were wondering about added distance for him New Year's Day. He answered the question in a big way on that afternoon.
No, he really did. And he got everything on his own way on the front end, but still you could see, look at his ears, they're up in the air. He's asking for a command, and the race is completely over. He's sort of a little green still. Dangerous horse in here, and he's going to be more forwardly placed. So Red Route 1's going to have to play catch up.
He was favored in the Risen Star off of that Smarty Jones win. Was Victory Formation, eventually won by Angel of Empire. We know who he's become, and now the Arkansas Derby. And on that short list of Kentucky Derby contenders, what are you expecting tomorrow from Victory Formation, his first race since the Risen Star?
I think bounce back. It seems like the Brad Cox runners do bounce back out of bad races. I think Red Route 1 will run a little bit better. I don't know about 2-1 on the other side. I do think Two Eagles River got put in a little bit of a tougher spot last night. I think that horse is going to run a little bit better tomorrow.
Again, intriguing 3-year-old race. The last 3 Preakness winners did not run in the Kentucky Derby. Neither will any of these, but again, an invite for Triple Crown nominated runners in tomorrow's 3-year-old stakes race, the Bath House Row. After the Oaklawn Handicap, there's the rundown. Valley of the Vapors, 3-year-old fillies. 5:30. It's back-to-back-to-back. Can't wait for that Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap with $1 million purse. And the Bathhouse Row, the 11th of 12 on a loaded Saturday program here in Hot Springs. And the Friday card rolls on. 3 minutes out, race 7, $50,000 claimer, 6 furlong sprint. Fillies and mares, live look there at Boogie Woogie Gal. Currently even money. We check in with Maggie.
Kind of feel like a Boogie Woogie Gal today, Lafitte, but she's going to take an awful lot of beating today. I think she is so much the horse to beat. While on paper, she looks to be the confirmed speed in here with Mitchell Merle, who Isaac Castillo, who rode her last time, did nothing wrong, but I always like Mitch Merle when having a speed horse, and she just physically looks different, aka better than a lot of her competition. She's just bigger, brawnier, and just really strong behind the saddle. Has gotten nicely on her toes since out on the racetrack. Now, she does add front wraps for this second start. She does have a little bit of an awkward way of traveling. But again, you see this move so many times from trainers who put horses in for a tag for the first time. Moving on to number 4, Valiant Praise. She's kind of the opposite end of the spectrum. So far, she's 0 for 10, and she comes from way out of it. Now, she will put blinkers on, and it's just a shortcut cheater blinker this time around. But you would have to think that they're trying to keep her just a little bit more engaged throughout the running of the race. I don't love the way she's acting out there. When she first came by me with the pony, it's like she can't see the pony, but she feels the pony, so she got angry. So I'm wondering if it's going to be a positive reaction during the race with those blinkers on. But she does have the credentials to be the second choice in here, currently at 7-2. A long shot I want to mention is a first-time starter, Hurricane Fire, I think mainly due to the pedigree. Can the man who is a son of Into Mischief, the sire, he strikes at 17% with his older first-time starters. Now, she is 4, so she's definitely getting a late start, but the dam was a 6-time dirt sprint winner, and the half-sibling, albeit a Mr. Speaker, was a bit better on the synthetic, but she looks like an out-and-out dirt sprinter here. She'll likely need a start. She just looks a little bit heavy and soft around the edges, but I just thought one that could be a little bit intriguing due to that pedigree, has some decent workouts heading in to this debut, Lafitte.
So keep that in mind for her debut. And looking ahead to her eventual second career start, Hurricane Fire, the debuting 4-year-old homebred, finally making it to the races, and cold on the board, Paulie, at 16-1.
Yeah, I can understand cold on the board. William Martin, about 8%. Mikel Michel gets in the irons. They're 0 for 14 together, so I can understand why the public is steering away, but they're not completely steering away. We're not seeing 25-30-1 here, so I do think there are some positives when it comes to that. I thought the 2 was an interesting horse in here at 25-1. Yeah, maybe to hit the board in here. The last race with blinkers on, the horse did get shuffled out of that race, but had shown speed before at Canterbury. I know maybe not as good as some of these horses, but those were maiden special weight races, so could land a good trip. The thing is with the 6.
What's that?
I have this rule, and it's a rule that I'll play against. And if the 6 beats me, the horse beats me. When you have a clear lead in the stretch, in your first career start, and you've never lost before, tends to me, I understand the horse went 21-4, but that racetrack was playing actually fast that day. Sometimes they just get the tendency to back up, and they keep waiting on horses. So I like to play against these horses. So if the 6 goes gate to wire on me, that's fine. But I'm going to take the notion that this horse is going to stop again.
Playing devil's advocate and just offering a little pushback. If Boogie Woogie Gal wasn't a first-time starter and just a filly, now a second-time starter, but looking back to that debut, but just a filly who hadn't raced in several months, and if you saw a similar performance where she made the lead, showed speed, and stopped, you'd say, Russ, she got a little bit tired. She'll be better next out.
True. Yeah. She was in a restricted bred race. Now she's in for 50 after almost winning the race. I get it. She's only, not only cost her 62, but they're willing to part ways with her for 50. I don't think anybody will go in and grab her, but I think she's vulnerable. That's just my opinion.
I'd rather have that 10-1 we got last time than what she is today. 4-5, Boogie Woogie Gal, as they file into the gate. It is post time for the 7th of 9 on the eve of the Oaklawn Handicap. Jim Bauer standing by.
Accelerating Babe moves up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Another excellent start. Boogie Woogie Gal and Collected Glory hustling for the early lead. There goes the first, Hurricane Fire, toward the inside. And she's going to try to prompt Boogie Woogie Gal, who gets a little bit clear up the back stretch to Hurricane Fire and Collected Glory outside of her. Accelerating Babe is 4th. Greek Heiress is racing in 5th. And then 1 length to Ratified, who's 6th into that far turn. Gap of 2 then to Valiant Praise, then 2 more to Super Cindy and Hot Summer Dream. Around the turn, it's the favorite Boogie Woogie Gal, carving it out here by 1 length. Collected Glory is chasing her. Hurricane Fire is backed off a bit on the inside. Greek Heiress in the white is alongside her. And then comes Accelerating Babe up on the outside in 5th. Gap of 4 then to Ratify, then Valiant Praise. They're in the stretch. And Collected Glory, Walter de la Cruz up to challenge Boogie Woogie Gal and Mitchell Merle. Boogie Woogie Gal and Collected Glory. Collected Glory has a head in front. And meanwhile, here is Greek Heiress up on the outside. But it is Collected Glory leading it in deep stretch here. A 10-1 surprise. Greek Heiress was 2nd, Boogie Woogie Gal 3rd. Photo between Valiant Praise and Hurricane Fire for 4th.
Triggering the 10-1 upset, Walter de la Cruz, Collected Glory in the 7th at Oaklawn. Paulie, and your concerns about the odds-on favorite, Boogie Woogie Gal, not unfounded.
No, I'm telling you, this is the one theory that I don't hang my hat on a lot of things, Lafitte. I don't say much, but this is the one angle that I've learned throughout my career that is lockjaw very, very good. When a horse has never lost, I like to hear this from Rick too when we go back to New York. When a horse has never lost a race and gets to the front end, you would think this horse has the courage, but then loses. Now comes back, might be a quicker pace this time, and now, these horses remember the last time, I got caught. Let's see if these other horses are going to wait on me. And it happens more times than not. This horse was 3-5 and a bad favorite. And good claim here by William Martin. Walter de la Cruz having a sneaky little meet, and you get another price.
Some prices, some long shots he's been
10-1
booting home. Yeah, Collected Glory and Boogie Woogie Gal. She was out there, established the lead. Perfect situation, and Paul was right. When the real running started late, She came up short. Collected Glory capitalizes, graduates in her 10th career start at 10-1. Walter Dela Cruz Collected Glory in the 7th at Oaklawn. Results when we come back, 7-3, 6-5.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Digs down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Want me to tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000, in the verdict of $50, $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000, in the verdict of $50, in the verdict of $50, we're $1,950,000, $1,950,000, $2 million quickly, $2 million, $2 million, $1 million, $2 million, hold on, $2 million, $2,050,000, all through, and I have, boom, thank you both, $2 million, Rogers way, good luck.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by our good friends at Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Rick Schosberg and Andy Serling, along with Richard Migliore, and I think Acacia Courtney will be joining us. Excuse me, Acacia Clement. I apologize, Acacia. I always do that. Joining us from down in the paddock. Race number 8 coming up here, and I thought this was a fairly competitive race. How about Stone Creator? Are you surprised? 5-2 right now.
Yeah, I mean, you got definite speed, dropping back in distance from a mile. My question is at 6. Yeah, my question is at 6.5. Yeah, no, at 5-2 right now. That's
right. She's not that fast. It's not like she is a bullet. Is it a value play, or are they a little bit uncomfortable with her right now? Yeah. Take a look at the odds. Look at the will pays, and see if she's a much shorter price. She was impressive winning 2 back. She's obviously talented for Roddy Valenti. But one thing I'll say about her, when she has been successful, she has had everything go her own way.
I agree. And is she going to get clear in here going 6.5 furlongs? There's some horses in here that might bother her a little bit early on. Now, listen, Charlie's a great trainer, and I love Roddy. He's fantastic. And her 7-furlong race, we're seeing it right here. She wins by 4. It's not that much different, but, you know, and Richie will tell you if he's still down there in the paddock, but I don't think he is. But a 6.5 furlong race is a very interesting race. I mean, you can sneak away with slow fractions, or you may have to run your rear end off to get clear.
So a lot may depend on Kay Davis on thinking it over on the outside for the white-hot Ray Handel. And I don't know the way Ray's going. I don't think he's looking to take any prisoners and let this one get away with an easy base.
No, I agree. And this horse came second off the layoff. The first race off the layoff was really good, almost equal to their highest buyer figure. And yeah, there's Katie right there.
Look at Ray. He's like a rock star down there with those sunglasses.
He's a rock star. And there's
Acacia,
the folks from Mary
I would like you to
Farm.
sneak up on Ray and steal those sunglasses for me.
It turns out, Andy,
confessed to me moments ago he actually found them on the beach in Delray. So finders keepers, I guess, with Ray's sunglasses. But talking about a couple horses here in the paddock, we'll start with the number 4, Mia Be a Star, who is taking quite a bit of attention. And I think Javier Castellano in the saddle does have a good deal to do with that. Now, this is a mare who often just runs her race, outruns her odds, and it seems like lately the betting public has really gotten wise to it. I remember saying last summer, I just wish that she could have a little bit of a break and see if she put some weight on, and yet she's consistently run throughout the fall and throughout the winter. And I have to say, for her standards, she never carries a lot of condition, but for her standards, she's really doing well right now. Her weight looks pretty good. She looks like she's well muscled. She is one that does tend to come from off of it, and we'll see if she gets a pace set up in here. But last time out, she was far back and came up the inside to be beaten just a neck going a mile. I don't mind her going shorter. She's not that big. The distance is a bit of a question for me with the 6-stone Creator, and as Andy was touching on, she's not that quick, and her 2 wins did come going 7 furlongs, and this is 6.5. I realize that's not too much of a difference, but she's a big, leggy, athletic type of filly. She looks like one who would want to go the 7/8 to a mile. She is sharp. She's on her toes heading out here. I just wonder if this is necessarily the right spot for her. We'll see how she takes to the 6.5 in the cutback today. Andy?
Thanks, Acacia. And looking at doubles, the 6 is supposed to be around even money or 6-5, but that doesn't always happen given the lack of CAW play in our win pool. The number 1, Bavarian Cream, Mark Hennig and Dylan Davis in career form.
Yeah, going for 3 in a row here. Very tough to win 3 in a row, but I did not throw her out. She's got a good stalking position from the inside. If she gets lucky and she gets out, she could get her 3rd in a row.
The number 2, Sweet Mystery. I think she's interesting, getting a little freshening after a little bit of a subpar race last time, but she's run some good ones.
Yeah, and at 6.5 furlongs, you got to think she's going to be off the pace and making a big run with Trevor McCarthy taking over for Jose Lozano.
Happy Sophia is scratched. The 4, Mia Be a Star, taking a lot of early money. She is consistent, but consistently 2nd or 3rd.
Yeah, well, look, she ran 20 times last year, and she was 11 times 2nd or 3rd. But I tell you what, I see this filly in the morning because you can't miss her. She's white, and she really does look good.
Amity Island in career form, but even that career form, is it good enough?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Her number's a little bit short here, but, you know, with Mr. Barrage on board, and he's ridden her the last 3 times, she closed really well last time.
Stone Creator, the favorite. Charlie Baker going out with Kendrick Carmouche for owner Roddy Valenti.
Yeah, again, and I know Carmouche, he's not going to take any prisoners. He's going to get her either in the clear or out where she's not being bothered by other horses.
And he will look to stay off of the inside in all likelihood. The 7, Cali Magic, is my top choice in this race. She's a bit of an in-and-outer, but she ran very well with an extremely troubled trip last time.
Yeah, she did. She was wide. She got clipped. She had to jump heels, and she still closed very well for 2nd. You got a switch from Dylan Davis, who's on the 1, going for 3 in a row, and Manny Franco picks up the mount there.
And Ray Handel looking for 2 straight with Thinking It Over, drawing a good outside post with Katie Davis.
Yeah, with Katie, and they have a really good percentage going, the jock and the trainer, and she gallops the horses and works horses for him in the morning. Yeah, I like this horse as a closer in here.
I want to take a look at the replay and let you talk about it with Cali Magic last time out. Getting a good ride, and it was just sort of one of these unlucky things for Dylan because she gets totally sawed off here in the stretch and has to go back around. And this was a day where you wanted to be on the rail, and she was doing all her running out in the middle of the track while the winner was coming up the fence.
Yeah, I mean, you saw how she had to jump over heels there, and the whole herd was up in front of her, and here she comes, you know, completely having to reestablish herself into stride, and you know, she probably could have been a winner there if she didn't have to alter course.
And she does have some fast races going back. The problem with her is she is a bit of an in-and-outer, where there's a lack of consistency, but she's 7-1. Let's get more from Acacia Clement.
And Andy? I got the sunglasses, so stolen from Ray Handel, and might end up keeping them. We'll see. But in any event, talking about Ray's horses, thinking it over to the outside. This one is making her 2nd start off the bench here, as she did finish 3rd last time out off a bit of a layoff. And she's the type of filly that never really does carry much condition. She's a lighter frame type, and she might have needed that race maybe to strengthen up a bit off the bench. I thought she was grinding along behind a very
very impressive wire-to-wire winner in Granny's Connection, who looks like she could have a lot of talent and a big future. So I'm willing to think that at a big price, we could see a step forward for Thinking It Over, who has run some decent races and has been kept pretty quiet out on the track under Katie Davis. As Rick mentioned, Katie very familiar with all of the horses from this barn, being out there every morning. The number 2, Sweet Mystery, has run some good races too, and I agree with Andy. I think the freshening mentally probably did a lot for her. She could be a little bit of a quirky type in her races where she's a little bit reluctant to switch leads, maybe just a little bit tough to ride at times. Trevor McCarthy climbs aboard for the first time, and she is one, though, that I do think will be better after a race. I think that she'll appreciate having this start for fitness, and then maybe in the future will like getting a little bit more distance to work with, too, at 6-1. We'll see if she can run back to some of her previous races. I know she won at 6. I just always felt like a little bit longer is better for Sweet Mystery, and fitness-wise, I think she'll do better with this race. But the name of the game is, Andy, watch your back if you got nice sunglasses and I'm around.
Well, you keep those glasses. Listen, I know Ray didn't pay for them, so, you know, he's really lost nothing, and they look much better on you. One thing about Sweet Mystery, and I appreciate those comments from Acacia, and you always worry with the layoffs, feels like Patrick Wick gave her a freshening. She seemed to be going the wrong way. She had been in training for, 6.5 straight months of racing. And she has run races that are fast enough to win, but as Acacia said, maybe a little more distance is better.
Yeah, and listen, you don't see too many Gallagher stud horses wanting to be sprinters, believe me. They have a tremendous breeding operation there. A lot of them want to go longer. A lot of them want to be on the turf. I got to tell you something, though, and I just want to make a point here. Pat Quitt does a fantastic job.
Oh,
he really does.
Terrific,
He's an underrated trainer, and he's just a wonderful guy, and they work really hard.
Big win off the claim yesterday.
And absolutely. So, you know, I agree. I mean, I don't know if this horse is going to be able to get up at the 6.5 furlong distance unless there's a real hot pace. But I agree. I mean, she looks good, and you can't toss her out of this race.
Either the number 6 in this race, Crone Creator, is, and she's in her morning line. She's went to 8-5. But based on the double, which is a separate pool, and the CAW play is in the double and not a factor really in the win pool, she's not getting bet as strongly. Now, maybe she'll drift down a little at the end, but I wonder if she's a little bit tepid, but she is the horse to beat in this race. I'm going to try to beat her, though, with Cali Magic. Rick, any quick thoughts on that?
Actually, I'm going to try and beat her with the rail horse, Bavarian Cream. I think, you know, you're going for 3 in a row. I think Dylan can work out a perfect trip from the inside. I'm gonna try and beat her myself.
Better get off that fence. Last horse going in, Chris Griffin. Be leaving us after next week with the call.
All set. And they're off. Very awkward start. Stone Creator walked out of the gate and is already 5 lengths of trailer. Speed to the outside from Thinking It Over, and to the inside is Kali Magic, and now Kali Magic will get the lead, is up by a half length. To the outside, it's a tight hold, Thinking It Over. Stacked up in behind is moving through his Sweet Mystery. At the rail is Bavarian Cream. Stone Creator after the start. Tall Task is 5 wide up the backstretch and is making up some ground, is about to challenge and take second. Shuffled back there was Bavarian Cream, just gets passed up on the outside here from Amity Island, is right there with Mia Be a Star, 24-1 for that easy opening quarter mile. Kali Magic at 6-1's got the lead. Stone Creator has moved closer, and now Stone Creator's within a neck of the leader. It's Stone Creator who's ready to challenge Kali Magic, who had an easy tempo up front. Following them is Bavarian Cream to the inside. Here's Thinking It Over, who's going to be wide, purple cap, but is making up ground. In between horses there is Sweet Mystery, 48.20 for a half mile time, a quarter mile left to go. Kali Magic is still in front. Manny Franco and Kali Magic now kick away. They're up by 2 lengths. Down the center of the racetrack is Thinking It Over. Bavarian Cream is trying to make up ground to the inside of Stone Creator, who's backing out of it. Up on the grandstand side, here comes Sweet Mystery, but running out of time. A 16th to go. Kali Magic is sprinting away. Kali Magic on the front end gets it done. It's all Kali Magic over Sweet Mystery, who runs on for second, then Thinking It Over, and a late run here from Amity Island in 1:19 flat.
Manny Franco taking advantage of a very unfortunate break for the Connections to Stone Creator, where she lost all chance of the start, but Manny was prepared for it. I like the fact he stayed a bit off the rail.
Yeah, he did.
And Kali Magic, she got away with murder on the front end at 24 and change and dominated this bunch.
Yeah, the race completely changed its dynamics when Stone Creator went. It kind of looked like she went to her face down out of the start there. and then kind of ranged up, middle moved, and she just couldn't sustain that. The one horse was on the rail most of the time and got a little bogged down inside there. But like you said, Manny kept her in like the 2 or 3 path off that inside rail and prevailed there at the end. And then, you know, your Ray Handel's horse came on, and Pat Quick's horse ran a really good race coming up for second. And I think she's looking at, like Acacia said, a little bit more distance of ground with Sweet Mystery.
Yeah, no, I agree. Got a nice trip, but Trevor did a good job getting the outside. But, you know, Manny was really ready, I think. Not only was she fresh, and I think Manny probably went in with the race thinking, the 6 is going to be in front.
Right.
I'm going to be aggressive and maybe sit second to her. When she doesn't break, he probably looked over and said, where is she? Good, I'm going to go. And I like the fact he didn't change his plan. He stayed forward with her, and he stayed a bit off the rail. But feel bad for the connections of Stone Creator. I mean, this is just one of those things. Not a terrible stumble,
No,
right? Just
but she hopped. Yeah, he hopped a little bit. It was,
went to her
I'm not
knees
sure
a little
what
bit,
happened.
kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's nothing Kendrick can do. Listen, he did a good job getting the outside, trying to make that run, but at that point, you can't. With a speed horse like that, you can't overcome that unless you are much, much the best.
Yeah.
But Cali Magic able to take advantage of it, 6-1 for Manny Franco, who is having one heck of a year. I mean, he's really, really riding exceptional form. Much more to come in America's Day at the Races. Take a quick break. We'll be right back.
The Factor, a perennial leading sire of winners. He was 3rd in the nation by winners in 2021 and 2022. His progeny include Grade 1 winners Sistron and Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Charlaine's Mia, and Millionaires Bound for Nowhere, and Factor This. With dozens of 6-figure yearling sayings, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, standing at Lane's End.
Will Take Charge, Extreme Outside, Revolutionary looking for room and finding it in between them. They're a furlong from home. Will Take Charge takes off on the far outside. He now shifts in just a bit. Carve is going with him. Between those two, it's Right to Vote, but Will Take Charge starts to assert himself late. And it's a confident Will Take Charge, hand-ridden to score by a length in the Oaklawn Handicap.
Has it been 9 years? Wow. 9 years since Will Take Charge took down the Oaklawn Handicap. Willis Horton, and that's Luis Saez in the saddle.
Yeah, that is. And back in maybe like 2023, we would have probably had a look at that inquiry there. His horses got bunched up there. But yeah, Will Take Charge, what a nice horse he was. And yeah, the The sire of the granddaughter, I guess, of Charge It. I mean, listen, Will Take Charge was a really nice horse, and he always had that white blaze, huh?
And he was massive.
Yeah.
And he was massive. And there is Willis Horton. You saw there. It's a big part of tomorrow's story. Willis Horton was here for Last Samurai's victory last year in the Oaklawn Handicap. He passed last fall, and now his son, Kevin, carries the torch. We're going inside the numbers, by the numbers for the Oaklawn Handicap. Most wins, Sty Runner with a pair, along with Gay Revoke back in the 60s. Who was fastest? Preakness winner Snow Chief. He was fast. 9 furlongs at 146 and 3/5. Most wins by a trainer. Shocker. Dwayne Lucas, 4-time winner, seeking a 5th tomorrow with Last Samurai. Most wins by an owner. The late Alan Paulson. One of those 4 by Cigar in 1995. Paulson also the all-time Apple Blossom leading owner. The jockey with the most wins. Hall of Famer Pat Day. 5-time winner. Look at that, including 4 straight Oaklawn Handicap winners to have captured Breeders' Cup glory. Only 3, 2 in the Classic, Cigar, Wild Again, City of Light in the 18 Dirt Mile. We focused on this last week championships with the Apple Blossom. 4 Oaklawn Handicap winners have been crowned champion. Lawyer Ron, most recent. And then there was one horse has won the Oaklawn Handicap and secured Horse of the Year honors. The unbeatable Cigar, and he did it twice. Finally, Oaklawn Handicap winners in the Hall of Fame, and naturally Cigar. And that monster cow-bred best pal, the Oaklawn Handicap by the numbers. So who's next? The field for tomorrow's Oaklawn Handicap. Mile and an eighth, 7 deep, older horses, $1 million purse. You just saw Luis Saez win the 14 Oaklawn Handicap. Will Take Charge. Now he's riding Charge It, the favorite. 8-5 on the morning line. 2 starts back here, Paulie. Charge It, always highly regarded, and putting the blinkers on tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, and I thought an aggressive morning line. I did not think Charge It should be the morning line favorite in here. Last Samurai has dominated this racetrack. This is 2 starts back. I get it. This horse is nice. But then last time out, at 3-5, lost to Endorsed. And Endorsed is a deep closer that's been around for a long time. This horse needs to prove to everybody that he can go around 2 turns. You know, why did Barrio beat him? I get it. He was up on the pace in the Derby. If you were up on the pace in the Derby, you were in for a lot of trouble, and he finished 17th. Everybody goes to that Dwyer and that 123 buyer, and they keep on praying to go back to that. But I'll tell you right now, Last Samurai is a big old fella that he's going to be breathing down his neck.
It sounds like you're almost hesitant to suggest that Charge It, that now's when it starts, when he really has an opportunity to fulfill that potential we've been waiting to see, dating back to very early on in his career when, remember, he ran in the Kentucky Derby in his 4th career start.
Yeah, and he's ultra talented. And being by Tappet, we've had a zillion Tappet horses that have won already the Belmont, so they can get the distance. Obviously, I'll Take Charge, won at a classic distance, so Will Take Charge. So he's bred to run 2 turns, but when I watch him run, I think the 1 turn is what he wants.
Charge It, 8-5 in the morning line. Maggie, you touched on this at the top of the show. The blinkers on by trainer Todd Pletcher. Again, something he's thought about for quite a while with this colt.
Yeah, so it is. They thought about doing it way back when after the Florida Derby, but as you head into the Kentucky Derby, you don't want to do it. You mentioned it to me, Lafitte, the debacle with Palace Malice when adding blinkers for the Kentucky Derby, and then he just had that blowout win in the Dwyer, which maybe in retrospect was a product of who he was facing. Now, Running Son of a Gun's a very nice horse, but he's a sprinter as well. And 2, I mean, he is a Tappet. A lot of times they need a little help mentally. They need a little bit more focus. And Todd has said that he's shown a bit more in his workouts leading into this race with those blinkers on. My question is, what tactics are we using tomorrow? Because you know Classic Causeway is going to go. You know Senior Buscador is going to at least press them to make them go faster. And Charge It's going to have to be forward, as his best races have come when he's doing that. He's going to have to do it from the outside. So, with those blinkers on, which usually indicate more speed. So we'll have to see what kind of dynamics Luis Saez and Todd Pletcher choose to use. Back here for today's featured 8th race here at Oaklawn. I'm not going to lie, I was a little shocked to look up and see that the 9 was favored here in I'm the Boss of Me. Now, while she has some back races to go on her last 2, a little lackluster, but then again, maybe she's just adverse to wet tracks, which her form would indicate, and she was caught up in a quick pace stool that collapsed. And to be fair, though, I feel as though there's a lot of pace in here too, and she's the outside runner. I liked her more when she hit the track, and now she's drifting up in odds, but I was not expecting to see her an overwhelming favorite. Moving on to one of 2 Steve Asmussen runners, Speedometer's very intriguing to me. Turning back second off of a layoff, she was really headstrong. It was an odd move, I thought, too, to bring her back off of a layoff and run her long. And so she was keyed up, amped up, and then another horse came up and challenged her on the backside. Just everything kind of went wrong, and I honestly think she was valiant to hang on for 4th. She's a sprinter at the end of the day, and she looks incredibly fit. Maybe that race was to get her more fit. She's on her toes, good thing to see, and maybe we'll see her be able to rate a little bit off some of these horses that have shown forwardness in their sprint races. So Speedometer looks the part second off the bench, and we usually see that improvement with Steve's horses as well. Asina's a head scratcher. Her best performance to date, which is 25 points higher than her next best on the Beyer speed figure scale, last time on a wet, sloppy racetrack. Is she just that type of horse? I gotta say, physically looking at her, though, she matches up very favorably with the rest of her competition. Now, she did enter the paddock with an iron halter, indicating that she is probably a little bit of a bad actor, though she held it together and has done so throughout the preliminaries. I don't know. Maybe she is one, though, that has just turned a corner, but I have to go with number 4, Dealing Justice. I love the fact that in her 2 starts now with Riley Mott, she's shown a new dimension in that she wants a target. She wants some pace to run at, and I think she gets it here, and she looks utterly fantastic for this 3rd start off the bench. And no, Lafitte, I'm not playing favorites with the home team, as she is owned by Louis Sella.
It's a good idea, though. A good strategy, Maggie. Dealing Justice, Isaac Castillo riding in 2 of 3 stakes races tomorrow afternoon. High praise from Maggie at a price.
Yeah, I like this horse, too. I think the 4's got a big shot. Riley Mott is starting to hit his stride. You know, it just took him a little while, and I've liked his presence, talked to him multiple times. His father was down here a couple of weeks ago, but Riley's cutting out his own niche, and he's gotten some good horses, and I think this horse ran a great race last time. And, you know, if you look back previously, this mare used to be very, very headstrong. In the last couple of races, I think Riley's really worked with her to lay behind horses and finish. So he's done a really good job.
Louis Sella, you introduce axe throwing into a sports bar? Like, I'm pulling for you. I'm rooting for him.
I tell you that, though, that waiver we signed, I didn't want to read it, but it had to have limbs somewhere on it.
Let's see how Dealing Justice does. 5-1 up. Polly, then Princess Dreamcess drawn inside. 2-1 on the morning line now, 9-2, and coming in sharp off of 2 blowout wins, most recent right here on the 16th of March.
Yeah, tiny bit worried this horse might bounce a little bit, but Matt Scher took this one off the claim, went right back. About 20-some-odd days, and just trounced the field on the slop. Sometimes when they have these sloppy efforts, they can bounce a little bit. I'm against the 1. I do think the Asmussen team, the 8, if there's pace in here, I think Headland, horse they got left, might have a new running style today.
Steve Asmussen currently tied with Bob Halthus. 867 career victories, 1 more, and Asmussen, along with being North America's all-time leading trainer, would be Oaklawn's all-time leading trainer. Jim Byers with the load-in call. Post-time race 8, Oaklawn Park.
It was currently 2-1. They're in the gate. And they're off. And out from the inside, it's American Lily. Also out quickly was Speedometer, Asina. I'm the Boss of Me wasn't away that well, but she's using good speed on the outside of Speedometer to go up to the front now. I'm the Boss of Me takes over by a head. Speedometer, though, is right with her. Asina is 3rd, American Lily 4th. Then a gap of 2 lengths to Prince, Dreamcess, and Headland. Splitting those 2 is Dealing Justice, and trailing the field is Hypersport. She finds herself at the back end about 9 lengths from the lead as I'm the Boss of Me is taken over here from Speedometer. Asina is racing third, then American Lily and Headland. Hypersport trying to gain from the back, but still with 7 to make up. She's alongside Dealing Justice. Prince Dreamcess trails the field. I'm the Boss of Me brings them into the stretch. She leads it by a length and a half. Asina's running a nice one. Outside of her is Headland, and here comes Headland and Keith Asmussen, but they're all chasing I'm the Boss of Me in the final 16th. Headland is next. Hypersport and Prince Dreamcess into it late. I'm the Boss of Me wins it by 3 1/4. Then came Prince Dreamcess, Headland, and Hypersport.
Smart money that showed up on I'm the Boss of Me was favored for a while, I believe 2-1 at post time, 8-1 in the morning line. 3 wins on the afternoon, Francisco Arrieta, and a pair for trainer Greg Compton.
Yeah, Craig Compton just having a monster meeting. You go back and you look and you're wondering, you know what? The last 2 races Lafitte were on kind of wet racetracks. You look at the horse's record on wet racetracks, no first or seconds. On dry racetracks, 8 out of 13. Or 8 out of 14, now 9 out of 15. And the money was, you're right, was right on board here. I think the 1 snuck up the rail here for second place. So I think your favorites end up running 1-2.
9-1-8-3. I'm the Boss of Me. And right when it looked like you're waiting for the stalkers to pounce and the closers to close, she gave this field the slip and a second move in deep stretch.
No, I was feeling good with the 8. I thought Steve had, Keith had the horse in the perfect position, but the 9 just had too much left.
And Maggie's with the winning trainer, Greg Compton. 2 wins on the afternoon. Maggie.
Huge day, as Greg was just telling me, Lafitte. And Greg, the board said she was going to win, and win she did with I'm a Boss of Me.
You know, she's a nice filly. I really thought the 9-hole would do us a little justice today. Didn't have to break on top and use it early. She's content to lay just off if she needs to. She relaxed and kicked home.
You had to be excited, too, with not the rain last night, but the fact that the track dried out. She seems like one that doesn't really love a wet track.
She does not, and I was praying that this would happen, all right, and it happened. So it just fell in our lap.
Well, make sure you celebrate for a great Friday.
I will.
I love it. Greg Compton and his crew having an absolutely stellar afternoon here at Oaklawn. Guys?
Polly, you were touching on the distinction between I'm the Boss of Me, her performances on fast racetracks versus wet racetracks. Greg Compton praying we'd have a fast track by the time we reach post time for the Friday
and listen,
feature.
When we come back, we'll talk about your venture here. It was pouring rain last night, so maybe Greg Compton was a little bit worried that it wasn't going to dry out today, but 2 W's today, and Lafitte's on 2 hours rest. How you feeling, Mike?
That's it. When's the end of the show?
One more race.
Of the show?
One more race. You want me to cover for you?
Come back tomorrow and do it all over again. 27 minutes, I'm told. This play, it was like a lake last night. It looked like Churchill Downs, how fast it dries out. Same here at Oaklawn Park. It worked out beautifully for trainer Greg Compton. And this filly who takes down the Friday feature, I'm the Boss of Me. Francisco Arrieta, 3 wins on the afternoon. And Greg, straight out of Compton, another win at Oaklawn.
Agenda.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown Triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flower is kicking in. Poppy Flower with the momentum.
Nagarok. They come on for the finish, and it is going to be Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual-surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, presented in part by Hillendale and Atalapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. I like that. Heard Atalapa is really a wonderful place. Actually, I'd love to go there sometime. Horses hitting the track for the first time for this turf race, going 6 furlongs. Thought it was an interesting race. The one, Father of Lies, who's hitting the track, goes out for Orlando Noda and Javier Castellano. Feels like the speed of the speed, Rick.
But they took the blinkers off him, which is very interesting, and then changed riders. So it'll be interesting to see how he does from the rail.
Half to a turf winner. The 2 Don't Let Me Down. Had a turf experience earlier career. Good enough to compete here, I think.
Yeah, no doubt about it. First time out, got beat 3 lengths and ran very, very well on the grass for Chris Englehart.
Shaking the Bell. First time start for Rudy Rodriguez with Manny Franco, and not much turf pedigree.
Not much turf pedigree, and there's not a gate work on this horse since February, so I kind of tossed this horse.
We're missing the 4 there, the favorite Brass Monkey. Not sure why they're betting this one, Rick.
Yeah, well, you know, Bobby's pretty good off the claim, and they switched from Bug Rider to Trevor McCarthy. Maybe that's what they're looking at.
We missed the first, Leo Fong. There's the 6 Old Point. Linda Rice tries this one on the grass off the claim.
Yeah, and definitely one of the horses to beat in here. Ran well on the dirt, maybe on the turf is her game.
My top choice, Nieuwendyk, who I think can be a stalking presence in here, and thought the 1 turf race was good enough to win.
Yeah, first time out, got beat 3 lengths. Johnny was on the horse on a good Saratoga turf course. That's good enough to win this race.
The number 8 is scratched. The 9, Swayin Maidina.
Yeah, for Napal Chatterpaul and the Bug Boy Marino here with blinkers on. Horses run okay last 3. First time you throw it out, but the last 3 have not been terrible.
We missed Why All Liked Him. I think that we all liked him. I think he was named for me, Acacia. What do you think?
Definitely, Andy. We still like you. But talking about a couple of horses trying the turf, beginning with the number 1, Father of Lies, who does have some turf pedigree and honestly, physically is one of the most convincing to get onto the turf. I do agree that it's very interesting that the blinkers come off when showed some speed the first time out. Didn't get out of the gate the best in that debut, but was pretty relaxed, pretty focused, no qualms with him here. He has a nice flat turf hoof to him. While the dam never won on the turf, she was a 5-time synthetic winner, and the sibling stakes place Hurt So Good was a 4-time turf winner. The number 7, Nieuwendyk. I like this horse getting back to the turf too, Andy. I thought his debut was actually sneaky good, and that was on the grass at Saratoga. Significantly tougher than what he's going to face today, as there's just really not a lot of form to sink your teeth into in that debut. He was hard-assed out of the gate, was forward, a little bit green, but actually hung in there pretty well in the latter stages of the race. Now, he didn't grow much from 2 to 3 at all, but he is still that kind of compact build. Looks kind of like a turf sprinter. Doesn't really look much like a typical Nyquist at all, but I don't have a problem with him getting back to the turf. The number 9, Sways in My DNA. The name makes a lot more sense when you see him because he has a sway back. And stay with me here because I know that this horse is a big price. He's 14 to 1, but I think he can outrun his odds here. He is a horse that is out of a mare who was actually a multiple Group 1 winner in South Africa, all in the turf. There was a sibling that won on the grass as well, and this looks like a turf horse. And while horses with swaybacks may not necessarily be the most aesthetically pleasing out on the racetrack, it certainly doesn't bother them, especially with the right kind of saddle, the right kind of padding. And this is one that I actually liked the way that he moved to get onto the grass for the first time. The number 4, Brass Monkey, first off the claim. Gormley, his progeny is 1 for 40 sprinting on the turf, and there was just one sibling who was a minor turf winner. There's not a ton of turf pedigree in there at all. But it does seem that Bob Caceres claimed this horse with the intention of running him on the grass, and he has a turf hoof. I think that there could be a couple others who might step forward in this spot, but I can certainly see why they're trying him on the lawn for the first time. Andy?
Thank you, Acacia. Talking about the 7, Newendike, and like that Acacia feels positive about this horse as well. I don't really care what this horse did on the dirt, to be honest, because the first time they ran on the turf and chased around the winner of the race. Not an easy thing to do when a horse has speed and holds on. Didn't really fall apart. Web Slinger ran seconds, turned into a pretty nice turf horse. And I just thought he could be in a good spot stalking again today in a field where turf form's at a premium.
Yeah, no doubt. And if you look at that race, the horse broke from the way outside on that turf course and chased and chased and chased. So this horse is laying second, but you know when they hit the turn, it's going to automatically be wide. So when that horse drops back 2 or 3 lengths, that horse is really actually staying at the same velocity as the winner.
I believe the number 3 horse in this race, Shaking the Bell, the firster, has been scratched. You see them moving the numbers, so moving them in. The 3, Shaking the Bell, will not be playing. Nope. The number 1, Father of Lies, you mentioned the blinkers off, but I mean, they got to go from the rail, don't they?
I would think so. I mean, maybe they're regretting taking the blinkers off when the overnight came out and they saw that they drew the rail. But you know what? Trainers make decisions for different reasons, and but if you get caught back behind that field coming out of the gate from the rail, you're in trouble.
If he's not aggressive, my horse, the number 7, Newendike, could find himself in front. Don't Let Me Down, I just think is a very logical horse. He's the current favorite at 5-2, and I don't want to take that price, but his turf sprints were just fine. They fit here.
Mm-hmm. And has more turf experience than the others.
And a lot of these horses, haven't been able to run on the turf because we haven't been on the turf for about 4 months. Mm-hmm. Brass Monkey's taken a lot of money for Bob Caceres. I know it's off the claim. I respect Bob. But this horse, 6 horses from the dam tried the turf. One of them won, was not very good, and it is not a pedigree that is screaming a move up on grass. And it's going to have to improve on the grass, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, well, certainly have to improve off of his last start was second, maiden 20. Yeah, I mean, maybe he saw something that he liked, or that he thought that this would be. We just lost a rider off the 1 horse, Father of Lies.
Yeah, I think he didn't run off at all.
No.
Just got off. Maybe
Chuck
having a little trouble getting him into the gate here.
Yeah, he just.
It's nice to see Javier, how he really turned things back around.
Oh,
Rick,
sure.
God,
the last couple of years, he's just had a resurgence. He looks like he's 25
He's
again.
healthy again.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. And I think he gets healthy, and it's hard to get people to be convinced. But when he switched to P.J. Campo as an agent, really turned things around.
No,
They've been a terrific team.
I agree. And, that so much of the game is just having, good harmony, not only between you and your agent, between your owner and trainer. Because, angst and anxiety leads to bad decisions, and but
Javier's a thinking man's rider. He's thoughtful for trips. Interesting to see what happens here as they're hanging the gate for the last race. A couple left to load. The 9th, the final today.
One out.
Chris Griffin coming up with the call.
We all liked him. Steps forward. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed to the outside from Newendike has got that early kick, and also right there is Sways in My DNA. We all liked him, and they fly early now. 2 up top. It's Newendike, and we all liked him 1-2. Tightly at the rail there is Father of Lies under a tight hold in the 3rd spot. Is to the inside here a Brass Monkey who's in 4th. Breaking with the leaders with Sways in My DNA is back to 5th. Further back in the field is Don't Let Me Down, who's there with Leo Fong, and far back gives the trailer Old Point. 2-way battle for the front as they get set to move into the far turn. 22.40 for that opening quarter mile. It's Newendike in front, and a big long shot, and we all liked him right to the outside from 2nd. Nice trip to the inside. Father of Lies is looking for a way to go through. Here comes Brass Monkey as the pace setters start to come back, and that really is going to crowd some of the runners in behind. Getting a clean trip with Sways in My DNA. Now there's a seam for Father of Lies in the purple cap, and now Father of Lies is trying to burst on through, but Newendike is still in front. It's Newendike. Don't Let Me Down. Dives down to the rail, and Don't Let Me Down has got some momentum as well, and the rail is open, and Don't Let Me Down. Dylan Davis now sprints away. It's Don't Let Me Down now 2-3 widening lengths in front. Dylan Davis, Don't Let Me Down. They're going to cruise in the finale. Don't Let Me Down gets the job done. Neuendijk to the inside of Father of Lies, and further back was Brass Monkey in 1 minute 9 flat.
Dylan Davis got that seam on the inside, but Rick, I'm not really sure it mattered. He might have been able to loop the field the way he won. He was, good trip or not, he was much the best.
Yeah, absolutely much the best. This horse had some good turf experience. The first 3 races of his life were on the turf, and really exploded there towards the end. And that's a double for the Wachtell stable today.
And Chris Englehart winning back-to-back races, this time with Dylan Davis. And this one was absolutely much the best. No complaints about my pick, Neuendijk. Loved the ride. You know, went to the front. They didn't want to be aggressive from the inside. He was able to hold second there, but he was second best. He was never beating this horse. And you wonder with Father of Lies, may have made a mistake taking the blinkers off. On the other hand, was he really winning? The interesting thing is they take the blinkers off, and he hung.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it looked like he was going to get up past Neuendijk there in the lane, and never did get the drive to get past him. But this horse wins so easily for Dylan and Chris Englehart. Good for them. Good for Chris Englehart. His assistant trainer, Manny, does a fantastic job. And just look at him. I mean, this horse is so happy with himself.
Wow. Like Manny and Chris have been together a long time, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, as long as I've known the two of them since they came back down from Finger Lakes, you know, they're just one of those teams that just perpetual.
He's also been a potent sire, Chris, of other trainers.
Yes, he certainly has. They pop up all over the place, don't they?
A lot of Engleharts.
And they all have big trucks with big trailers.
Yeah, we'll see Smokin' Mel back.
Smokin' Mel.
We're ready for a break here as the action is concluded here at Aqueduct, but we're looking forward to hearing more about Take Two, Take the Lead. We'll be hearing from them, and then more from Rick Schosberg when we come back.
To run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
A racing career could be 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years at the most. They live to 20. The take the lead segment of the initiative is what I do, okay? And we basically transition racehorses from the racetrack into aftercare facilities. We'll get the process started on paper, we'll take some videos, we'll gather up all the medical information, and then set up a profile, and then we'll contact the aftercare facilities. We have a wave of horses that leave the grounds, and there's 5 in the on-deck circle and 4 in the hole if you use a baseball analogy. Nice looking little filly. She's got a little bit of a tendon issue that should heal up in about 90 days. One of our older horses, Saul the Freud, who actually everybody trained him. He was a New York bred. He's been through up and down the claiming ranks and always put in a great effort. He's a candidate for warhorse now. And I said, what a perfect horse, because he was a warhorse. He's a perfect type to help with our military veterans with PTSD. Thoroughbreds already have this innate ability to learn new things. Starting gait, big track, little track, jog the wrong way, go the right way. You're going to learn something new. They already know, they're already processed for that. Take Two part of our initiative is a hunter and jumper thoroughbreds only league, if you will. And to be able to see what these horses can do once they're rehabilitated and retrained and adopted out, and to see them in the Take Two competitions doing jumps or dressage or a polo pony. Riders are doing handstands and backflips off. I mean, this is really, really cool. What we've tried to put forth and to get through to all the horsemen. I've been training horses since 1988 on my own. Call us one race early, call us one workout early. Okay, if you think something's going, if you think something's going awry, and there's a chance that your horse may have an issue in the future, call us before that. Instead of trying to get one more race or one more workout or something like that, we can expedite this process within a week and get that horse into an aftercare situation.
And as we come back to America's Day at the races, Rick Schosberg, obviously you're so involved in Take the Lead, Take Two, and horse retirement. Tell us why it's important that we as an industry and individuals support horse rescue.
Well, and we don't even want to call it rescue. We call it, they coined the term aftercare.
Aftercare.
And the main thing is that the industry has an innate responsibility to take care of its retired racehorses, right? I mean, these horses have given us all pleasure and employment and TV spots, and if it wasn't for the horses,
I wouldn't have a job.
We wouldn't. Well, yeah,
really wouldn't be able to participate in something that we love.
Yeah, it's
so
like
much joy.
If anybody has put food on the table, put their kid through college, or put gas in their car or truck because those horses go out there and perform for us, they have a responsibility to help with their second careers. And it said horses' careers last maybe 5 years at the most, and they live to 20, 21. We have horses at Old Friends. We have horses at the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. But our initiative wants to be able to transition horses through the Take the Lead program and rehabilitate them for second careers so they have purposeful second careers. They want to do stuff, right? They don't want to be turned out in a field and swatting flies and dodging raindrops. They really don't. So to transition these horses for hunter and jumper competition, or for even barrel racing, police horses, therapeutic riding. There's so many initiatives and so many different skills that these thoroughbreds can have, and they learn at levels from the time they're born.
And listen, it's very hard to tell people you should be giving money, you should be donating money, because people have hardships and families, and we well understand that. But if you're able to give, and you have a few dollars, whatever it is, nothing is too little. give a few dollars to the horses that have done so much to us.
Yeah. And again, the industry really has to step up across the board.
Could not agree more. We all appreciate how much you do and so many others.
It's a team effort.
Yes, no question about it.
Nationwide team effort.
Love it when you bring that here to the show. We've still got one left at Oaklawn. America's Day at the Races. We're almost done, but we're not all done.
Momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races, as we've had live racing coverage from Aqueduct, and we'll close things out here at Oaklawn Park with this Arkansas bred claimer. But we're on the eve of Oaklawn Handicap Grade 2 $1 million race. It looks as though weather's going to cooperate quite nicely, and looking forward to a fabulous day here at Oaklawn tomorrow. But taking a look at horses here in this last race, number 8, Chai T. She's the class dropper. She looks the part, too. She's acting very classy relative to many of the other horses in this field, and I just think that she makes a lot of sense. She was a bit wide last time out, and kind of came on mildly then during the latter part of that race. Number 9, Kit Tiara, she put it all together and was really professional, honestly, in her first race, which was her debut too, which was a winning one. She's a little nervous today, and I don't know how she was acting in that debut race, but sometimes that's not a good sign. When you're a horse that the first time, okay, you did it, and then you come back and you're nervous and you're worried about it, it doesn't usually result in a more favorable outcome. And 2, I've just found that, especially with these lower level Arkansas bred horses, it's a little tough for them to come back and come back with back-to-back wins. Number 11, Mo Silver. I like this filly, and maybe it's the wet track, or maybe it's Randy Morse and improving her a bit. Now, she is stepping up in class from that 75 last time to this 20 to 25 range, but she looks the part physically, at least. She got a little nervous as time went on in these preliminaries, but I think number 11, Mo Silver, could yet again outrun her odds, as she does sit at 7 to 1 currently as we head across the track to the 10. Guys, has the wind died down since I've been over there?
Much better than it was earlier.
Yeah, I used
Maggie,
I used a ton of Aquanet today, so my hair is not moving at all.
I needed a lot of Aquanet today. Yeah. Mo Silver, who she was just talking about. Yeah, it's still now, and it was so bizarre being on the set for the Apple Blossom last Saturday. You could feel the storm was moving as soon as the gates popped open. It was just a torrid wind here in the infield. I wasn't like sure the tent was gonna withstand it, and adding to the drama of the race. And but now getting beyond yesterday's storm and looking ahead to tomorrow, clear sailing. It looks like an exciting Saturday of thoroughbred racing, 3 stakes races, and all eyes on the older horses in the Oaklawn Handicap.
Yeah, great card. I mean, obviously we're focusing on the Oaklawn Handicap, but it's a really good card. And you're right, it was crazy in the Apple Blossom when they were coming down the stretch. The storm and the wind started coming. It was almost like Clairiere was starting to build up this like mini tornado behind her that we've seen around here.
Jet propulsion.
Yeah, and boom, it turned out to be an unbelievable finish in the Apple Blossom. We could only hope that the Oaklawn Handicap is just as thrilling.
Tomorrow's and Dwayne Lucas seeking a 5th, the all-time leading Oaklawn Handicap trainer. That one would be appreciated after that gut-wrenching defeat with Secret Oath last week in the Apple Blossom. We'll have it all for you right here. Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races, Oaklawn Handicap, 2 other stakes races for 3-year-olds. That is the Saturday program. 9th and final, Paul. What do you think?
I thought this is a tough event. I'm in agreement with Maggie. The HIT is the horse to beat. But 1 for 18 lifetime, it concerns you a little bit. But it seems like a lot of these horses, they seem like they can get home. And now at 3 to 5, I don't know about that. To 9, I don't really love to throw out undefeated horses. Ernie Witt's a very, very good trainer. I thought Travis Wales gave this horse a really good ride because the horse sort of got left. He dropped the horse to the rail, and he dropped the reins, and he sort of let the other horses come back to him. I landed on the 4 in here, Betty Joe. Right. This horse first time out won. And on the top of the lane, the horse looked dead, and the horse was kind of re-rallied. I was asking Ron Moquette after the race, and he said, listen, she is so green. She does not know what she's doing. And Mitchell Merle took her to the front end. I don't think she wants to be on the front end. She wants to be chasing. So I think 5 to 1's a square price.
These races, the restricted races, you can't fault these horses for what they have not done. Lost a lot. Betty Joe hasn't lost a lot. I can see where Maggie's working with Mo Silver. You get some recency there. Plus, a key post position move. The 2 post in her last start, she'll break from the 10 today. Mo Silver perhaps live at a price as they continue to move into line. All set for the 9th and final on a Friday in Hot Springs from Oaklawn Park. Jim Byers standing by.
The last 2 will be KJ's Pistol Annie and Mo Silver.
Oh, hey, Bobby.
Thanks, everybody.
Hey, Bobby.
Thanks, everybody.
They're all in line. Ooh, now we've got some fractiousness in there. Looked like Betty Joe was fractious. They're off. And Chai T is giving them a big head start. She was slow out of there and shuffled. And Torres is going to take Chai T to the inside here and settle in at the back end of the field. As up the backstretch, we got a battle brewing up front. Lori's Eyes by a half length. Navigational Beacon is prompting her. KJ's Pistol Annie sits outside of them in 3rd. Betty Joe is 4th on the inside. Mo Silver splits horses in 5th. Uchi is out there in 6th. And then a length to Kitiara. She's positioned a path or so off the rail in 7th. Followed by She's Amazing and Jerry Dawn, and Chai T is on the outside, just departing the trailer spot, but still with some work to do as they come to the head of the stretch. Navigational Beacon, Lori's Eyes, and KJ Pistol Annie up on the outside. Back in behind them is Betty Joe. She's looking for clear sailing. She's Amazing is gaining way down the middle with Kitiara, and weaving through toward the inside is Chai T. Navigational Beacon with the lead here in the final 16th. They're all closing in late. Betty Joe, Chai T, and Kitiara. Navigational Beacon holds on. It looked like Kitiara, Chai T, and Betty Joe followed her. Could be some photos for the minors. Upset in the last.
Good day for the turnbacks as the 2 Navigational Beacon gets the job done on the front end. Turning back, put the blinkers on. Rick.
Big bucks.
Been a pleasure. Been too long?
Oh, yeah.
I hope I see you sooner than that. It was great having you on the show.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure, and we really had a great time today.
And thanks to everybody else as well. Big race coming up tomorrow, the $1 million Oaklawn Handicap. Very, very nice field coming up. We've got Of course, Last Samurai looking to win all 3 big stakes there. But he's got some real competition coming in from the West Coast, including Stiletto Boy and also Charge It, who's one of everybody's favorite horses. Waiting to see him put together some of those big wins coming in for Todd Pletcher. Should be a good one. We're on from 1 to 7 tomorrow. We'll see you then. Have a great night.